imagine. Better cool on your faction. Ready for the curtain call, lights, camera, action.
Hello and welcome to the beautiful Gold Coast of Australia for the final day of the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. A big hello and welcome to everybody watching around the world at home and everybody making their way down to Kurrawa Beach today. It's been a huge 3 weeks of action so far. We kicked things off with the Masters competition, the surf boats, the national team's title. They're over at the pool here at Kurrawa Beach as well, and we're wrapping things up today with the final day of racing here in the Interclub Championships. My name's Josh Minogue. Joining me in the booth is former Iron Woman champion Courtney Hancock. Down on the beach, former athlete, coach and expert commentator Ty Dowker. Let's take a look at the events we've got coming up today, Courtney. Not a whole lot left on the program, but they are the big ones.
Thank you, Josh. Yeah, absolutely. We've got the Ocean Man, the beach flags, the women's beach flags, and the Ocean Woman as well. So it doesn't look like there's a lot on offer, but the amount of heats, quarters, and semis to go through. So there's something like over 180 athletes for the flags. The Ocean Man, the Ocean Woman, remember they do have the M shape.
Yep.
So it is going to take a little bit of time. The athletes for the last day are really going to have to make sure they are on, up and about and ready to go.
That's exactly right. And of course, in this afternoon's finals package, we'll have the mixed Ocean M Lifesaver relay. Conditions looking absolutely perfect down there on the sand for a great day of action. And our man in the sand, Ty Dowker, talk us through what it looks like down there, mate. Absolute picturesque conditions.
Yeah, most definitely, guys. It is picturesque. It's a Bluebird Day once again. How lucky have we been over these 15 days of competition, from that of the national teams to now the last day of the Interclub. It is day 3, as you mentioned, of the Open Ocean Championships, and conditions are pretty much a carbon copy of what we saw yesterday. So we're looking around. I'll look at the big 3 in terms of the elements. We've got 1 metre of swell. We've got the northwest wind at the moment, around 10 kilometres coming in, and that'll change to that northeast a little bit later on today. I don't expect it to be probably as strong as yesterday, but still be prevalent in terms of that last third of racing. And then tide is also coming in. But probably a bit of an X factor that we noticed this morning, have a little bit of a swim in the conditions as well, are the little potholes that are starting to develop as that tide will run out later on today. So elements will play a part this afternoon. It is the last day of racing. The cream comes to the top. And I tell you what, we are looking forward to an absolute cracking day down here at Kurrawa Beach.
You spot on, Ty. Thank you for that. We really appreciate your insight. A man who's been there, done it, seen it all in the sport. And early in the day, we'll shout out, turning 50 this week as well. So a big happy birthday to our man, Ty Dowk. He doesn't look a day over 65. I mean, no, he looks pretty good down there. We can't tease him too much. We're not too far away from the opening rounds of the Ocean Man event. We have 8 heats this morning. They're going to work their way through to a final 16. We can see the men making their way across. Just an opportunity as well to thank our supporting partners and everybody who's made the last 3 weeks of this competition possible. If you want to check out all the results, go to liveheats.com.au or LWC, that's Lifesaving World Championships 24.com.au. Shout out to the Queensland Government, the Gold Coast City Council, Tourism and Events Queensland, International Lifesaving and Surf Lifesaving Queensland for all their help over the last 3 weeks. Courtney, it's been a massive couple of weeks of racing, but this is where the big boys and girls come to the fore, isn't it? The Ocean Man, the Ocean Women, they're the best athletes in the world. They're the best athletes in surf sports, and this is one of the toughest events to win. I know you've been close so many times, but what does it take to win an event like this one on a stage that is just so tough?
Yeah, stages is so tough, and a stage is so big as well. You've got the best in the world, and not only that, remember it's September, early September as well, so these athletes have really had to mentally prep and cut their break down. So that's cutting off, going to Bali, overseas, friends' weddings, all those kind of things. So a lot of sacrifices have been made to get them ready for this World Championship. So for me, the Ocean Man and Ocean Woman, that athlete who's made those sacrifices, put the work in the colder months, and then coming to race day, mistake-free. We know that an M shape, it has got so many little details and so many decisions. So really the turnaround in the M shape, going around the cans, the transitions, making sure they're quick. As Ty mentioned, also watching out for those potholes. Yeah,
that's exactly right. The action's not too far away, but before we go to that, we'll take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday's IRB Championships here at Kurrawa. You can see, what about the shots out there? Unbelievable racing. I got down in the thick of the action in those IRB finals. We had that great finals package. Sunset Beach from New Zealand, they were unbelievable. It was some of the best racing I have seen in a long, long time. They were truly fantastic, and it's funny, it's not the boats, it's not the lanes so much, because they continue to perform. The boats were pooled, so it was a bit of a luck of a draw. You got whatever boat you got in whichever lane you got, and Sunset Beach continued to get it done. You can see they're a little bit mad down there in the best kind of way. They absolutely flew, but they did a fantastic job. A few of the Gold Coast clubs really dominated as well. Kira, fantastic. Kurrawa were great. Miami, fantastic. But it was that Sunset Beach team from NZ that they've had an excellent week, both for national teams and here in the Interclub Championships. Yeah,
Sunset Beach. What a name it is as well. Imagine having a club being called Sunset Beach. It's not too bad, but we were up here and watching those drone shots, and they were absolutely beautiful time myself, and just how skillful they are. And not only do they have to be out there and trying to, I guess, control an IRB that they haven't been in before, running, swimming, the pickup, very, very skillful. And we were talking about these are the competitors that you want on your patrol on the weekend.
Yeah, you're spot on there. If I'm drowning, these are the ones I want coming to get me. We saw Broadbeach. They took out the first final of the day. Then it was all Sunset Beach from there on out. I think they won 3 or 4 in a row out there. Kira got one as well. Kira actually, they won the men's mass rescue, I think, for the 3rd straight World Championships. And Ben, the driver out there. He is one of the best in the business, if not the best driver in the world. And I think a few of the guys and girls that have something to say about it, but these are the Sunset Beach girls that just went back to back to back, absolutely dominating there. And didn't we love to watch the action? It was pure chaos in the best way. You can see them swing the boat around, get in, get going, and the tag there, you love to see it. And the skills, that's that Sunset Beach cap there, the green with the 2 yellow stripes. They take a hammering as well out there because they don't tend to slow down too much when those waves are coming. It is full force into it. And look at the skill of the turn there. The 360 whip on the check turn, then out to get the patient, hands up, and a little bit terrifying having one of those boats come at you at full clip, but you got to have full trust in your driver and full commitment to the crewie.
Absolutely. You really need to have a good, strong team. You really trust each other to do your part correctly, should I say. So it was, and also talking about mistake-free. Definitely I noticed in the IB, mistake-free. And we move to the afternoon and we see the wind picked up a little bit. So we've got that open women's board race. And when we lined up and looked at that start line, it was so hot.
Yeah, very, very good competition. A bit of a jam on the cans here. I think this one was the oceanwoman relay in the end, the final here. So Lily O'Sullivan, fresh off a board race win, and really came to the fore in this one. And it was a back and forth ding-dong battle all afternoon long between a couple of those teams. And a couple, of the real big guns: Northcliffe, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Southport, Newport, Maroochydore, Alexandra Headland, Sunshine Beach were all there in the mix. And what a final it was in the end. It ended up coming down to Alexandra Headland and Northcliffe in a sprint up the beach. And it was something truly special to watch, and sometimes you can't beat pure speed.
Yeah, the Alexandra Headlands, they would have been reasonably devastated at the end there because it really came down to the last. It was only the last 5 metres, and you just saw Menix Power come over Woods at the end there, and there wasn't really much else Emma Woods could do. She really put all out there, but we saw here Gemma Smith of that Newport. The lead changed, didn't it? So dramatically every single leg.
I think this was where the race was won, and we didn't realise it until after it was done. There's Georgia Miller in the background against a lot of the sort of pure ski paddlers, and she faded out a little bit, but got 2 runners on the way back to the beach, closed the gap, and almost got to the transition there in second place and gave Naomi Scott a shot at catching Sarah Locke. You can see there goes Naomi Scott into the water, and Georgia Miller's ability to go from 5 or 6 around the cans and give Naomi Scott a shot to get back into this one proved the difference, because with Lani Pallister, Sarah Locke swimming there, Northcliffe had to be close, that is for sure. This is the finish. Pallister was up first, she had to jump, and Woods she shouldn't have stumbled there, she should have just gone. Woods up and away, and we thought for all money she had it, but here comes Chloe Mannix Power. Have a look at this one there. Woods, big smile. She knows she got it done. A very good competitor, Emma Woods, but sometimes you just can't beat speed. The next one up was the men's Ocean Man relay, and once again, we didn't expect to see this. I had an inkling it might happen, but Half Moon Bay led early on, and didn't they perform? They really punched above their weight.
Yeah, we saw how, what Texas really made of out there. He had a phenomenal paddle, and he had that beautiful interview with Ty just saying how much this club means to him, and you could see it. He put it all on the line. They led for a very long time, and as you said, if we're giving out medals for, I guess, our heart out there, we certainly would have given them one, but unfortunately they came in, it could have been for the 4th place. So it's but Benny Carberry, he just came in with the goods, didn't he?
Yeah, this one was one in the ski as well. Ben Carberry's ability, look at him, he went in sort of 2nd and 3rd, and then came out a good sort of 4 or 5 ski lengths in front. And have a look at the transition there. He's a good, he hates it when I say 100. He's a 90-kilo lad. It's pure muscle, and he flies across the water. Kosh got out and into the mix. It wasn't all his own way. Nobby's Beach, another team that sort of punches above its weight here. We understand that they've had a couple of big recruits come in just for this World Championships. Probably won't be there at the Australian Championships in this event, but Nobby's Beach delivered, and Will Savage, the big fella, he's got nice long legs, got right out there. You can see he got the legs up and going, started to really fly. He was going up against Kai Harland, and Burleigh, they're the Australian Taplin Relay champions. They're the World Ocean Man Relay champions, and they are so for a reason. They're really, really good.
Yeah, they were. And that was really smart by Will Savage running out to Kosh there. So he got those legs up and waiting, and I think that was going to be the only opportunity for Emma Woods to beat that Mannix Power is the wade to really, because we do it all the time. We know how to wade. So I think that was that one moment, but it was exciting, and I'm very much looking forward to the mixed ocean relay later on today.
Yeah, very much so. That's an M-shaped relay as well. So double the times through the cans, double the times through the break, double the times around the cans. Ocean Man coming up. I don't know if we're going to go M-shape this morning through the heats because it just takes so long. So traditional format, more than likely through the heats, and then we'll roll it out to an M-shape this afternoon for the final. Heat number 1 coming up. We can see Cooper Williams, Corey Fletcher just having a laugh before we get into this one. Let's take a look at the start list there. Norderstedt from Germany, Mats Buch will go in lane number 1. Charlie Verco from Newport. Odespree in Germany has Greinhardt. Langenberg in Germany, Herbort as well. Paul van Achterberg from Marangi Bay in New Zealand. Wade Krieger from Durban, don't count him out. Former professional Ironman in Australia, spent a lot of time out here, very, very good. I'm going to say on the wrong side of 40, but he can mix it with the big boys when he wants to. Zale Outram from Sunshine Beach. We saw his sister Electra in a couple of those finals yesterday. Expect big things. Will Larvin from Glenelg in South Australia. Pat Ely from Sorrento had a massive board race, won the ski race yesterday. If he can put a swim together, he'll be very good. Cooper Williams from Alex, watch for him in this one. He's my dark horse to win this Ocean Man title. From Portruth in GB, Piran Phillips, great ski paddler. Kubler from Halle Sacres in Germany. Corey Fletcher, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Jake Morris from Nobbies, another one of the up-and-coming absolute weapons, a great ski paddler as well. And Lockie Merchant from Surfers Paradise. That's how they will line up. I'm assuming 8 to go through to round number 2. We have 8 heats. We'll have 4 quarters, 2 semis, and a final this afternoon. Plenty of iron racing coming up. Plenty of big guns in this one. 2 men that I think could possibly win the title when we get to the final this afternoon in Cooper Williams and Corey Fletcher. It wouldn't surprise me if Charlie Verco and Jake Morris were close to the mark as well. And one of the really big wild cards, Courtney Hancock in this race from Sorrento, Pat Ely. He spent time out here at Burleigh to improve his Ironman. He almost won the board race 2 days ago. He won the ski race yesterday. We're about to find out how good he is over the swim. I think he is one of the real big improvers of this summer.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been really a bright, shining star, hasn't he, on the beach at the moment. So it'd be really nice to see him go out there and really get in there with, some of the professional ocean men out there. So we'll wait and see. But so what I'm really looking out to see, obviously we're not doing the M shape this morning, and we are off for that start. So very exciting last day. A little bit sad to say that, but also very exciting to go. But what I'm really looking for in the Ocean Man and Ocean Woman is running. So that is going to be a secret weapon to these athletes. So running, when I say that, is also your dolphin diving, your wading, going around the transitions. It's really having strong, fit, light legs. So for me, the athlete looking here this morning, I think both of us will find our picks for later on this afternoon, and that's what I'm really looking for, because it's the way to be able to recover from that and then get back in the water and still have that same speed. Yeah,
you're spot on there. It's the 4th leg of the Ocean Man event, isn't it? It is really something truly that, I don't know, if you can use as a weapon, if you can work hard at, it's a way to sort of break your competition. And some of the athletes, they have a little rest on that transition, sort of lower the heart rate. But if you can keep that pace up like a Shannon Eckstein used to and a Joe Collins does now, that is where it is at. Jake Morris on the top of the screen in the lead for Nobbies there. Cooper Williams at the bottom from Alexandra Headland. He's the Australian surf race champion. I think he finished in bronze yesterday in the swim, so expect him to lead. Verco in 3rd place, just ahead of Corey Fletcher. Corey Fletcher's had a massive couple of weeks racing for the Australian team, so he is a very tired boy, and it's just a matter of how much he's got left in the tank. Not too far behind him, Lockie Merchant, Pat Ely there as they go round. That's your top 6. A gap back to, it looks like that is Wade Krieger there from Durban. He will go around in not too far. Will Larvin from Glenelg, Zale Outram. He pushes his way around. Piran Phillips, watch him. He's in that green cap with the stripe down the centre from GB. He will be very good on the board and extremely good on the ski. But Talking to Ty on the beach and yourself this morning, Courtney, about who we think are a chance of winning this one, I had Cooper Williams in there as a real dark horse because you can set yourself up in the swim, get a wave. If you get a wave and you can sneak away, then all of a sudden that Ocean Man event becomes super short when you've just got board and ski left. So setting yourself up in the opening leg of any event is so important. And when you've got a start like Cooper Williams does, and you've got a bit of fire in your belly like he does at the moment. I've never seen him train as well as he has this off-season. For the last couple of years, he's been focused, but he's young and he's got other things going on, and he put 100% into the Australian Championships and finished second every year, and the rest of the season he kind of rely off talent. But this time, this is the first year I've seen him go, nah, I'm all in, and I'm all in for the start, and it's really starting to show. And if he can produce his best this afternoon, it'll be very tough to beat him.
Yeah, Cooper Williams, for me, watching him over the last few years, he is such a talent. And I think you're really spot on. You've noticed that, potentially he hasn't maybe put in the off-season from listening to a few of his interviews. But look at him at the moment. He's really setting this pace up, and he looks like he's doing it easy. So not only is he putting a huge, huge gap on the rest of the field, and another thing about Cooper Williams, I don't see a weakness. He can body surf. He can sprint finish well. I like what you said about his start. He gets out of trouble early on, so he's not taxing himself to get out of that trouble anywhere in the race. So he's been second to Ali Day a couple of times in the Australian titles. For me, that would definitely light the fire, having that second a couple of times, especially to the same person. So looking up here at the moment, he looks good. He looks like he's not even out of first gear. But we'll go down to Ty. He's right in there with the action on the transition zone.
Yeah, the boys that come around now, and as you mentioned, their courts as well. They look totally relaxed. I love the new haircut and the style of Cooper as he goes around, looking comfortable. Morris tucked in behind. They're just doing enough to qualify through because they know at the end of the day, come this afternoon, the finals package, they need as much energy as possible. Now we go to Charlie Verco. Now he's looked good as well last couple of days. Very unlucky in the board race. He's come around there in third. Good move, Service Paradise there. They got Pat. Well, there's Patrick Ely there. We spoke about how would he go on his swimming ability. Well, there you have it. He's come around in fifth. Looks good now going into two of his favoured legs of the board and ski with Corey Fletcher right on his heels.
Yeah, thanks, Ty. And I think energy management is a big one here. These guys, if they want to go the entire way, they're going to have a heat, quarter, semi this morning, a little bit of a gap to that final this afternoon. And that's realistically your top 8. Larvin goes round, Outram and Wade Krieger. So that is right on the edge of the top 8 there. These guys at the front, they're that good that they know that this one, well, it might be considered a little bit of a warm-up for them. I'm sure they would have done something before this race, but you get yourself out of trouble early on and you just manage this one round because the rounds are going to get progressively harder as you go through, and you need that energy. And four Ocean Mans in a day is extremely tough at this level especially, and you're going to have to be at your best this afternoon. So if there's the opportunity to switch off, save a little bit of energy, you got to take it when it comes.
Yeah, absolutely, especially for someone like Corey Fletcher who's had a huge 2-week program. So for him, any possibility to save as much energy as you're spot on there, Josh, then you have to do it and take that moment. So at the moment, speaking of that, Cooper Williams was just sitting behind Jake Morris. I think he felt like, I led the swim, so now it's your turn to go and lead the board. He had a little look behind just to count the numbers. There's not too much swell out there at the moment, so there's not going to be too much of a wave coming through. But at the same time, you want to be nicely up the front, away from that, I guess, ninth position.
I don't know if it happened in the women's side of things, but in the men's, there was always a little bit of a, hey, young buck, it's time for you to lead and, get to the front and get going. I had a few guys going through transition say to me, "Oi, you better drag me around in the swim." So a few times there I'd say, "Yes, sir," "No, sir," "3 bags full, sir," and did the job. But on the way home, it's every man for themselves as Cooper Williams tries to find a couple of little runners there. Corey Fletcher in the background, he was going at less. I would say it was barely 50% and he was cruising around, but there's still a bit of a race on for that 8th spot. Will Larvin, Wade Krieger, and in the background, Zal Outram as well. They're sort of in 7, 8 and 9, and it's all fun and games until you get caught in the final leg in a sprint finish because you've been taking it so easy going around like that one. You don't want to be caught in a sprint finish in a heat, that's for sure. Big moves from Eli on the far side there. He's cut down that one very, very nicely. Cooper Williams, and then on that edge there, Jake Morris. The 3 Morris brothers will go round today. Zach, the oldest for Northcliffe, he's had a hell of a week as well. The world surf race champion. His brother Mitch there, they got a medal in the Taplin relay yesterday afternoon. And Jakey boy, he's had a massive winter as well. World Junior Kayaking Championships, now back here racing for Nobby's Beach at the World Surf Life Saving Championships. He's a talented lad. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw him at the Olympic Games. LA maybe. Brisbane 2032, almost definitely. That is his sort of zone there, but we don't want to see him go away from iron racing either. He's one of the best in the business in this, and he's so close to the top level.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that yesterday. I think I can imagine one of his goals would be making that Olympics, whether it's LA or whether it's, whether he's ready for that one or whether it's Brisbane. So, yes, but at the same time, he's fantastic to watch himself and his brothers out there. So much talent. I always think how much the mum and dad go through food. I mean, that bill every week, can you imagine the
three
amount?
big boys, that's exactly right. Ty Dowker, are you down on the beach? The race for the top 8, well, it's not exactly heating up, but it's pretty tight there. Zale Outram and Wade Krieger right on the edge of that top 8 to get through to the next round.
Yeah, the boys are in the red zone, aren't they? Or just inside the red zone. And being contested as well, Tuckmon looks like there's potentially maybe an Avoca Cup trying to see coming through as well. But Wade Krieger's a great story. I'm actually going to grab an interview at the end because he first represented the South African team back in 2002. I actually see him, he resides in Australia now. I see him down training at Pizzey Park at Miami once a week as well. And he's a true lifesaver from that of South Africa. So red zone at the moment, we've probably got 3 going for 2 positions, but the boys out in front look very comfortable.
Yeah, don't they ever? That is for sure. I think Will Larvin from Glenelg and then Piran Phillips. We saw Piran this morning, the poster boy of GB paddling and surf sports. He's making his way in as well. But have a look at that out in front. Easy work for Jakey Morris there. You love to see that. And good technique, obviously, coming out of that kayaking program. Big, strong lad. And that's what it's supposed to look like. And when you can hold your technique like that, third leg of an Ocean Man event, you know you are very, very good. The man who won the ski race yesterday, Elate, has moved up into second ahead of Cooper Williams. Charlie Verco still in third, working his way around. And then just going out of shot there. That's the race for 8th place. And, well, Paddy from Sorrento, he was unbelievable yesterday. I saw him this morning. He couldn't wipe the smile off his face. He was so excited with his performance. And he said, I'm going to have a real crack at the iron today. And I think he wants to do well in this. That's why he's made the move over. He said he's not leaving Sorrento at all. He's still part of that club. He's going to stay there for a long time. But he's enjoyed his time out here on the East Coast training with the Burley guys under Michael King, and I think it's made a bit of a difference here for his iron just to be with some different people, and a change is as good as a holiday, and he is certainly on fire here in the Ocean Man event.
And as we were just speaking, how beautiful are those waves coming through. It does again, it looks, as we heard from Ty just before, it's looking like it picks up about that 9, 10 o'clock and then it drops back down, the tide goes out. But I potentially think we're looking at Jake Morris, a future Australian ski champion right there. And I also love how our ski men and women are doing the iron. When back years ago, Josh and you and ourselves, we were, rookies and racing. You kind of had people specialise, and you wouldn't see a lot of ski paddlers do the iron person. But here we go. We've got 2 of the best ski paddlers, and they're out the front looking like this heat 1. They're going to take position 1 and 2.
Yeah, fantastic performance from both these men there. Pat, no dramas. Jake Morris, first blood here in the Ocean Man. Heat number 1, and he does it in an absolute canter. No issues at all. Second place, Sorrento. So Nobbies and Sorrento, 1 and 2. It's not the top end that we're all that worried about. These guys did it pretty easy. It's that 7, 8 and 9 where the real action is. Charlie Verco from the Newport Club, fresh off a win at the Molokai to Oahu World Paddleboarding Championships. That's your downwind over 50 kilometres. He is an absolute endurance animal. He gets through there. Cooper Williams from Alexandra Headland. He doesn't even look like he's puffing either. Set himself up well in that swim, and I think just basically cut it off after that. So a great performance from Cooper Williams. We heard from his brother Bailey yesterday and about the good things he is doing there. Corey Fletcher is through, no dramas at all either. Lockie Merchant across the line, Corey Fletcher, Zale Outram, and I think Wade Krieger might just steal the final spot in the next round. We'll wait and see. That's Zale crossing the line there. Wade Krieger, the red cap with the Durban symbol on it. Yes, he will. Good to see the big lad at his absolute fittest and finest. He was a mean man. He could absolutely go in terms of Ocean Man racing. He gets across the line there, survives, and we say goodbye, unfortunately, to Piran Phillips from the Portruth Club, there in GB. And we say goodbye as well to Will Larvin of Glenelg. So unfortunately, their journey in the Ocean Man does not continue, but we've got a couple of big names through very comfortably, and then a couple who we probably wouldn't have been talking about at the start of the day, but will be a shot this afternoon. And Pat from Sorrento, Jake Morris, count them in, that is for sure. Highlights, swim fast and cruise your way through. That is probably the game plan in most of these heats this morning. We're going to head down to Ty Dowker on the beach. He has a couple of big lads down there with him and a couple of men through to the next round.
Yeah, so many great stories on the beach. This one in particular, obviously, we spoke about the big day of this man yesterday, Pat, and you've just got through to the quarterfinal, the semi-final, quarterfinal coming up. That's good to get the first one out. Obviously, the swim, the board, and the ski, but quarterfinal, mate, you're through the next round.
Yeah, for sure. Really looking forward to the iron heats, quarter semis today. So, yeah, just looking to get through all the rounds and see how we go.
World ski champion, how'd you sleep last night?
I actually got home, I was pretty tired, so 8 o'clock I reckon I was in bed and asleep. So, yeah, had a good little nap.
Well done, mate. Well, we spoke about winning the Interclub yesterday World Championship, but this man over here, he just said, how do I go? I see you qualified. He said, I thought I'd come ninth. This is Wade Kruger now. In 2002, he's a very proud South African. He represented the South African national team and got second in the ski in 2002. And we've got our Interclub world champion here from 2024. 22 years difference, 41 years of age, and has now made the quarterfinal here at the World Championships, mate. You love your surf sports. You're a proud South African as well, and you love your iron person racing or ocean man racing. You're through the quarterfinal. How does that feel?
It's a great feeling being down here at Karawa. This was my past training beach with old Phil Clayton. Absolutely love the sport, and the goal now is just keep fit and healthy, and if I get a result every now and again, it's an icing on top of the cake.
Well, you got the result, mate. Let's talk about him representing the club at Durban as well. Do you want to have a shout out to the crew back there in Durban? I know you're a very proud South African.
Awesome to be racing for Durban Surf. I was a coach there for 7 years, and to come down here and to be able to represent the club is a proud moment for myself. And I wish all the other competitors in South Africa a great season, and I wish everyone on the beach today a great season for the year ahead.
He's a great man, Wade Kruger, as well. And he spoke about Durban Surf Club back in rescue with 1996 Durban hosted. And also they won the Interclub back then in Durban as well. So a proud history with the club in that of surf sports and lifesaving.
Yeah, I've still got to hear that around the coffee table at Durban Surf. It was a proud moment for the guys. I think we had a really good swimming background then and 1 or 2 swimming coaches involved in the club. And that sort of precipitated that amazing result. They had a hardcore attitude back then. They've chilled out a bit more since then. But I hope the internationals try and represent the best way they can.
Well, you're representing well. The old boys still got it. What about this? The young gun up and about as well. They're through the quarterfinal. Looking forward to see them firing up very shortly. Back to you guys.
Thanks for that, Ty. Great stuff. The past meets the future. That is for sure. And Wade, he's such a good dude. Great attitude towards the sport. Everybody loves him on the beach. Everyone is a Wade Krieger fan there. We love it. And we wish him the best of luck in the next round. It only gets harder from here, but that's all right. That's what it's all about. Down on the line, heat number 2. Not too far away. And I think we're taking a look. This might be heat number 3, actually. Sorry. Heat number 2 going on in the other area. So this one, Ewan Hobbes from Dordrecht Reddings Brigade in the Netherlands. Nathan Proctor from Mount Maunganui. Adam Palmer. We'll talk about him, but it's good to see him back. Nick Franklin from Williamstown Surf Lifesaving Club. I think they're the Victorians. Former IRB champion club as well, I'm pretty sure. Zachy Morris won the surf race yesterday from BMT Northcliffe. Mario Avilia Abraccio from Club Deportivo Nacional Aldeia from España. Joel Piper from Maroochydore. Bevel Aqua, the board race champion from just 2 days ago from BMD Northcliffe. Noel Lebrun from Biarritz in France. Hector Moreno from Club Deportivo in Spain. Sean Riley, young gun, up-and-comer, very good from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Cami Matthias from Cabreton in France as well. Kai Kinsella, watch for him from Tugen. Cooper Bessel from Dickey Beach. And Jeremiah Bastian from Otisbury in Germany. Few we know very, very well, Courtney. A few that we've never seen before and we're about to learn a little bit about. But it is Zach Morris, Adam Palmer going to the fore right now. A few of the others trying to loom up on the other side. And, well, when you're the World Surf Race champion and you've got a weapon, you've got to use it, don't you?
Absolutely, and you said it just before in the other race. If you can get out there and have a really good start, swim first, good start, swim fast, you can really settle yourself in when you hit that end of this string can and just set your ocean man up. And that's exactly what Zach Morris is doing. He knows he's in form, so get out in front, get out of the busyness, save that energy, and he's doing that right now.
I think it's this sort of, I guess it's a thing in surf. You've got to go out fast because if the backmarkers get a wave on you in that opening leg, no harm done. But if you're behind and you're looking for a wave, you're praying to get back into it, there's every chance that the leader gets one and it's gone before you know it. So you can't always do it. It's difficult. When you've got the likes of Zach Morris in this sort of one and they start to rip in, it can become very, very hard. But you've got to get yourself set up. You've got to get out in front. You've got to get out of the trouble. And that is one of the most important parts of a surf sports event. It's Northcliffe Maroochydore there. Jolie Piper and Adam Palmer with Matt Bevilacqua splitting them as well. Palmer's an interesting one. He had one of the best board paddling seasons I've seen in a long, long time, just 2 summers ago. Just won everywhere and won everything. But has some back injuries last year and sort of in the last 18 months, couldn't race, could barely train. And everybody was just waiting for Palmer to come back. When's he going to come back? When's he going to race? And he just couldn't do it. He's had a little bit of a period where he's not injured. Back's gotten better. Injuries are kind of all gone. And he's been racing not at his best here at this World Championships, but there's been glimpses of it, and it's great to see.
Oh, it's fantastic to have him come back, especially with injury, and at such a young age as well. He's only really starting his Ocean Man career, so lovely to see him coming back, representing Maroochydore there. And Joel Piper, he has moved down the coast to the Gold Coast, but he's a dark horse, I really feel. He trains really hard. I've heard really great things about him. I've seen his family on the beach. They look very supportive. So I think for me, he's a dark horse coming into this World Championships. And he's also a young gun as well. Remember, they're all very young. We've only just really seen them really pop out of the under-19. So, and as well as saying that, Zach Morris, he's still only young as well.
I don't know much about Joel Piper's training, but it seems like, and he's only young, a huge talent, and he will be very good for a very, very long time. But it seems like he just sort of struggled through that early part of the season. He'd struggle at the Ironman Series trial. He wouldn't have a good sort of lead up into Christmas. And then somewhere mid-January, February into Aussies, he would almost become unstoppable working his way through. We'll catch up with that in a second. Ty Dowker down on the beach. Jolie Piper, he leads this one from Bevilacqua and Morris.
Yeah, Jolie goes past just in front of me at the moment, and Bevy, then Zach Morris as well, Shawnee Riley's there, and Adam Palmer. So quite interesting thing with this heat lining up. There's 8 heats, as we spoke about earlier, that there's a little bit more seriousness in the eyes because a little bit more tempo. Like Kai Kinsella just goes round now. What's that in 6? Then we've got 7, 8, and 9. So Bayrit's up there as well, which is great to see. And I just had a chat to Aaron Morris. That's the father of Zach Morris. I said, how's the boy feeling? He goes, mate, he feels pretty good. My only concern is the big load that he had through the team event. But Zach Morris looking good up in the pointy end. And this is heat number 3 up and about.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ty. You're spot on. This one's a little bit faster. But back to Joel Piper, the last part of his season would be unbelievable. He could be competitive with anybody in the sport and he'd win constantly. But he just couldn't get the first half right, and it'd leave him out of the point score. It'd leave him out of the Iron Series. But I think this year, maybe there's been a change. Maybe he's realised he's got to do something a little different, and he's looked really, really good here at the World Championships. Hasn't got sort of a win or a podium or anything, but he's been close, and watching him go round, he's been competitive. And maybe this is the year for Joel Piper where if he can put a proper sort of 6-month season together, he could almost be unstoppable.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you, Josh. I've been watching him over the last, that year or two, and he's right there really nipping on the feet of the likes of, Matt Bevilacqua, just wanting to get his spot. So they're the athletes you've got to look out for. They're the dangerous ones. They're the ones with the fire in their belly. So we'll see. I believe we'll see some really great things from him. But a little tip, I think, in our sport is...
Talk to me.
Yes, here we go. World titles and the Coolangatta Gold. So
I need to hear it.
So people ask, a lot of the time, well, you do the Coolangatta Gold every year, or do you do world titles as well? Like, how did you make that work? It's so early in the season. Well, my little tip is, we might actually have a little bit of a set coming up anyway. We'll get to that in a moment, but as we see, Joel Piper and Matt Bevelak were so good on those runners.
Yeah, trying to get down.
My little tip is that it gets you moving and get going. It gives you a goal to get fit for in that off-season where, especially Sydney competitors, it may get a little bit cold, but it gives you that opportunity to get really, really fit in your September area with these athletes right now. So if you get an illness, a little injury, and you have to back off running or something like that in the main part of the season, you know what? It's okay, because in our sport, you can't catch up, especially that November, December, January. But you can set yourself up with a really great preseason, and if something like that happens, there's no stress because you know what you've been doing for that 6 months.
Yeah, you're spot on. And there's a couple of ideas in our sport that I don't think actually exist, in that the gold will make me flat for the whole of the summer. If you've got a good coach and you've got a good program and you've got a good understanding of yourself as an athlete, you rest and recover. It's just an old school idea that doesn't actually work. And I think Ali Day, yourself, Lana Rogers, Georgia Miller, Matt Bevelak, Joe Collins, you list those people, they're the ones who do the gold, they're the ones who win the series, they're the ones who win the World Ocean Series and the Australian title. They're just good, and they're better, and they're fitter, and they're faster. And I think there's a bit of a fear that they'll set themselves up or do all this work and I'll be tired and exhausted. I think for professional ocean men, ocean women, if you aren't doing the Coolangatta Gold World Championships, one of the two, both in some cases, I don't think you're taking it seriously. And some athletes, they're not built for it. They don't want to do it. That's fine too. But I think the top-level guys, they're really performing at that level. Ty Dowker on the beach. This race is starting to come to a head. It is very tight in the top end. There's sort of 6 or 7 in that group, and then this is where things start to get interesting.
Yeah, most definitely, especially around that 8th position. So we've got at the moment Mount Maunganui, Biarritz, and looks like Bessel there from Diggy Beach going out. So only 2 out of those 3 will go through. And the other thing too is this shore break will play more of a part as the day goes on. It's got more punch than what we probably saw the last few days. And it's more about the win, I'll say, periods. So a lot of swell together. And you get an opportunity to get a little pocket or a window to get out, make huge dividends. But the big boys come out the plane. I love the look of Joel Piper out in front, but in particular that of Bevy and Zach Morris. They'll be right up there towards the end of today in that finals package.
I think you're spot on there, Ty. And does it seem like down on the beach, if you're still there with us, Ty, it's a bit of guys who are maybe flat stick trying to just qualify through, and then those boys at the top, they are barely going at 50%. They look very, very comfortable. It's almost astonishing at how easy they're making this look.
Yeah, it's exactly what you said earlier, Joshy, about energy conservation. So they always want to start well because you don't want to be playing catch-up in the word go, like we saw with the Cooper Williams in Heat 1 as well. So they'll set themselves up in that swim leg, and then it's a matter of just controlling and working. You see them working off each other as well. But they're probably, to be honest, they're probably working about a 6, maybe a 7 out of 10 if they need to, but taking it very, very comfortable at the moment. But the tempo will pick up come quarterfinal. And I tell you what, this morning, it's all about the semi-final and make the big dance.
You're spot on there, Ty. You cannot win it if you don't have a spot in the final. Our leaders start to wind up. That is Bevilacqua on the red there. Jolie Piper just cuts in very tightly. He's got the pink tail, the grey nose, the all-pink ski, Zachy Morris. He is the World Surf Race Champion, the World Board Race Champion there in the red. Just behind him, Sean Riley on the pink ski, coming down a wave with Kai Kinsella of Tugun there. They're going to get a run here. This is exactly what you want. Nice little wave. Kai Kinsella just cutting across. A few of the boys really starting to cut across there. So that's a top 5. Adam Palmer from Maroochydore just been left behind. He has that, well, I think that's Hilux sand or Torpy sand, the colour of his ski there. But I think it's the traditional Land Cruiser colour out there, so a big shout out to him. Oh, Zachy Morris just thinks better of it. I think he was a bit worried. Bevilacqua looks over his shoulder there and goes, we'll be all right. Shoots it out in front there, a little bit of a ticket to ride for the top 4 here. So Riley at the top, Pipe up, Bevilacqua, Kai Kinsella there. Kinsella's another one that he could do really well in this one. He had an unbelievable summer last summer. He really stepped up, fantastic performance, but with his swim, if he can get himself out in front, get himself a body wave, and there's no better body surfer in the entire world, competes in the World Body Surfing Series. He's got the World Body Surfing Championship, I think, next year coming up at Coolum Beach. So the guys up there, I think they're the Coolum Wedgies up there. I think that's what they're called. But They held the World Body Surfing Championships, and Kai Kinsella is a big man in the World Body Surfing Championships up there. So 1, Bevilacqua, Kinsella 2, Riley 3, Jolly Piper sneaks there in 4. Zachy Morris in 5. I think Adam Palmer in 6, 7 and 8 for these two gentlemen. So that will be all she wrote. Oh, no, maybe Cooper Bessel in 7th place. He'll come around, and that is LeBrun there from Bay Ritz. Will get across the line in 8th. And unfortunately, we say goodbye to Proctor from Mount Maunganui there. That is not what he wanted, but the brutal part of surf sports racing, only so many spots in the next round.
Yeah, it's only 8 going through. It's very, very competitive, and it's, as you said, it's going to get quicker and quicker as we move forward to the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and 8 going through, only 16 in that final. It's not many, the best 16 in the world. So once we get to those semifinals, it is going to be incredibly fast.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And like Ty said, and you've said it a few times as well, that semifinals, you've got to treat it like a final. You've got to be all in on it, and if you're not, there's an opportunity that you'll miss out there. That is for sure. You can see very, very cruisy from these gentlemen down here. And Ty Dowker's on the beach with a man that we're very familiar with, and a man that I've seen a few times as well. We've got the Frenchman and someone with an Italian background, but he's an Aussie, Matt Bevilacqua, down there with LeBrun as well.
Yeah, let's start with LeBrun, because what a great story. Like, look at this cap, it's a Bay Ritz from there of France, and he just said to me, that was very cool, mate. You're through the quarterfinal. Yeah. Feels good.
Yeah, very cool. I'm happy to be here. I did the international just before, so that's very hard to be here too.
I thought you raced very, very well, obviously in the internationals as well, but it was a good team for Team France as well, and you got a good few results.
Yeah, I'm happy. Top 10 in all the events, so that's cool for the first one. I'm made to be here 6 years after.
How good. I love the smile as well. What about the bookends now? LeBrun as well. We had Matt Bevilacqua talk about great smiles. An older statesman of the world titles as well. Obviously, it's about getting through as well, mate, for yourself. I had a huge day 2 days ago in terms of your program. Yesterday, also loaded up, but today's the big one with the Ocean Man event.
Yeah, it is the big one. It's been a huge campaign for BMD Northcliffe and been awesome to be a part of it. But yeah, like you said, the M-shape iron last week for the teams event was just really exciting to watch. I was on the sidelines there cheering on the boys, and just hopefully put on a good show this afternoon. It should be a great event.
Conditions as well, a little bit more punch probably this morning. You experienced that coming on the ski as well, the little double up there on the shore break. Yeah,
it's still a bit of swell around. There has been all week, to be honest. The high tide shows a little bit more of its face, but yeah, once that low tide drops out, the Outer Banks starts reeling a bit, and there's enough going on to make a difference. So it should be exciting to watch from the beach, and we'll be heads on a swivel, I reckon, out there in the ocean.
How good to have Bay Ritz here as well. He's a good-looking rooster, isn't he? What about the smile and dial? How good is this?
Yeah, he's awesome. We met 2 years ago in Bay Ritz. It's such a beautiful part of the world, and I was up there with Joe Collins racing for Australia and stuff, and they've just got a really growing contingent over there in France, and they've got a nice rivalry with Hossiger, and I can't wait to get Brielle over there one day soon and hang out with him and do a few sessions.
Plenty of international flavour, but before we go, I want to go down the lens in French. All right, in French, say hello to all those back in France.
Bonjour à tous. Merci beaucoup de nous suivre sur les réseaux sociaux, c'est hyper cool. Bon voilà, on a fait une belle compète, c'est pas fini encore les quarts de finale, et j'espère passer après au prochain tour.
You get that, Bevy, where'd you go? Mate, love your work, LeBrun. There you have it, guys. Back to you. Well done. They're up and about.
Yeah, fantastic performance there. He's been in all the action all weekend long. They had a fantastic couple of days. I think they got a B final win in a couple of events. They were trying to get in the A final in a few as well. So the Bay Ritz crew are doing a fantastic job. That is your top 10 from that heat there. Heat number 3, Bevilacqua, Kinsella, Riley, Piper, Morris, Palmer, Bessel, and LeBrun there. Fantastic performance. A few other heats have been rolling through as well. I might try and run through. We've got Heat 2 results coming up. Asking You Shall Receive. The team here absolutely on fire. Jacko Borg getting it done ahead of Kai Harlan, Jaden Murphy, Highfield, Riley Harlan, Ollie Monaghan, Hayden Cotter, Jackson McCleary from Maroubra getting it done. And unfortunately, Joe Wilson and Tommy Lewis missing out. The boys there. That's a tough one as well. A lot of quality in it and a lot of guys that will be sort of expecting to be in the final. Heat 4 has been run and won. Also, that was Connor Maggs, Askew, Lukey Chapman, Braden Casamento, Lachlan Warrior, Ryan Green, Gilling and Keane got through there. Chris Bolt from Clifton in Tasmania misses out. we're not too far away. Heat number 5, it looks like, coming up next, I think. That is on the line, and not a bad little lineup here either. Swim, board, ski, the order in all of these heats this morning. Let's take a look. Bannister from Cronulla. Well, King from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, son of the great Michael King, and a hell of a little Ironman in his own right. Dickie from Haasfinkel, Morris there as well. We'll go down the page. Sheepers from Clifton, Sutton, Serrano, Honnold, Wessarg, Noah Lombard, Corey Taylor. That is an interesting one. The man Corey Taylor from Midway. Jesse Coulson from Half Moon Bay was in that team yesterday. Barthel from Norderstedt, Bond from Currawa, and Darfur from Marangi Bay. Corey Taylor, the defending Ocean Man World Champion from 2022 as part of the New Zealand team. We saw him go around for New Zealand earlier in the week. You spoke about the Coolangatta Gold before. He has gone away in the last sort of 4 or 5 days, hasn't done any of the other events, racing for Midway, the club that his father raced for. I think his father won a world ski title a long time ago at the World Championships. He's been doing Coolangatta Gold sessions for the last 3 or 4 days here at home, training on his own. I saw yesterday morning he might have done 10K on the ski, 5 on the board, and 10K run. So 25K yesterday to roll into this one here today from the big fella. It might not be his full focus, but he'll be in the mix without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. He's so tough, Corey Taylor, and he can really do it all. He's not only a phenomenal athlete in that Coolangatta Gold, but he could run, 10K running. He does that incredibly fast. He's around, that 3-minute pace, for holding per a K, and he's also explosive. So he's one of those very athletes with that rare talent that can do that both. He's had to manage himself over the last week, but he's an experienced athlete. He knows how to do it. So really looking forward to seeing him racing, and also obviously a lovely person as well. Yeah,
Mitchy Morris will lead them round. Watch for Benny Sutton from Wanda, Zachy King. They could all swim. King in second place. Probably Coulson from Half Moon Bay just working his way up into third as well. So looking very strong. Jacko Bond having a great swim in fourth place. A little bit of work to do for Taylor a little bit further back, but that is okay. A long way to go in this one, that is for sure. And a real gap has established between, it looks like Dicky from Haasfinkel there, just coming around the cans, the German club, Honnold from Langenberg as well. So the gap back between maybe Sheepers just on the end there of this group and the rest of the field, that is proving the difference at the moment. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's your top 8 at the moment. Benny Sutton, as he goes around the green and gold right now, is in that top 8 with Bannister there. Corey Taylor, Bond. Looks like one of the other lads there working his way into it as well. But out in front, we've had all the Morrises so far. Zach, Jake, and now Mitch's turn. Mitch and Jake, obviously the twins. Mitch, probably a couple more results in terms of that top open level. Both lads very, very good. Mitch, he's in that Shaw and Partners Iron Series later in the summer. He got himself the next-gen wild card into that one. So that'll be interesting to see how he mixes it with the big boys. And there's no hiding in the juniors anymore. You are up at the top level, and he'll find himself in the final you'd expect of this Ocean Man event. And there's no hiding there. No more racing with the kids. Absolutely. And he is so young, but he's had so much experience racing up against the older Ocean Men, and his brother obviously being one of those. And his body surfing skills is just going to be challenged at the moment, whether he can find his way down, milk his way down. There's nobody just off the back there. So they're tricky to get, but you've really got to make sure you work, getting that streamline kick. And if you can work and get them the whole way through, you're going to get yourself across those potholes. And for me, if you gave me the decision of body surfing and holding my breath a little bit longer or going across the potholes, I know what I'd pick. But in saying that, Zach King, been obviously listening to his dad, he body surfed very well there and got himself and saved a little bit of energy. Yeah, he's done a great job. Zachy boy, I've known him for a long time. He's a good lad and a very, very good athlete. Nobody works harder. Morris, King, Coulson, 1, 2, 3. Northcliffe, Burleigh, Half Moon Bay. They've been the big movers here at the World Championships, Half Moon Bay, and it's been great to see. Corey Taylor, didn't recognise the cap, but that is the midway cap of Corey Taylor in 4th place. He'll come around. It doesn't look like that work is hurting him. He's an absolute weapon and very, very good in sort of those M-shaped courses as well. He's one to watch here. He'll jump on in 3rd place, the defending champion. A great performance from him there. Bond makes his way into the water. down on the beach. Ty, are you there? Talk to me about Corey Taylor. He's been doing a hell of a lot of work during the week. Maybe the focus isn't here on this Ocean Man title, but still, he looks super comfortable.
Yeah, he does look comfortable. Obviously, you got CT in the different cup, like you mentioned, his home cup as well, which we've got to see. He actually looked really relaxed this morning. I saw him walk in through the festival zone this morning, had a little bit of a chat to him as well. But like you said, he's come off a massive program from last week. I think it's all about just doing the business, getting through at the moment. We've got 9 in that top lead pack and 8 go through. And I've got the head coach of Karawa, obviously hosting the event here with now Guy Andrews and GA. What a proud moment for hosting the Lifesaving World Championships on your home beach at Karawa.
Mate, big shout out to all the old boys and Karawa members that have been the workforce here, and the surf club's really putting on an amazing show. And the Gold Coast, wouldn't you just want to move here?
Mate, you're an Ironman legend as well, but you've got a good little cattle coming through the Karawa ranks here as well, especially in the Open Man event coming up with Chapman, as mentioned, he qualifying through, but good cattle here at Karawa.
Yeah, mate, we're on a rebuild. I've been there. This is my start of my 3rd season, so we're really trying to attract new members, and we've got a good program, got good coaching, we've got great support with the infrastructure here, so it's just a matter of developing over the next few years.
And just very quickly, mate, Masters, you're driving cars, you're coaching, you're racing Masters competitors, and you're also picking up world title medals.
Yeah, mate, I like to keep active. It's nice to keep in there. Well, you get sort of incidentally fit training with the squad, and wanted to help the teams in the Masters, and we've got a few championships there. And, of course, I love my cars. Always have, Ty, as you know. And, I like to keep active and keep interested and keep competitive,
Ironman, Ocean Man legend Guy Andrews, back to you guys, and this one's starting to heat up.
It is starting to heat up. Stunt driver as well for the Mad Max movies, so he lives a hell of a life, Guy Andrews. And, well, he was a hell of an Ocean Man back in the day, and he's still an athlete. I go to a couple of events here, there and everywhere, and Guy Andrews is still at the front of adventure racing, cross tries, you name it, Guy Andrews does it, and I would not like to get into a car with him because it is a wild ride. But his young lad at the moment is really fighting it out for that top 8. That's Jackson Bond, the yellow cap, white and blue stripes down the centre. Benny Sutton from Wanda there, just sitting outside, and that is the full picture. Out in front, no dramas at all. Zachy King cruising along as well. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in shot. So it is Sutton just sitting on at the edge. Corey Taylor, that red nose of his board, working his way through, but out in front, Zach King on the right, Mitch Morris on the left there. They're doing this very comfortably. And once again, set yourself up in the swim, and then you can really choose when to fire up, when to turn off. There's 2 out in front, another 6 there. So if you're not on this wave, you're not going through the next round at this point. These boys, they're comfortable for now, but it's not over yet.
You really got to work for your money out there. There's a lot of the time we're seeing the waves come through right towards the end there. So really having to work today, but it's pretty simple, isn't it? Have a good swim, get out there fast, get out in front, and I tell you what, make it hard for everyone else to catch you. So that seems to be, I feel like, the motto of the day. Well, certainly this early Ocean Man round ones. It's I think you've got to be on right from the start. It's really important to treat it as a 50-metre blowout. Absolutely go for it. So we saw Cooper Williams obviously be one of the top athletes to do that.
Yeah, and I think Corey Taylor understands. He's probably, he's there in 3rd place, but he jumped on the ski a little bit further back, and he's absolutely given it some. He knows that it's a little tighter than he would like, and he's decided to absolutely blow it out here. He's already gone up past Zach King into 2nd place. He's going to jump onto the tail of Mitchy Morris there, and that's experience for you. It's getting late in the game. It's a little closer than he probably would have liked, and he'll just put his foot on the accelerator out to that first can and make sure that he's in the safety zone. And the man from Midway in New Zealand, he trains out here at BMD Northcliffe. He has done it all in the sport, and, well, cometh the moment, cometh the man. He knows how to get himself through. There'll be no mistakes for Corey Taylor.
And Corey Taylor, he races smart, he's experienced. He'd be looking forward and thinking, okay, I'm in top 8 at the moment, but I'm on a wave with 5 other guys. There's a couple of guys in front of me. So I know he would have been thinking to himself, I don't want to be in a wave towards the end like we saw in the heat before with Matt Bevilacqua. Coming down, it peaks up a little bit. I'm with 9 other competitors. I've given myself the opportunity for someone to slew into me. Yep. So he's gone, okay, I'm going to get out in the front. And it was very smart because when you are on a wave with 8 other people, there's an opportunity for 7 other people to take you out. And we saw that in the Open Women's surf ski final of the World Championship. So Very smart by Corey Taylor. And he's also having a little blowout on his ski as well. You know, as you've seen saying, he's had a really big week. So good opportunity for him to work into things. And the way that he caught up and the amount of distance he put down is very scary for all the other ocean men.
Oh, 100% there. And he's going to get better as this race goes on. When you go back and start to do that kind of work, and that was sort of the race there for the top 8 at the moment. Bannister might be right on the edge. So Mitchy Morris there in 1. The man we were talking about, Corey Taylor, on the left in 2. Coming through the middle, there's a few, maybe Darfur starting to work into it as well. Zaki King, Lombard from Clifton in South Africa. Watch for him. He's coming out to do the Coolangatta Gold as well. So he is absolutely on fire. Jesse Coulson was there. Benny Sutton as well. They start to work their way home, and you can see the difference on the way back to the way out for Corey Taylor. He is just cruising along. Morris finds a little runner. Will put the power down ever so slightly and work their way into it. All these men looked good. You can't take too much from these heats because none of them really have been pushed all that hard. It's probably the guys just getting themselves through, just qualifying, where it's a little bit more of a pressure cooker for them. But the guys out in front doing it very, very easily. No issues for the men on the front 2 waves. A couple coming down. Jesse Coulson will get through. That's him on the pink in the background. And maybe Benny Sutton there from... Will Bannister there in the background for Cronulla. They'll trot up and around. Heat number 5 of the Ocean Man event. We have 8 heats, 8 going through. I don't know what you take away from these ones so far. The good guys are good. They fit, they're firing, they're ready to go, but there's still a long way to go before the final in this one, and there's a lot of this story yet to be written without a shadow of a doubt. So that's our top 4 across the line there. Lombard and then Coulson there. Benny Sutton from Wanda. That's that light blue, dark blue and red cap. The famous Wanda cap there. He'll come across as well. He'll look like he gets himself through, and maybe Will Bannister might be the final one through to the next round. Morris, Taylor, Darfur, King, Lombard goes through there, and that is your top 8.
Yeah, remember we've got 8 heats to get through, so still a couple more to go. We look at going back to a couple of the heats. We have Connor Maggs. He came through and he won that heat number 4. He didn't have his season. He obviously had an amazing season 2 years ago when he was in that under-17s Australian titles, but he's been through a couple of glandular fever, a lot of sickness over the last 12 months. So he's been racing in the professional series, but not at his full capacity. So Connor Maggs, it'd be really nice to see him come back. He's definitely a star of the sport, but at the moment we'll go down to Ty Dowker on the beach.
Midway here, obviously CT and Jack here from Mairangi Cup as well. Mairangi Bay of New Zealand. We've got people walking through the interview as well. You've got to love it. That's right, he's a local, Jackson, he's allowed. But first of all, mate, it's all about qualifying today and getting through, but you must be happy with that one, Jack.
Yeah, of course, just to get the arms moving, the blood flowing, and see how far we can go today.
Mate, all the way, I reckon. And what about this? You've got CT there. Obviously, you train Australia with CT at Northcliffe as well. Proud moment to represent your New Zealand club cap, but also look up to the older statesman of our CT.
Of course, we're in the same squad, and, he sets the example for all of us. Good to follow him, and obviously good being a Kiwi as well,
Quarterfinal coming up. What's your tactics? Is an area you really want to focus on today without anyone knowing?
Go out hard in the swim and see if I can hold on.
Hang in there, he says. Hang in there. Over CT, obviously captain the Blackfins as well, mate. What a moment to obviously lead your country. Just falling short of that of the Aussie team, but you did a phenomenal job. Must be very proud of your team last weekend.
Yeah, definitely. The team pulled together, and going into day 5, like you said, tight and close, basically, an even point score was anything that we could have asked for, and we all enjoyed being in the hunt like that. And obviously, the team's pulling up a bit tough now after a lot of days of racing, but we're happy to be here, and last week was awesome.
Must be pretty proud to obviously wear the cap, the Midway cap, and you want to have a shout out to those in New Zealand watching on YouTube?
Everyone back home, Midway Surf Club, there's a lot of boys that grew up with us. A cool little club on the east coast of New Zealand, and Corin's from there as well, and she's getting some awesome results under BMD Northcliffe, but I'm wearing the Midway cap this weekend, hoping to see how far as I can go.
Mate, right up there on the podium, I reckon. They might be small in quantity, quantity, but they're right up there in quality. Midway there in Mairangi Bay as well. Best of luck, boys.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Ty, before Corey Taylor disappears, can we maybe ask him about his session midweek? I heard he'd done about 25 Ks the last couple of days out there getting ready for the Coolangatta Gold. Is there any truth to that rumour?
Yeah, mate, I've got him. I've actually got him here now. And I think he said he might have done a little bit more than that. Give us an insight to this week. Obviously, you've come off the national teams, but it's a reload preparing for the Cooley Gold.
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to see how the body pulled up, and I sort of had Monday, Tuesday off and did nothing except eat, and I was like, well, let's see how we go, and did built from Wednesday onwards, so I haven't tapered or anything. It was a big 2.5 hours yesterday morning and then a gym in the afternoon, so just see how the body will feel and not going in with any pressure of taper, just sort of being here, enjoying and soaking up the atmosphere of the Worlds on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, it's a great spot at the goals, but let's talk about a meal, mate. What's your go-to meal for those nutritionists out there who want to know what CT eats after a big competition weekend?
Just volume. I just eat a lot, like
everything.
Yeah, everything. Kilo of chicken with rice, just everything. Nothing too bad, just a lot of whatever I have. Yeah.
No wonder I couldn't buy a chicken in Woolworths the other day. CT's up and about. There you go, guys. Big load. He's a big man and loves a good feed.
Great insight there. So more than 25 Ks yesterday morning. So for all those athletes watching at home, if you're worried about it flattening you off, he did not look flat in that one. That is for sure. We're into heat number 7 here of the Ocean Man. 7 of 8 going on at the moment. Take you through the start list. Gebbe from Langenberg, Gorel from Clifton, Koenig from Lee in Switzerland, Nard from Bietigheim Bissinger in Germany, Joey Collins getting it done there out in front, BMD Northcliffe. He will be one of the favourites for this Ocean Man final. Odin Parrish from Nobbies. Wenman had a great week so far. I think ski final for Wenman from Mermaid Beach. William Beth Jr. from Southport. Seth Van Hoften from Dordrecht Reddings Brigade of the Netherlands. Dan Collins from Redhead, he's the Australian Ironman champion. Charlie Brooks from Newport. Noah Steiner from Wanda, he's an up-and-comer. I've got massive raps on Noah Steiner, and I think he hates it when I talk about him and give him a huge rap, but he's very, very good. Timo Zembold from Magdeburg in Germany, and Kai Onley from Coogin Headland just down the road. The boys are off and away. Joe Collins, the, absolute Shannon Eckstein replica. He has all the skills and abilities that Shannon Eckstein had. He's not at that level yet, but he's the most like him I've ever seen. With that transition, he's not huge in stature, but he can just continue to deliver. And it is, it's him out in front at the moment, absolutely flying.
Yeah, he's been in such great form. Not only this last 2 weeks, but the last few years. He really popped out, and I remember seeing him win that under-19 Ocean Man at the Australian titles and just absolutely dominated a very good field. And since then, he's really just gone from strength to strength, and you can see he's swimming at the moment. And that's a really key asset of his Ocean Man is he's a brilliant swimmer, but he also gets in there in the open men's ski. And as you said, he's not one of the biggest guys out there. He'll probably hate me saying that, but he absolutely flies and really winds himself up.
The reason he reminds me so much of Shannon is because there's just no weakness. He's the third best swimmer, the third best board paddler, the third best ski paddler in this Ocean Man, and the best runner. And he'd probably argue a few of those and say he's better, but that's what makes him so great. And his transitions are such a level above everybody else, and that just screams early Shannon Eckstein for me. And whether he's going to be that good, I don't know, but he's on his way, and he fights so hard. He's so good across the sand. He's got unbelievable skills, and that's probably the biggest compliment I can give any athlete is that they remind me of Shannon Eckstein, and because he was, in my opinion, the greatest of all time. There's Trevor Hendy, Zane Holmes, Kai Hurst, you name it. There's a couple of other guys in that conversation on the men's side of things, but Joe Collins, if you were to build an iron athlete, he has all of those characteristics. Has been a bit of a bridesmaid for the last sort of 2 years. He gets close and he'll win a race, he'll make some mistakes. He hasn't ironed out all of those sort of crinks in his armour, but he's very, very good. The future is very bright for the Kiwi lad, and he is coming, that is for sure. So he leads round 5 more. William Beth Jr. in there, Dan Collins, Noah Steiner not too far away. A couple more of the boys. Ty Dowker, Collins out in front, then a bit of a chase pack behind him, but he doesn't mind playing bunny rabbit to these greyhounds.
Yeah, you spoke about Joe Collins, and I totally agree with you. I think as the years go on, and in those the experience goes into his surf sports toolkit on his back, he's a dangerous man in competition, and we saw that only at the national teams last week. He raced a lot smarter and got the biggies at the end over Zach Morris. I think you go back to Dan Collins. What a great story! We go back only a matter of 6 months ago to win that Aussie title. He's a great man from the Redhead Club at Hunter Branch. He looks good as well. Odin Parrish is in the mix there as well. So these guys all about qualifying at the moment. They're broken apart, but they're chasing a little, as you said, the little hair out in front of Joey Collins.
Yeah, that is exactly right. Charlie Brooks at the bottom of the screen there onto his board, and he's got to go to work here. A bit of work to do because they're 6-7. He's sitting in 8th at the moment, not where Charlie Brooks wants to be. That's our leader in 1, Collins. Steiner in 2, second place in the board race earlier in the competition. Odin Parrish wasn't far away. I think he finished with bronze in the board race there. So white cap, blue stripe with a red dot on the top of Nobby's Beach, just behind these boys. Dan Collins on the green board there, William Beth, and then I think it's Onley from Coogin Headlands just tacked onto the back of that group. Then a big gap back to the rest of them there. And you're right, Ty spoke about Dan Collins, and I spoke to him and his old man during the week. I said, is there pressure? Does he feel the pressure after winning the Australian title? Because the expectation, it goes to another level when you've got your name on a trophy like that one, and only you can really understand, Courtney, because you've been there and done it. But Dan said, no, I'm relaxed. He said it wasn't a surprise, but it came out of the blue a little bit, and we knew how good he was. And he said there's been nothing but positivity, and I can echo that sentiment. There was no one who was disappointed with Dan Collins winning that title on the Sunshine Coast. And I don't think anyone expects any more of him, but they understand it was a win that he probably deserved after so long of fighting it out and coming so close.
Yeah, absolutely. And it wasn't an absolute honour to commentate that event. It was brilliant. I had a great chat with his family as well, and they're amazing. And his mum was saying, they've watched it numerous times, that race. And I said, why wouldn't you? It was absolutely brilliant. And I did have also a chat to Dan. He said he's not in his peak fitness at the moment. It's quite early for him. Remember, New South Wales athlete is very different to Queensland. Only now would they be seeing a little bit of kind of, not warm
reasonable
water,
temperature. Yeah.
Without a wetsuit, maybe not. It's probably still wetsuit material, so they do it a lot harder. So for someone like Dan, he said, I'm not not at my peak at the moment, but it just shows his natural ability. He's doing very well at the moment. He looks good. He's out there and a brilliant swimmer. So having that swim first for him, he'd be loving that order. But it is all about Joe Collins out in front. He looks very good at the moment, and he will, I'd say he'd want to have a recovery week, I reckon, next week after this. He won't be worrying about that at the moment. He'll just want to get through this as best he can and then put his feet up and have a little rest and get ready for that quarterfinal.
Yeah, we don't worry about next week till we get to it. Collins around 1, Steiner in 2, Beth in 3, Odin Parrish in 4, Onley in 5, and Dan Collins in 6. And yeah, you spot on there, Courtney Hancock, about Dan Collins. It was... he's not at 100%, but that's okay. He'll build into this season without a shadow of a doubt. So that's your top 6 going in. And Charlie Brooks, this is going to be interesting for him because he is sitting bang on 8th at the moment and right on the edge. Someone that we're used to seeing really be at that top level for a long time. He hasn't made his way around yet. I don't know what is going on with Charlie Brooks. He can just see him in the background there in the transition. And maybe Ty on the beach, you can give us some more insight into Charlie Brooks there. He's a long way down, and you'd expect him to be a lot higher up. Is he sitting pretty? Has he got a gap, or is he going to be in a fight?
Yeah, funny you say that. I just had a chat to handler Max, his brother, and I said, how's he feeling? He said, mate, he's sitting in 8th, he's fine. So he's just managing this race. Obviously, he knows he's got to step up quarterfinal. In particular, the semi-final as well. He probably didn't have the season he wanted to have last year in iron-person racing as well. But really impressed with the boy from Coogin, Kai Onley. And I got the coach here, Scotty McCartney. He's one of the greats in craftsmanship and coaching as well. But good place to be in the heat here, Scotty.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a little nervous at the start. It's quite a hard heat for this early in the day, but basic plan was get in line with these top swimmers. It was going to go out fast. We knew that. He did well. He got a wave in and he's put himself in a great position. The field split up, so now it's just roll through the motions, calm it down a little bit, get ready for the next one.
Yeah, get carried through and conserve as much energy. Obviously, it would be a great goal just to make that final today for him.
Absolutely, that's his main goal. He loves doing the iron. We know as you progress, it starts getting a lot harder. And out here, it's not over. There's a lot of waves still rolling through out the back, but also the key is get to that shorey wave quick, get early, get yourself up there, and then carry it through.
Mate, Coogin up and about, and the girls that are winning the youth and the board rescue, I think it was last week, and you're doing a wonderful job there, mate, Coach. I know many hands, play a part in the success of a club as well, but things are up and about for Coogin.
Yeah, absolutely. Those girls are killing it. They're going back-to-back now, so Aussie and world champs. So they're a force to be reckoned with in that board rescue. But no, we've got a really good youth squad. There's a bunch of boys as well who are coming through, and obviously Izzy and Neve, they're leading that youth girls group as well. So it's really exciting. Future looks bright for us, and we just keep moving on. We're looking at hitting that Nutrigrain trials this year and trying to get the Coaching Cup a bit more relevant in that one as well.
Yeah, I think we call the Shaw and Partners Iron Series now, and more importantly, Scotty, how you going your board pelling, mate? We see up and about and going around this year as well.
You might, here and there. I'm ducking in the Masters a lot more than I usually do, but no, I really want to jump in the open board and run around with these guys again, and it's good fun. Good banter out the back. I got nothing to lose. So.
There you go, guys. Back to you. One of the greats here, Scotty McKay, doing a wonderful job.
He is an absolute legend, and I'm very biased. He's a good mate of mine and a hell of a coach. Nobody can deny he can produce. There's some coaches that they excel in terms of development and the top level. Scotty McCartney, as a development coach, there are very few that are better in terms of guiding athletes, helping them come through. They just haven't been able to hold on to the athletes. Lily O'Sullivan's a great example. He had a big impact in her career coming through and then jumps to Burleigh, makes a real impact on the world stage. And Scotty McCartney's as good as it gets in terms of board paddling, and he's as good as it gets in terms of coaching. He's absolutely fantastic, and I can't say enough nice things about him. So hopefully we see that Coaching Cap, the white cap with the light blue star, a whole hell of a lot more at the top level.
Absolutely. It's funny how he was one of the boys I was chasing around when I was training. So he was from Woolgoolga there, and I was sort of telling him we used to all come together, and I just want to try and catch him on my board and get faster. So yes, very good also training buddy as well, as we just see these heat coming through, and we want to look for that heat number 7, Noah Steiner, coming in. He was actually the New South Wales Ocean Man champion this year, and I remember listening to his interview, did a wonderful interview, and as you said before, he's very humble, very grateful out there. So he's coming in. William Beth Jr. coming in second. He's a little pocket rocket, isn't he? Yeah. I saw him carrying the ski out there, and I tell you what, he's got a lot of power for the size, and looking for that top 8. Joe Collins obviously led most of that way there. He'll just be resting through. Wouldn't have got out of that first gear, and getting ready for that quarterfinal coming up.
Yeah, William's got some dog in him, that's for sure. He is absolutely on fire. Odin Parrish, Dan Collins, Kai Onley, George Wenman across the line, and this man, Charlie Brooks, he is one of the best in the business, make no doubt about it. His older brother was the Australian Ironman champion a couple of years ago. He is looking to win this Ocean Man title here at the World Championship, and he would have, I don't know if there's a gear low. He's almost in reverse the entire way around and still got himself through. That's how good Charlie Brooks is. If he can have a good swim, he will work his way through it. That is for sure. Board is fantastic. But that is heat number 7. We'll get down to the beach. A man we spoke about a lot in that one. We're talking with the Australian Ocean Man champion from Redhead in the Newcastle region, Mr. Dan Collins.
Yeah, current Australian Ironman champion Dan Owen. He represented a great club down in the Hunter branch of Redhead. Building the season, I just said, how's your fitness out of 10 at the moment? He goes, probably about a 1. But more importantly, mate, you're here on the big stage. It's the Lifesaving World Championships. It's good to come along. Use this probably more as a training hit out.
Yeah, for sure. That was the first iron that I've put together this season. So good little training session hit out, and a nice reality check of all the work that needs to be done before we get to our Aussie titles in April. And you're right, it's so good to have a world titles here in Australia and be able to come up and see all the other countries racing really hard and participate in a great event.
He said it's his first iron since last season. So let's go back to the last iron you did, the Aussie titles. What a moment. Have you come down from cloud 9 yet?
Yeah, slowly.
Probably in that heat?
yeah, back to reality after a good 6-8 weeks off and into the pool, and it was back to square one again. It hit you pretty quick that while it was a special moment, you've still got to work hard for everything that you do and everything that you get out of it. So, back to the drawing board, and awesome to have a race and feel it all again.
Is it true they built a statue at the Redhead Club out the front of Dan Collins?
Oh, not yet, but I'm sure we could maybe look for a bronze.
Put it in the budget?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we can find some room in the budget and get a statue. It's really cool to have a supportive club like Redhead back at home, and we're a small club, but we punch above our weight, and hopefully we're on the path to bigger and better things in the future as well.
Family heavily invested as well, mate. Obviously, Dad handles for you. Must be great to have your mum and Dad come around, also Jess there at home.
Yeah, for sure. The big fellas actually put on the pink lycra for the first time in a very long time. Normally they get the handler's bib, but he was in the Rashi today, and they've got a big enough size for him, which is always good. And, it's awesome to have him go through all the highs and lows of the sport with me and be by my side on the line. It's it's pretty cool to have my family along for the journey. Mum and Dad come and help me out with all my races, and obviously family back home watching on the live stream. So hello everyone watching on the live stream as well, and it's awesome to have that support.
Last question, has Dad got a chance of making the handler calendar for 2025?
Oh, I'm sure there's a market out there somewhere for it, but I don't know that I'd be the first in the line to buy it.
Mate, there you have it. I tell you what, he's our Aussie champs. I love the smile on the dial, and he's a true club man as well from Redhead. Dan Collins, back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ty. A great guy, a great family. They've been through a lot, and they continue to smile, and they're awesome to see on the beach. And any success for him is success for the entire sport, that is for sure. We love to see it. That runs all 8 heats of the Ocean Man opening round there. Heat 8, that had Archie Vernon, TJ Handy, Benny Carberry, Tex Dixon, Hamish Miller, Saxon Coates, Lucas Bereswick and Cooper Armistead get themselves through there. We said goodbye to a couple of athletes there. Heat number 6, before that we didn't see that one either. Nathan J, Callum Brennan, Walker, Green, Sharp, Baxter, Morris and Walton. And this was the qualifiers from that one we just saw there. Noah Steiner looking very comfortable. William Beth Jr., fantastic performance ahead of Joe Collins, Parrish, Dan Collins, no relation for the 2 boys. Kai Onley of Coogin Headland, George Wenman having a great week out there. He's obviously done some work and you love to see a reward for effort. Charlie Brooks, the Dutch Nordrek Reddings Brigade there, Seth Van Hoofden and Timo Zembold from Germany. They miss out. They came oh so close, but that's how tough it is to wait to get through this one in the Ocean Man event. Gorel, Gieb, Nad and Koenig from Lee in Switzerland. They've come from far and wide here at the Lifesaving World Championships. We'll take a look at some more results from different heats. This was round number 1, heat number 8. Archie Vernon, they were the Surfers Paradise boys. A couple of boys you know very, very well. Archie down from Victoria, now up on the Gold Coast. He's been up here for a while. TJ Hendy, hard to know where he's at. He's been at the very, very top the last couple of years, without a shadow of a doubt. Haven't been his best, but he seems like he's starting to work his way back into it, into good form. Carberry in absolute fine form at this point of the year.
Yeah, I think about Archie up the front there. That'll give him some confidence, definitely taking out that first heat. So just getting him back into things. TJ, not too sure where he's at the moment, but I know that he's been doing the Coolangatta Gold training, so that'll help him in that M shape. And I think for TJ, definitely doing that more endurance training will suit him. He's a power athlete. And Ben Carberry, he's just on fire at the moment. He's very humble, as you said before. He doesn't like to talk himself up too much, so we'll talk him up, and we will say 100 kilos because it just sounds better for the live stream.
No.
So
he hates it. I can never say it anymore. He hates it. He comes up to me, he says, "I'm not 100 kilos, mate." And I said, "I know, Benny. I'm sorry. It sounds better." And he goes, "I know, but I don't care. Stop saying it." So I'll stop now for Benny Carberry. And it's good to hear that TJ's doing that work. His skills and his speed have never been an issue. He's always had that. Fitness and probably motivation, to be honest, because I don't think he enjoys those longer events. I don't think he loves the Coolangatta Gold every year or those longer stuff. So if he's motivated for it, he's always fantastic at it. And I think if you get a motivated, fit TJ Handy, almost unstoppable. But he goes through those ebbs and flows like everybody does with everything. You have times in your life when you don't love it as much, and maybe you don't want to do the work and you'd rather do starts than your 20-minuters. And that's what it takes to be truly great, and why some of these athletes are special, because year on year it does not matter. They get the work done and they find a way. That man on screen, he's a super handler now. He was a super athlete back in the day, Mr. Kai Hurst. World champion, Australian champion, Iron Series champion. He's basically done it all, Kai Hurst. He's now coaching down there at Mermaid, and it looks like he's having a massive impact, because Wenman in that last one was absolutely fantastic. And when you've got one of the best of all time telling you how to do it, you're going to find out a few things, aren't you?
Absolutely. And with Kai being your coach as well, not only about fitness and learning how to race, but also skills. Yeah, you were straight onto that.
I knew where you were going.
You knew where I was going with that one. The body surfing, I can't say it enough. To learn how to body surf and do it well and do it properly, Kai Hurst is one of the people I would go to. But speaking of Kai Hurst, I think we actually have Ty Dowker. He's found the man that we were talking about, and he'll be down the beach with him.
Yeah, I'm down there with the great man, Hurst. He's actually just been dragged over to have a quick chat to Georgie Wenman to line up here for the race and the Mermaid crew. But I tell you what, you're exactly on the money. There's no better person in your corner than having Kai Hurst. You talk about the great achievements he's had, not only in surf sports, Olympian, and we talk about that of, sailing as well, but he's a true waterman in all craft of swim, board and ski. So he's still just talking here at the moment, George. I'll try and get a chat with him at the moment, but he's in depth. But I'll maybe come back to me, guys, in about a minute. We'll have a chat with the great man, Kai Hurst.
Yeah, we could talk about Kai Hurst all day without a shadow of a doubt. He's got 3 in this next heat, so there's no doubt he's probably busy at this point. He's got George Wenman, Jack Walton, and Jeremy Neen in there as well. So that's going to be super tough for him. And yeah, I think we've got him back down there. He's not only swim, board, and ski. He's a sailor. He's an open water swimmer. He's a surfer. I think he dives. He literally does anything. One of my heroes as a kid, if I could have grown up and been anyone, it's probably Kai Hurst. He did all the coolest things. So he is an absolute legend, and he might be back with Ty down on the beach.
Yeah, got Hursty here, mate, and I think everything you mentioned then, it's in tenfolds, mate. He's a true waterman, sand between the toes. He also raced here at Curra for a number of years and picked up a number of Australian titles as well. But what about this Hursty? Quarterfinal of the World Championships, mate. You've got 3 of your boys in your stable lining up.
Yeah, look, mate, I'm really happy with where they're at. Obviously, the last several months with these guys, they've just been getting into it. They're progressing really, really well. And I'm, at the stage now where I just want to let them fly, mate. The setup of this, the swimboard ski, I think will work for them in their favour. They just got to set it up nice and early. This quarterfinal is pretty red hot. So as long as they can be on that front wave or at least that second wave, put themselves in contention off the back of that swim, the rest of it should play out by itself.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Like you look across there from New South Wales champions here lined up as well, Aussie champions, New Zealand champions, national team champions as well. What do you find more challenging or more nerve-wracking when you're an athlete or now as a coach?
I'm absolutely pickled, to tell you the truth. We went in week camp on the Australian team. I then went into Masters for several days and then went into the national team stuff and now this. And, back into this, it's almost been 3 weeks where I've been down the beach. Mate, I should have pitched the tent, to tell you the truth, and pulled out my swag. But, look, it's been an amazing World Championships and the Gold Coast has turned it on, mate. Well, how beautiful. Both you and I do live here and we're super lucky to live in southeast Queensland and, to showcase the rest of the world, how special this place is.
Couldn't agree more. 2032, bring it on, and our best luck to your troops here.
Thanks, Ty. Cheers, mate.
Back to you guys.
What a man, Courtney Hancock, and he has given a lot the last 3 weeks, that is for sure. Quarterfinal number 1, if he says it's red hot, I am not going to disagree. Take a look at some of the names on the start list here. Connor Maggs from Newport, Saxon Cokes of Glenelg, Hayden Cotter, Manly, Noah Steiner of Wanda, Wenman and Walton of Mermaid, Illy from Sorrento, Dan Collins, we just saw him, he's going straight back into the fray. Neen of Mermaid, Callum Brennan of Currumbin, Braden Casamento, Joe Collins, Joel Piper, Corey Fletcher, Niall Lombard and Jaden Murphy. If you'd have said to me that was the semi or the final, I would have said, yeah, that's pretty fair. We're missing 1 or 2, but it's pretty red hot for a second round, and I think we're going to see a casualty or 2 in this one.
Yeah, that definitely sounds more like a semi-final to me. We've got Joey Collins out in front. Hayden Cotter is right there, but we actually have Connor. Looks like actually Connor Maggs maybe out on this side here. So I'm a little surprised why he is sticking so far north. It looks like he doesn't want to get in there with all the action. We'll see Dan Collins as well on the inside of Connor Maggs. So Connor's got to get across and make sure he gets in and scoops up a bit of different. Distance there. Yeah. Sorry, thank you for that, Josh. But Joey Collins, that's the place you want to be. As you can see, you've got no one hitting the side of you. You can really control the pace, and it's kind of back that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 line you don't want to be at the moment.
Yeah, you're spot on. Joe Collins in 1. Just outside of him on that second line, that's Hayden Cotter. On the inside, Joel Piper. Sitting pretty in behind them. That might be Corey Fletcher, who's got off to an absolute flyer. That back cap of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park with Callum Brennan there as well. Behind them, Dan Collins, the Australian champion, working his way. Jaden Murphy, great swim as well from Mount Maunganui, worked their way around. Just going around the cans at the back there is Noah Steiner. He's going to have to work his way into it. One of the 3 of the Mermaid boys there hanging on. Noah Maggs on the far side. He's starting to work into his own out there, and Well, I would have expected Mags to be further up the front. He's got a hell of a swim leg. He's young. Braden Casamento following him there. Casamento's swim is his real weakness, and I don't think he'd mind me saying that. He's come out of Victoria. He's one of the best board paddlers in the world without a shadow of a doubt, and he can transition like no one's business. If he can get a little wave, get himself into it, that'll be something. LA there, that's that bright green cap, centre of screen at the back. Got some work to do, but obviously board and skier, his strengths as well. And this is where those weaknesses start to come out. In the first round, it was all right. The pace was off. You could sit in there. When these guys know you've got to go, they start to wind it up from the jump. There's no holding back. You don't build into an Ocean Man event. You give it everything you've got from the start and hope you've got something in the back end. And that's what Joe Collins has done. And he's exposed a couple of these boys and maybe a weakness or two in their swim.
Absolutely, and he's seen, look at them all standing up there. Out the back, they see a wave, and we are on at the moment. Connor Maggs is on that other side. He'll be on that as well, but Joe Collins closest to screen. He is down. Hayden Cotter, one of our early leaders as well, and we just had a couple off the back there. That is a place you do not want to be. 3 off the back, they're big mistakes from those boys. Maybe Callum Brennan from Currumbin. I would have expected more from him in that body surfing. LA from Sorrento as well. You can't make those mistakes. These boys at the top don't make those mistakes. Colin goes around in one. Steiner there, a little bit of luck. Piper works his way through. Corey Fletcher, Jaden Murphy and Dan Collins. Hayden Cotter, he'll be filthy that the wave came through, but that is racing. And as they go to work, Braden Casamento, he'll love that. Thank you very much. Perfect for him. Sit on the back of the group, try and get a wave. That's the race plan for him, and he is sitting pretty at the moment in the centre. As Joey Collins goes to work, his heat looked good. This quarter's looking better. If you get more of an Ocean Man who's more of a craft specialist, if they can get a wave or sit on the likes of Joe Collins, they are going to be very deadly for the back half of this Ocean Man. But Noah Steiner, he's been looking very, very strong. He's a little bit of a dark horse as well, but he didn't get the most of it. But Corey Fletcher has improved his swim out of sight when I speak about those craft specialists. So we'll go down to Ty and see if he's got any insights for us.
Yeah, this is real. I tell you what, this is a very fast quarterfinal. When you saw that of Joey Collins come in transition, 14 went round. Obviously, 8 positions up for grabs, so 8 is the magic number. A little bit of unorthodox approach there from Callum Brennan. Like, obviously led that swim coming in, sat and waited, then missed a wave. You never see that from a Brennan family in terms of surf skills. But I love the move of Connor Maggs as well. He got a nice little open window going out on the northern end. He's up in the mix, but 14 doesn't go into 8. This is an absolute cracking quarterfinal.
Yeah, that's spot on, Ty. We've just lost 2 off the back. So Callum Brennan sitting in 12th place on the back of the group. Patrick L.A. there, he is in 11th place on the edge, and a big, big fight for the top 8. Right now sitting, well, bang on the edge of the top 8. Jaden Murphy, Corey Fletcher, Dan Collins, they're in at the moment, and a couple of those big names are out. So Hayden Cotter just drifting back on the board there. You're spot on there. You can't make those mistakes. If you're going to stop and wait for a wave to body surf it in, you've got to get it all the way to the beach. Otherwise, you might as well keep going, try and outrun it as far as you can. And just, I think it's a bit of a mistake from these lads. Maybe they get a bit blasé about the whole thing. And it's easy to cruise through. It's easy to sort of take it easy and save some energy. But if you're making mistakes, that's putting you under pressure.
It absolutely is. And mistakes do come from not being as fit in the running area. So if you go, so you've got to imagine how long that start is out, from going from a run to a swim, and then going to try and time your body surfing wave to then go off and run again. It's the transition, it's the waiting, it's the porpoising. That's what makes you tired, and that's where those mistakes come into an athlete. So an athlete who's very fit, mistake-free, we saw Joe Collins. He took the correct and best position coming in on that swim. And at the moment, he's set himself up really well. He doesn't want to run any extra. So he's coming right on that post every single time. And as you spoke about Shannon before, that is exactly what Shannon would do. He would always make sure he's a step of also every other competitor, but also in himself as well.
Yeah, unbelievable there. Joe Collins, Steiner makes his way into the beach. There's 5 on the next wave. Corey Fletcher on his own in 6th there. 7th there. So Dan Collins sitting right on the edge. Him and Fletcher, you don't want to be in those ones. Joe Collins goes around. Noah Steiner in 2nd place. One of the few guys in this one that's training out of New South Wales, and he does such a good job. I spoke with his old man earlier in the week. He said it's a small group this time of year. Freezing cold, 0 temperatures. The sun doesn't come up, and Tasmanian athletes, Victorian, South Australian, they all go through it. It's cold, cold water down there. And Noah Steiner, he said it was Nathan Smith, Noah, his brother Joel, there, his old man as well, and Mick Georgaris. There was a group of 5 of them, and they'd say every morning, do we want to do this? And Steiner was like, yeah, I'm here to play. This is my season. It's what I want to do. And tied down on the beach, this is very, very tight for a couple of big names who are under pressure in the last leg.
Yeah, talk about big names. Let me tell you now, Corey Fletcher's in 10th. Dan Collins is in the 8th spot, and actually he's looking pretty good for a man who's classed himself as a 1 out of 10 in his fitness. And Cotter's just going to cop one as well. So Dan Collins now in 8, Cotter tucked right behind him. Then we go back to Fletcher in 10. It could be, it could be the sapping of the energy from last week and the huge program he's had. But Corey Fletcher in a big danger.
Yeah, that's difficult here, there. And it's funny to see that Joe Collins did all those events as well, went round for the New Zealand team. Corey Fletcher went round for the Australian team. Joey looks really good. Corey, he looks tired, that's for sure. A huge, basically 3 weeks of racing, and it's going to be very, very tough for him. Back of the screen, Noel Lombard, Caleb Brennan trying to get back into it at the moment, but on the back of that group, very, very difficult. There is our leaders out in front. Joe Collins on the left, Noah Steiner on the right, Jaden Murphy back there, Braden Casamento as well, working his way. Pat Ele's working his way into it there, that bright green cap as they go round. Jolie Piper there, and, well, I would have expected this to go slightly different. Dan Collins hanging on. Hayden Cotter sitting right on the edge. And Corey Fletcher, one of the best competitors in the sport, without a shadow of a doubt. He's looking like he's going out if we were to stop the race here, but there's a hell of a lot of racing left to go in this one. So they turn to home for the final time, and, well, it could be casualties here in the first quarterfinal of the the Ocean Man event. Where's Connor Maggs? Where's Saxon Coates? There's a couple of big guns as well. I would have expected to almost be in the final.
Absolutely, definitely. And as you just said before, Dan Collins, he's fighting for his life out there. He's in 8th at the moment. I wouldn't expect to say that Hayden Cotter is in 9th and Corey Fletcher is in 10th. So when we line up those names, we hear the name Corey Fletcher, and I do agree with Ty, definitely. He's had a massive program. Sprint finishing. It doesn't matter how tired he is going to absolutely use those wheels and go for it. So for Dan Collins, he's really got to get moving because he doesn't want to be on a wave with Corey Fletcher because we know the damage that Corey Fletcher can do. So we'll wait and see how that all plays out. But at the moment, our man on screen at the moment, Joe Collins, he did that incredible. He really, I don't think he's gone to even second gear at the moment. He's probably got about 100 gears. So he's really the one thing I really loved about Joe's race that whole time is the way he nailed that lining of the pole every single time.
He's good.
And I think over this whole Ocean Man, that probably added up to about 50 metres. So well done to Joe and well done for really taking the time to be aware of that.
Yeah, I didn't see Connor Maggs there. He's in second place. I thought for a second we might have missed him, but we thank our lucky stars. He's had a great race so far. That's him up and around in second there. So Collins in 1, Maggs in 2, Braden Casamento, no issues at all. That wave in the swim has certainly had an impact on the way this one has played out. There's the ski champ with that bright green Sorrento cap. They'll work their way through. Jolie Piper from Maroochydore, no dramas. We keep Dan Collins alive, and I don't know if that is your top 8. We start to do the calculations, and maybe Hayden Cotter will be the final one through there, right on that edge. I do not know. We start to do the numbers, the sprint up the beach. Corey Fletcher, Lombard having a little joke there. I think they both know that they're done. Oh, Fletcher, you don't want to go him in a sprint finish. And it was Dan Collins stays in. Hayden Cotter goes out. So does Corey Fletcher and Saxon Coates, this man here. So big name casualties. Big name casualties.
That was huge. Absolutely huge. Dan Collins, our Australian Ocean Man champion, coming in 8th. And then Hayden Cotter and Corey Fletcher, they've been in the professional series. So that was wow. And that's only the quarterfinal. We're not into the semi-final as of yet. We just see this replay. This was a moment where we saw Callum Brennan had that little bit of an oopsie and came off the back here. So that was really a big moment in that Ocean Man.
We might head down to the beach now while we watch the replay. Ty Dowker is with 2 generations of the Steiner men, and I had one of them telling me about how tough they do it down there at Wanda when they get on the water before the sun comes up. It's negative degrees out there, and geez, they do it tough down there. They're built different down at Wanda, that's for sure.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And 2 generations, 2 great stories as well. Let's talk about Noah. Obviously, we go back 2 days ago, mate. You're the world silver medalist, second at the World Championships on the board. What about that moment? Pretty proud.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was not really something I was expecting this early in the season, but and especially with the quality that we've got now coming through, a lot of depth in the board ski and especially the Ironman. But yeah, it was a nice sprint up the beach and happy to get silver.
Yeah, Silver Medal World Championships and that quarterfinal. Now that was a red hot quarterfinal. You know, look at some of the names that just fell short of making that top 8. It was all about just qualifying, getting through the semi-final.
Yeah, for sure. It's always like that at the World Championships. You know, so much depth and the quarterfinals. You got to race it like a final and get to the front and consolidate and then reassess for the next round.
Well, next round's coming up, the semi-final, and he gets all his ability from his mother. But I got his father here, Nathan. He went round as well, mate. But must be a proud moment being Dad, seeing your boy into the semi-final World Championships of the Ocean Man.
Yeah, I think really proud. But most importantly, it's just about maintaining and being part of the sport. I think it's such a healthy environment, healthy sport, physically, mentally, such an amazing community in surf lifesaving. So my pleasure is being down here and being able to see the enjoyment and the pleasure he gets out of being what was so good for me as well, and you too, Daux.
I agree, mate. He races relaxed, and probably credit also to the Smith dog, obviously the Wanda Cup. Great results last throughout the whole of summer last season and stayed in Aussie as well. It's a great club, isn't it? And Smitty doing a wonderful job, and all the team around there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I can't speak highly enough of Smith Dog, and it's probably it's a very conscious bias. I think in the water, out of the water, what he achieved in surf lifesaving, he's an absolute credit to the movement, and he's a credit to our club, and we are very, very lucky to have him. We're all very grateful. He's an amazing coach, really is.
Amazing coach, and I know the old boys still got it as well, mate. Talk through training with the family, and younger brother as well. I know Brittany Pearce tells me there's a fair bit of banter that goes on with the Steiner family at training sessions there at Wanda.
We do. 3 late teenage boys, Noah, Joel and Will. There is a lot of banter. To be honest, I still think I have their measure. At least that's what I keep telling them, Daux. But no, to be honest, they're keeping me healthy, active. As we start to get older, we concentrate on our health, and they're keeping me at it. So I love it. It's good. Great fun.
There you go, guys. Age is no barrier. Steiners are up and about. Best luck in the semi-final.
Cheers.
Back to you guys.
Thanks for that. 2 great men, that is for sure, of the sport, and no doubt Nathan Smith, one of the all-time greats, and, well, one of the all-time great coaches as well. He's a lovely man and a good family man as well. Heat number 3, or quarterfinal number 3, sorry, the Ocean Man World Championships, and we're into the action, and I think Matt Bevilacqua saw what happened in that last one, and he has gone off like he's been shot out of a gun with Zach Morris there. So the 2 Northcliffe boys, it is Morris who's led them out. And in second place, working very, very hard, Will Bannister there on their tail. So it's all about early pace out here. Maybe even one of the Nobbies boys have worked their way into this one. So the Northcliffe boys, the Nobbies boys working very, very hard there to get into it. They've seen what happened. You've got to get out and away. And there has been a real shifting gear between the heats and the quarters. There's no mucking around anymore.
I think there would have been a little bit of nerves flying around the beach, and after seeing, the likes of Corey Fletcher and Hayden Cotter missing out, and all the boys, their heart rate would have gone up another 10, I think, because after seeing that, it does, really flick the switch. But we just see Zach Morris with that. It's becoming a very iconic start on the beach at the moment. So out in front, doing the way that he wants to do it. I like his confidence. I like the way he's doing that. Matt Bevilacqua, he has been in such good form, winning the world board and also 4th in the ski as well. So he's going to be in really good form and one to look out for. But I have to say, I've got to mention Surfers Paradise. We do have Finn Askew and Trevor TJ Hendy. Ali Day is not racing the World Championships.
Yeah, we sort of, in the previews, we looked at him and obviously as the defending champion from Adelaide in 2018, someone that we needed to watch. But obviously, new child down there, 2 kids now for Ali and Kel. The Coolangatta Gold's the big focus. You probably see him, speak to him a lot more than I do. But he's got a couple of focuses. He's getting to the tail end of his career. It's no secret in that. He's openly said he's only got 1, 2, if that, left. We don't know how long he's going to go. So he's really going to focus on the things that he wants to do. And that sort of 40th anniversary of the Coolangatta Gold this year, that is going to be his focus. So no Ali Day. Spoke to Finn Askew. The only event that he's done here is this Ocean Man this weekend. I think he had a swim maybe yesterday, but he wasn't too worried about it. A little wave starts to come through maybe for Morris. Bevilacqua as well. They start to push. Here we go. So just like that first race, the haves and the have-nots, the boys that get down at the boys that do not will split this one wide open. But no Ali Day. I don't know what that says. Ali Day, he is always good when he turns up, and I'm not too worried about him. I know he'll get to that Coolangatta Gold start line at 100% and ready to go, and you'd be worried if you were one of these athletes racing against him. The 4 leaders up and in front, and just like that last quarterfinal, this one is not easy at all, is it?
It definitely isn't. And going back to Ali, he's very smart, so he knows where his body at. But we see Zach Morris out in front leading the way, Ben Carberry, Jake Morris, his younger brother, as well as Matt Bevilacqua. So these 4 men, smart position coming in. They stuck where Joe Collins did, so they were straight in on the pole, maybe a slight to the north. Finn Askew went off to the south. That's where Connor Maggs went as well. I'm not too sure. I haven't seen anything big out that side. I like Joe Collins where he went.
Me too.
He really hit the nail on the head every single time, and he got a wave every single time as well. So for me, if I was watching on, that's where I would go. But again, we're here in the booth. We might have Ty actually at the moment just trying to figure out, Ty, what do you think? There's a few boys coming in going north and a few going south.
Yeah, I like the north end. It presents a little bit more of an open window, and at the moment we've got TJ Hendy and Finn Askew going to sneak up and over as they go at the moment. And the other thing too is the tide's coming in probably another hour, and then it's going to roll out. Now, leg fitness, I was just chatting to Kevin Morrison from that of our North Fifth. Leg fitness is going to play a huge part, not only in transitions, but also the ability to wade and also porpoise your way across this bank later on this afternoon. Ben Carberry looked good going through. The usual suspects up there, obviously Bevy, Zach, I'd mentioned as well. Kai Onley looked to make a move in this craft league as well for Coogin. Probably not as red hot as quarterfinal number 1, but still you've got to make that top 8.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Ty, and I like that for sure. Carberry leads in 1, Zach Morris in 2, Bevilacqua in 3, Jake Morris, in 4 as they go around. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Zach Kin, Finn Askew and TJ Hendy in that next group. And then we go a little bit further back, and I think it's Lachlan Warrener. He's racing for Avalon, normally at the Newport Club there, but another one of those clubs that really big, and they farm a few people out in that. And a couple of guys there that'll be right on the edge in that back group, but you've got a top 7, and then have a look 5 or 6, including Ollie Monaghan and a couple of others, Will Bannister, Cooper Bessel, fighting it out for that 8th spot. Nick Green as well, don't count him out, so you don't want to be in that 8th spot. Zach Morris up and away, goes up and around Benny Carberry, who's just going to miss that runner. Morris might tip off the back as well. Bevilacqua and Jake Morris might have to go to work on the next one to try and get this, and you can see a couple of lumps starting to come through, and it's probably a good shot, Courtney, like you spoke about. You've got to run back all the way to that right-hand side of the shot there. There are a few waves going off to the left towards that sort of tower from the IRB area earlier in the competition, but I don't think there's any more benefit in running it all the way down there than it is cutting it back, and that's what Ben Carberry and Zach Morris have done. They've found waves, safety first.
Absolutely. Go with the flow, go with it. As you see on screen, see that south side, there's a little bit of a channel, a little bit of a hole, and that's what we were talking about with Ty on just before. So the set's coming on now, and I tell you what, they're getting a little bit of size at the moment, so going out on the ski is going to be very interesting, not only on the way out, but also the way in as well.
Yeah, you're spot on there, and the athletes and the coaches will be watching this as the day goes on, because one of the beauties of surf sports is it's just an ever-changing playing field. What you get in the morning is not what you get in the afternoon. There's tides, there's winds, the swell might be coming, and it might hit somewhere during the day, and all of a sudden it doubles in size. So Morris leads them a merry dance from his younger brother, goes around in second. Ben Carberry, Bevilacqua, Zach King, Finn Askew. So that is your top 6 just out of screen. TJ Hendy in 7. He missed those waves coming home, and it'll put him under just a little bit more pressure, because you can see the charge of the Light Brigade there in the background. They are coming, and they are going to want to grab one of these spots. TJ Hendy sitting in there, and then only one of this group will get themselves through to the next round. Ollie Monaghan leads them there. Closest to us, Onley from Coogin, Bannister there as well. So they're all in on Cooper Bessel from Dicky Beach. You don't want to be in that group. We talk about the red zone. That is as red as it gets. The heart rate will be up, the stress there. You'll be sort of looking around, hoping to cut through. One mistake can knock you out. And there's a lot of pressure on TJ Hendy as well, because he's sitting pretty at the moment, but there's 5 or 6 behind him that could truly literally catch him. And if he makes Sluicer ski, gets hit by a wave, they're in this one back up to their eyeballs.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. And he just got hit by a couple of waves. As you can just see him at the more of the top of the screen there. They're not too far away. He's only got about 10 metres, so he's really got to get up and get going. And also remember, when you are in the top 8, especially as group out in front, the pace is slower. When you are coming from behind, you are absolutely on the hunt to try and catch and kill, I guess, aren't you, really? We're speaking about the jungle out there.
That's it.
That's what they're trying to do. So they want to get their position for that semi-final. So they are going to be hunting down and treating this like a final, more so than we see the men in front. They deserve to tap it down a little bit because they've worked hard from the start. But the field behind TJ Hendy there, they are really coming for this.
And that's why we see so many like really tight finishes, because the guys at the front, they put the brakes on, and the guys at the back are fighting it out, and it starts to concertina towards the end, and they really get in on the axe. So that's our top, 2, 4, 6 out there. So we'll probably be taking 2 from the next group. Jake Morris on the right-hand side, Ben Carberry, one of the best ski paddlers in the world, on the left-hand side. You can see him cutting back, just like you spoke about. Morris letting it run a little bit further. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in that group. Zachy King, Finn Askew there as well. TJ Hendy in 7 as they go around. Maybe Cooper Bessel in 8 there, or is it Nick Green working his way around? Just can't get the cap. Ollie Monaghan definitely outside in 9. And then Will Bannister starting to work his way in. TJ Hendy gets a runner there at the front, and this is where you've got to go, because if you start to hang around these guys, they're very, very quick up the beach. That is for sure. It is the man from Currumbin there sitting in 8th place. Nick Green right on the edge. Only from Coogin Headland. He goes wide. He knows he's got to really shake things up and do something different. It doesn't look like there'll be too much issue for all these men out there. That's King on the left, Finn Askew, Zach Morris, and then Matt Bevilacqua just on that next wave. Our 2 leaders out in front, they'll be fine, but the race for 7th and 8th place is certainly on. There's 5 or 6 that could grab those 2 spots right now, and he's looked very good so far, Jakey Morris. He's a hard worker, and he's getting the rewards.
Yeah, if you work hard, especially we said in that off-season, this is what happens. It's going to, if you work hard in training, it hurts less in racing. So that's kind of the little motto to go about. But if we see one of those big sets come out the back, we'll see on screen tomorrow, just see the boys just having a little laugh. Same with Benny Carberry. He's worked hard in the off-season, and he looks very relaxed, very, very good. So if one of those sets come through, we potentially could see a sprint finish to wrap up that top 8.
Yeah, 2, 4, 6 across the line there. 7 TJ Hendy, but here we go. The race for 8, up and across. Absolutely flying, the man from Currumbin Green. He's going to get there. He's got to fight it out. Monaghan coming for him, the former Australian junior champion. He'll miss out, Monaghan. So will Onley, and so will a man from Avalon there. So tough racing. Nick Green, you got to be happy with that. He fought it out, and that's what happens. It comes down to those sprint finishes, and the man from Currumbin survives to the semi-finals. What a performance. TJ Hendy gets through there as well, a couple others. We're down on the beach with one of the Morris boys there, and Ty Dowker.
There's plenty of action going there for the 6th, 7th and 8th roll, but top of the tree at the moment, Jakey Morris. Mate, once again, it's all about qualifying through, staying alive. Semi-final coming up. Must be a good feeling to get through the quarter.
Yeah, definitely good to get through the quarter. It's pretty tough. Getting through these first rounds is almost more harder than the final. You just don't want to empty the tank too early, but then you also don't want to leave it too late.
Yeah, it's all about conservation of energy. And the other thing too, mate, the Nobbies Cup. So great to see, obviously, Northcliffe boy. But the World Championships obviously limited with the amount of people that can race for a team and the amount of people that can do an event and the strength of Northcliffe. Opportunity to go with that of Nobbies, mate. It's all about opportunity and get in there and mix it with the best.
Exactly. It's good that Nobbies let us in to race for them, because there's obviously Northcliffe's a big club, and getting all the people to race. So it's lucky that we get the opportunity to race still. And for Nobbies, it's good because it's such a small club, and to race for them and get a medal yesterday, it means the world to us.
Medal yesterday, almost stole the Ocean Man relay. What a moment for I was going to say 3, but actually 4 in that race. Give the boys a shout out.
Yeah, it was so good yesterday. We've been saying it since we joined the club that we wanted to take the Taflin. We said every race that we're doing is just a warm-up for the Taflin, and to almost pull it off, it was so close. It came down to that sprint finish, so credit to all the boys, and I love doing it with them.
That's great. Talk about love being in teams. You represent Australia, obviously, with the youth kayaking as well over in Europe. Only a few months ago. Another feather to your cap in terms of experience.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great experience over there. A lot of hard work that goes into all that, and it does take a bit out of your surf. Like, I came back, and I've only had a month of swimming so far, and just to get the fitness back, it was hard, but no, I wouldn't change for the world. I love that experience over there.
From a proud family invested in surf sports, he's got the Nobbies Cup on this time, and best of luck, mate. Semi-final coming up.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, he's a good young lad. They all are, the Morris boys. They work very, very hard, and Jake, he's done a hell of a lot of work in the kayaks to get that ski up and rolling, and he's a fantastic performer. We can see from the Ocean Man to the Ocean Women now, they're happening at the moment. That looks like Lizzie Wellborn and maybe one of the Northcliffe ladies working their way back in the final leg there. Yes, it is. That's Lana Rogers. I should have known. The coloured skis early in the season, hard to pick up. But Lana Rogers, Lizzie Wellborn, this is heat number 1 of the Ocean Woman event. A tough one in here as well. A couple of girls that are very, very good. And these two, well, Lizzie Wellborn, always the bridesmaid. So many silvers, so many runners-up. We talk about Georgia Miller a little bit as well, getting those bridesmaids medals. But Lizzie Wellborn, I think, a runner-up in the ski race earlier in the competition, and then came so close in that board as well. Like, led most of the way there, but didn't get the job done. So maybe the Ocean Woman will be the one. Lana Rogers, Lizzie Wellborn, no dramas at all from quarterfinal number 1 for these ladies. 4 quarters, 2 semis, and a final this afternoon. We're assuming it'll be 8 through this one. This is a very, very tough one here. Lana Rogers, she's been great. Won that national team's Ocean Woman event just this time last week. She's had a huge program with that Australian team. She's been in the pool, she's been in everything, but no signs of fatigue. Had a great swim yesterday, came pretty close to getting the title done. And who do you like in this one? I know it's early days, but you know these ladies better than anyone, Courtney Hancock.
Yeah, I was thinking about this last night, actually, about, waking up and coming to commentating this event. And look, you can't go past Lana Rogers for a definite favourite. She is on a roll at the moment. If you're on a roll in being an athlete, you keep that roll going as much as you can, because it's very easy to get off that roll and then to find it. And sometimes athletes can find themselves off that roll for, it could be 1 season, 2 seasons. So Lana's on a great roll. She's making it work for her, so she's going to be very hard to beat. We spoke about being fit in the running. That's definitely going to be her weapon. I like also Lizzie Wellborn. The fire is in the belly. She would be a very popular win, certainly within the whole community of surf lifesaving. And Lizzie looks fantastic. Lana Rogers is not going to be easy to beat, so Lizzie's going to really have to have one of her best races and mistake-free. And at the moment, also for top 3 is Lily O'Sullivan. We talk about that role. Looking at her yesterday, it gave me goosebumps, her taking back-to-back in the space of 20 minutes, a World Swim Championships and a World Board Championships. I can't go on enough about the incredible achievement that one athlete can do back-to-back. We saw Carly Nerthen do that over in Adelaide. She did the board, and then also the same thing, half an hour, did the iron, the Ocean Woman not too far away. So Lily O'Sullivan, for me, at the moment, they're the top 3 that are really standing out. Yeah, you're spot on there. And we just saw a bit of a sprint finish between the girls. It was Rogers, Wellborn, Kibble, Papak, Freya Wilson from Sunshine, Caitlin Irwin from Dickey Beach, Michaela Whitney. And that, for mine, looked like Charlotte Cross and Eve Warren sprinting up the beach for the final spot there. So incredible, because I would have put Charlotte Cross in the final without an issue, and she's just scraped through there. So the dip on the line got it done ahead of Eve Warren from Maroochydore. So I saw Charlotte this morning when she arrived. She said it's been a big week and she's sort of ready for it to be over. So maybe she just had to blow the cobwebs out ever so slightly. But that's a tough heat. We spoke about a couple of your favourites, and they were in that one. Your Rogers, your Wellborn. Kibble's not too far away. She's had Annalise Kibble, Piper Harrison, they were the 2 most improved Iron Women last year, without a shadow of doubt. I'd probably throw Gemma Smith-Welsh in there as well. Those 3 ladies, they just went from good age group athletes where they were competitive in their age group to basically winning almost anything in the summer of surf all season long. So good to see them really make the jump. And next up, it looks like we've got heat number 3 in this one. And just while we were hearing from Ty, you pointed at this quarterfinal and looked at me like, God, I don't want to be in this one here. And I knew what you were saying almost immediately, because if all the favourites, Lana Rogers and Lizzie Wellborn, were in quarter number 1, the rest of the favourites are in quarterfinal number 2, because we'll run through the start list. Tila Garrett,
No mug at all from Manly. Abertolano was at Alexandra Headland, now at Mooloolaba down there. Lily Finardi from Sussex County in the US races here at BMD Northcliffe regularly, but good to see her representing the Delaware crew there in the US of A. Courtney Bryant from Noosa Heads, she's pretty good as well. Gemma Smith-Welsh, one of the most improved girls in the sport, 5th, I think, in the surf race yesterday from Sunshine Beach. Katie Natt from Kurrawa. Lily O'Sullivan, 2 gold medals in as many events yesterday afternoon. Sarah Hamaji from Nishiyama in Japan. Electra Outram in that board final yesterday. She was very competitive there. Olivia Corrin, world ski race champion from just 2 days ago. Brodie Trinker, the Australian board race champion. Georgia Miller, she's had more runner-up finishes than anyone I know. Maybe you, the only other person who's had more runner-up finishes here at the World Championships, with Georgia Miller. Absolute superstar of the sport. Charlotte Davey from Maroochydore. Naomi Scott has been on fire in all levels of competition. Jasmine Graham from Coolangatta, and Sarah Tazaki from Sussex County by way of Northcliffe. Off and away, there is 12, 13 girls I would put in the final in this one, so we're going to lose some in this without a shadow of a doubt. If you're not on for your first race of the day, ladies, you're going to be sitting and watching the final from home. Off and away, a real treat to start the Ocean Women competition here. Quarterfinal number 3, and some of the big guns are in this one.
Yeah, this one, as I said to you, we were going through it, and I said, Josh just quietly, I went, this one is the one. This is the hot one that everyone doesn't want to be, and you don't want to be knocked out in that quarterfinal. You want to make sure you get to the semi and keep progressing forward. But the one thing I noticed on screen, so we're very lucky in the booth, we've actually got the main screen, but a lot of screens as well to the right-hand side as well. Panning across the field, everyone looked nervous, but one athlete, Lily O'Sullivan. For me, she stood out. She had a smile on her face. She put her goggles on probably the last couple of seconds before she went. That, to me, is being relaxed. Everyone else had their goggles on really early. They were fixing their cap. They were kind of looking where the can is. Fidgeting, that's a great word to use. And when you see an athlete fidgeting, there's a bit of nerves going on. And you don't usually see the nerves for the likes of Olivia Corrin, Georgia Miller, Naomi Scott, Gemma Smith-Welsh. You know, those type of athletes, you don't really see them too nervous for a quarterfinal, but they've seen the lineup, they've looked beside, and the nerves have just picked up.
Yeah, you're spot on. I pulled up this morning to arrive at the beach. Lily O'Sullivan parked behind me. She was there with Pat. They both got out of the car. And I said, didn't you two have a good day yesterday? 3 gold medals in 3 races between the two of them. And they both smiled and said, we couldn't believe it. But Lily O'Sullivan, straight to work, she's like, I've got to do it again today. And she's like, I don't know how it'll go. But you could tell there was a bit of confidence about her. She put that behind, and while it's great and she enjoyed it, job's not done. She knew she was coming here today, and she set herself up very, very well here. She'll lead a round in 1, and she's, like you said, she's got that confidence beyond her years. Not that old, just 20 years of age, 19, 20 years of age, and only just in open competition. But she's been at the top level for so long and raced these girls for so many years that it's a special talent. And I watched her age group come through, and I wrote about it for Summer of Surf. Theirs might be the best age group I think I've ever seen in terms of on the women's side of things, without a shadow of doubt. They're in first and second, Lily O'Sullivan, Gemma Smith-Welsh. They've got Lily Finardi and Abby Tolano in this one. Charlotte Cross in the last race, Gracie Otto, who's not racing here as well. They had Taylor Halliday, they had Lucy Derbyshire, they had an absolute who's who. I think 11 of that age group, around that sort of group, have been in the Iron Woman series. So 11 out of one age group is absolute insanity, and Lily O'Sullivan for a long time was the best of them. A few have dropped away here and there, but there's a lot of them that are very, very good. So she's been at the top level for a long time, and those girls are truly incredible, and she's proving why, because she's gone away from the rest of the field. She's left Naomi Scott behind, she's left Georgia Miller and Gemma Smith-Welsh behind, and Lily O'Sullivan is in a true purple patch of form.
Yeah, you absolutely. That was, incredible what you just said, those stats there. And as you said, Lily O'Sullivan, we've seen her up the front so many times. So leading the likes of all those incredible talent, even if it's through the 17s and 19s, she knows how to be in front, and that is a good athlete. A lot of athletes, they tend to like to be in second or third, just sit in and kind of make their way towards the end. But an athlete who can get out in front, strong, confident, Lily O'Sullivan right now. And as you said about being age groups, Georgia Miller and Lana Rogers, same thing. They went neck and neck for years in New South Wales. But as we speak, we've got Lily O'Sullivan, could be the only one, and there you go. And that's what someone is looking out for you up above says, you did all the work in front, so I am going to give you this wave to yourself.
I thought Naomi Scott and Georgia Miller were going to get down at there, the two wearing the white cap with the maroon star of BMD Northcliffe. Push over the top, and Georgia Miller, Gemma Smith-Welsh, that's the sunshine cap closest to us, red, yellow and black there. They'll make their way down, but Lily O'Sullivan out in front, and you spot on Ty Dowker. She's not afraid to go to the front. She's not afraid to leave, and she's got experience beyond her years.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Confidence is a wonderful thing, and just running around, you see she's up, the hips are nice and high.
And we might have just lost Ty down on the beach there. We'll wait and try and get him back. But as they work their way through, O'Sullivan on the board in the distance. That's Brodie Trinker, Courtney Bryant working their way up and into transition. And this is the real danger zone. Sarah Tazaki there, Naomi Scott, Electra Outram as well. Abby Tolano's had a great swim. Lily Finardi will grab her board. So a lot of the big guns. And we might check to see if we've got Ty back down to the beach. And Lily O'Sullivan certainly looking good.
It was quite interesting. I was having a chat to a boyfriend this morning and said, geez, what a performance from Lily yesterday. He said on the night before she had, I think it was some pizza, garlic bread, and then a bit of ice cream. So it was all about fuel in the body to perform, and she definitely did deliver. And once again, delivering here at the moment. Super tightly congested from that of second. What have we got there? So second to about 11th. So this red zone around that 8th is going to be super critical to qualify through.
Yeah, you're spot on. We're just seeing Georgia Miller, Naomi Scott, Gemma Smith-Welsh and Electra Outram. So 2 from BMD Northcliffe, 2 from Sunshine Beach. The crew from Sunshine doing a fantastic job under Wes Berg, changing the game for the club there. They are absolutely performing, and for a long time, age group sort of club, they have really good juniors. They're unbelievable nippers. But those last couple of years, it's open competition. Gemma Smith-Welsh, medals at the state titles in open events. Electra Outram was one of the best Iron Women all summer long last year, and Wes Berg has been an absolute phenomenon up there, and you love to see it, doing a fantastic job. But they're sitting pretty, those girls. So Lily O'Sullivan out in front, mucking around, and this is big warning signs for the rest of the field. This is a great heat, one of the most competitive ones we've seen all morning long. And Lily O'Sullivan, it looks like she's in the heat before because she is that far out in front. Georgia Miller, Naomi Scott there, Gemma Smith-Welsh on the blue, Electra Outram with the yellow tail there. A gap back, I think it might just be Sarah Tazaki and Lily Finardi there. Brodie Trinker, the Australian board race champion, sitting on the edge. So 5, 6, 7, 8. That's Brodie Trinker. That white board, the blue cap with the yellow dot on the top. She's in. Abby Tolano from Mooloolaba, she's out.
Yeah, it's really getting close. And Lily O'Sullivan's really stretching away there. But it's where you want to be. As you see the girls coming around the can there, they've got a little bit caught up, a little bit tied up. You don't want to be doing that, especially in the quarterfinal. You want to make sure you get through. And as we see Lily O'Sullivan just looking so nice, she's just in really good flow at the moment, in such great form. And well done, Lily O'Sullivan and Michael King, for putting in the hard work, getting up in the in the dark in the winter and getting the work done. And we said that this morning. That is the athletes that are going to shine, especially in the Ocean Man and especially in the Ocean Woman, because that is where that pre-season training will come in. You can potentially get away with it a little bit more so in the board and ski, but certainly not the Ocean Man and Ocean Woman. And I'm not too sure if Lily would be too happy with Ty letting out what she had for dinner, because we know she got interviewed on the beach and she actually didn't say it, so it might be a little bit of a secret, but I do like the pizza and the garlic bread and the ice cream. I tell you what, the triple threat, isn't it?
Oh, isn't it ever? And I called, Naomi Scott, but it's Olivia Corrin there up in the top on the pink board from Northcliffe, has moved up into second place alongside Georgia Miller. It might be the secret weapon. Matt Bevilacqua, he had a bit of pizza last night as well, so it's a good
I
stuff.
Did as well.
All the champions are having it, that is for sure. Forget the salads, it's the Italian. That's what the champions eat, and you need it. They're big days on the beach. You've got to fuel, and I spent a bit of time with Bevilacqua over the last couple of days, and he's big on fueling at the moment, and he just doesn't think a lot of the athletes are doing it right, and they just don't understand. They think, I got to eat and this and that, but there's no sort of method to the madness, and maybe these guys have just picked it up. Lily O'Sullivan onto that ski in the lead. Corrin was in second place. Here we go. Gemma Smith-Welsh, Corrin, Brodie Trinker. What a board leg she's had to move up into fourth. 5, Georgia Miller. 6, Electra Outram. So Naomi Scott starting to feel the pinch. Just just on the edge there in 7. Sarah Tazaki, you can see her come around for Sussex County in Delaware in 8th place. So that is on the edge, and a couple of the big names outside that top 8 at the moment with a little bit of work to do. Sort of Lily Finardi, Abby Tolano, Courtney Bryant, they'll try and get back into it. Charlotte Davey from Maroochydore as well. And this is it. If you're not in this group, you're not getting through to the semi-final. And they look comfortable on the front, but there's a hell of a lot of pressure, that is for sure, because they know it's a small margin of error.
They've definitely put themselves under a little bit of pressure because there's a couple of sets coming through, and if you get hit on the lap and you're out in front there, it can actually push you a fair way back. But these top girls here from 2nd through to 6th, getting out there very nicely. Only got caught up just a little bit, but a little bit more pressure than what you'd want to be under in a quarterfinal, because you know whatever happens, you're going to be under pressure in the semi-final. So for this quarterfinal, look, there's 2 ways you can look at it. You can look at it as, I'm in the hardest one, I'll get myself moving and going, and really blow those cobwebs out, and this might be the race that I actually need. Other way, you can actually spend a few more cookies than what you'd like to, because you know that you've got a really big day ahead.
I think for a couple of these girls, big confidence builder. The likes of your Brodie Trinket, your Gemma Smith-Welsh, massive confidence builder. If you get through this one, you go, I can get through just about anything. Lily O'Sullivan, the same. When you're this far out in front, you go, I'm in good form, I can win this race. But if you're a Naomi Scott, who's just under pressure. She's had 3 massive weeks being part of that Australian team. She raced in the pool. She raced on the beach. She raced in the surf for Australia. She's come back here. Beach, pool, surf for BMD Northcliffe. That is a giant program, and she would just like to be able to cruise through a couple early on. So you don't get to choose, and you get what you get and don't get upset. I think that was the call from the IRBs yesterday. So in 2nd, Corin Miller 3rd, Outram and Smith-Welsh from Sunshine in 4 and 5. Brodie Trinket in 6. 7 is Corin. Sarah Tazaki is in 8. And then Lily Finardi, Abby Tolano fighting it out for that final spot, or trying to get past Sarah Tazaki as they turn for home. A little run, and they'll like that. They just look over their shoulder ever so slightly, and Lily O'Sullivan so far out in front, she looks like she was in the quarterfinal before. Unbelievable. This is a message, whether she intended to do it or not. She's in good form, and sometimes you don't even know why you're in good form. You just are. And I think maybe that's the case for Lily O'Sullivan. She's very good at the World Championships. Won 9 gold medals, I think, last time as part of that national team setup. So maybe this is the kind of event that just really suits her down to the ground. And she's already got 2 gold medals here for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, and if she continues on in this sort of form, she might end up with another this afternoon.
Why stop at 2 individual gold? Why not keep going for the triple threat? And the Ocean Woman is, if you ask most of the athletes, that's, the top one. You mix everything together, and it's one of the ones that one of the golden races that people really want to win. But the one thing that the girls don't realise what they're doing right now, the fact that no one went with Lily O'Sullivan, she is mentally getting in everyone's heads, because she's so dominant by winning not only yesterday but at the moment.
Oh, one of them, Georgia Miller, I think, just goes off there. Not what you want from her.
Absolutely, and we go back. She'll be safe. She's got a fair bit of distance there. But Lily O'Sullivan, what she's doing right now, you're just setting yourself up that I am the one to beat, and I am, as you know, I do love the mental part of being an athlete, and mentally right now Lily O'Sullivan is doing exactly what she needs to do to get herself ready for the final.
Yeah, this is where things might get interesting. All 3 of these ladies might be okay. We've got one across. This is Gemma Smith-Welsh in 2, Brodie Trinket on the left, and Electra Outram on the right in 3, 4. Olivia Corin 5, 6, 7, 8. That is all she wrote. So Georgia Miller, Naomi Scott, Sarah Tazaki, the training partners of BMD Northcliffe, will get through. Lily Finardi will miss out. So a couple of the young guns in really good form will go out in the quarterfinal, not what they wanted. And why stop at 2 gold medals at the World Championships might be the most Courtney Hancock thing I think I've ever heard saying from people who've never even gone close to winning one. You are a champion. Lily O'Sullivan is a champion, and for the rest of us mere mortals, we would take just a final. I love it. And that is what it takes to be a champion. Why stop at 2? Win them all if you can. And Lily O'Sullivan, you know what? She's right alongside you there with that kind of attitude, because she might go and win everything she is in this afternoon. So we wait and see. Ty Dowker, he's not down on the beach there with that, because we are headed back to, I think, the men's semi-finals, not too far away from those. So from the ladies' quarters to the men's semis. We'll hopefully bounce back for the women's semis later on as well. We'll just run you through a few results from those other quarterfinals as well of the ladies' competition. Lucy Derbyshire, Tiani Massey, Bella Williams, Gemma Smith, Holly Holmesby, Ella Garrett, Morgan Trinker and Claire Van Kampen got through in quarterfinal number 2. This was quarterfinal number 3 on your screen right now. O'Sullivan, Smith Welsh, Outram Trinker, Corin Scott, Tazaki and Miller. That one is a good one for Nadia and Talano. Miss out, and to be honest, no shame in missing out on that one there, because that is as good as a semi, if not a final. Bryant, Garrett, Nat, Hamaji, Davey and Graham as well. So from the women to the men, they've got one more quarterfinal down in that area, but the men's semis coming up now, and they had some absolute cracker quarters. It's go time now. There's no holding back. There's no second gear. It is all in from the start. Quarterfinal number 1. We see the guys out there on the water. A couple of whales doing their thing. Beautiful out there. What a seat those ladies and gentlemen have out there at the moment. And the boys won't be looking at that, because it is all business for these gentlemen. Noah Steiner on the far end. Corey Taylor as well. Into Patrick L.A., Matt Bevilacqua, Charlie Verco, Nick Green, Connor Maggs, Archie Vernon, Nathan J, Hamish Miller from Mount Maunganui, Riley Harlan from Nobbies, Casamento from Alexandra Headland, TJ Hendy from Service, Adam Palmer, Ben Highfield, Jake Morris. If all these boys are in the first semi, who's in the second semi? Because this one is an absolute cracker as well. Those top 5 or 6 at that end, very, very good here. The pressure is on.
Wow, I'm just looking through the names here, and it definitely makes me nervous for all the athletes. Just having a look, we are already to the semi-final, hasn't it? It's gone really, really fast this morning. So they've had a little bit of a rest. The officials, not too big of a rest, but just a little one to get themselves ready, that get themselves up. And so we see closest on screen, Noah Steiner. He's been in very good form, but this one is when you get to the semi-finals, they're both as hot as each other. So we are off and about, and the boys, just see TJ Henning there. He's a little bit at the back. I'm not too sure. He might have changed his position on the line, but it's pretty clustered at the moment.
Do you know what's interesting as well? A distinct sort of lack of swimmers, and that's with no disrespect, but a lot of the ocean men here, their best leg is probably something other than the swim, to be completely honest. Maybe Connor Maggs Connor Maggs would be the only exception, along with Nathan J from Cronulla, and that's going to be interesting, because you can't rely on your strengths here. When everybody's so good skiing board, it'll be the ones who swim well in this opening leg that'll have a massive impact in it. And already, I think down that far side from Nobbies, I reckon it'll be Jakey Morris who's gone off like an absolute cracker there. Riley Harland will be in the mix as well, but it might be, the two Nobbies boys, Jake Morris on the left there, Riley Harland on the right, Bevilacqua out on his own. You don't want to be there. Noah Steiner doing things on his own over there as well. So a couple of these boys know it's now or never. You can't muck around. You've got to go to work. And Benny Highfield there in the mix as well. Ty Dowker down on the beach. Semi number 1 is off and away, and if you swim, you win.
Yeah, Joshy, you're right on the money there. Funny you say that, because I was just going through the start list saying, where's the swim going to come from this first leg? And I totally agree, there's a lot of craftsmen in this race, and looking out for that of Harlan, you mentioned as well, Connor Maggs. And TJ Hendy, you said, it was quite interesting. He went in very, very easy. And I think he's just looking, knowing that I want to just get dragged around this first leg and then make some move on that of the board and ski. I think a lot of this is going to come down those last 2 legs. But at the moment, the Nobbies boys, I think, are doing well out in front.
You're spot on there. It's Jake Morris, and I think Riley Harlan's just gone past him on the left on the outside, so they'll be the first 2 to the cans. Bevilacqua sitting pretty in there in second place. Maybe Archie Vernon has gone up into sort of 3rd or 4th there, hot on the heels. And then Connor Maggs, he hasn't had the start that we probably would have expected from Maggs. He's a little bit further back for I would say, the best swimmer in this field without a shadow of a doubt. Riley Harlan going to work, the big, long arms he's a big lump of a lad. He absolutely flies, and he's very, very good at what he does. And he goes to the lead, and it's maybe a full body length out in front in 1. Jake Morris in 2, Bevilacqua in 3. Just outside him, is that TJ Hendy or is it Archie Vernon? It's a Surface Paradise cap without a shadow of a doubt. There in behind him, Adam Palmer got some work to do. Corey Taylor, he comes around with Ben Highfield, Connor Maggs, Noah Steiner and Nathan Jay. Plenty of work there. Archie Verco, as well. So that's what makes this so tough. There's so many guys that you'd expect them to be at the front, but if you don't get that start, it's so hard to swim around the field. And it is TJ Hendy. So Hendy, who sort of didn't start with all that much vigour, to be completely honest, is working his way up into it. He's up into third alongside Bevel Aqua there, just on the feet of Jakey Morris, and they've let Riley Harlan go out in front. You can see the difference in rating. The rating from Riley Harlan just so much higher there, and he's really broken away from the rest of the field.
So there was a moment in this semi-final that we actually didn't get it on screen, but I saw it in one of the screens over to the right side of me. It was the first can, and potentially that's maybe where TJ might have
snuck around,
but there was about 6 guys that were all on top of each other, and I can tell you what, it is an experience. I've been in that situation before. You can actually be the front of that pack, get your feet pulled down, your head pushed down, and have about 4 to 6 people go on top of you. So I think if we've seen any of the athletes drop back, that was the moment they dropped back, and if we see a few coming forward, that was certainly a moment.
Little wave on that far right-hand side there, just down on this edge. So, Steiner falls off the back. Someone else has just dropped off, but our leader, Riley Harlan, will catch that one all the way to the beach. These two gentlemen there, maybe Connor Maggs has got into the mix. Another wave there. Drama stations on the far side. So a couple have missed it there in the centre. Not what you want for Corey Taylor. Ty Dowker down there. The pressure is on a couple of the big names because Riley Harlan is absolutely out and flying, and the waves, the inconsistency hurting them.
Yeah, the pressure cooker is definitely up, not only for the athletes, but also that of the handlers and coaches as well, because they know what's at stake here. CT now goes around. What are we looking at? 3, 6, about 9 and 10. Carly Verco, Archie Vernon, Braden Casamento. Look out for a huge move of Casa here coming out in the board leg as well. And then we got Paddy Eli there as well, right at the back. So we spoke about the craft in this event. It'll come with a 4 now, but I tell you what, the pressure is up and the performance is up as well.
You spot on there, Ty, but the difficult part for Braden Casamento, Pat Ely there, they're going to have to go hard to sort of catch back up, and normally they'd be able to bring a few swimmers back, but they're racing against the guys who won the board race, who was 4th in the ski race, who were competitive the whole way through. There's not like there's mugs in front of them, so that weapon they have it's not going to be as effective as it was. It's going to take something special for them to get back into it. Out in front, Harlan on the stomach, just keeping the rating nice and high. Bevel Aqua in second place there, leading that group as they start to work out. Connor Maggs gets rid of the cap there on the purple board. He's starting to really do his thing as well. Noah Steiner on the right-hand side in the lead of that other group, second in the board race. So we got first and second in the board race, leading the chase pack. Riley Harlan, he's been quiet the last couple of days. He's got as much talent as anyone on the start line here. It's just a matter of putting it together. He was a breakout athlete last summer, wasn't he? He was truly something special, and without being disrespectful, it kind of came from the clouds. He was a junior athlete we thought was very, very good, but he established himself as an open threat in every race that he did.
Absolutely. He's been fantastic, and the way he goes about his work, he works really hard. He was actually my little pace setter training buddy side by side at Miami at swimming every morning. We'd fight it out in
now it makes more sense.
No, I was going to say now if I jump back in, I certainly wouldn't be anywhere near him. It'd be a wake-up call for me. But we see Connor Maggs going around there. Benny Highfield's also on the inside there as well. So this one's really going to be a fight till the end, and it's going to be a mistake-free, who's got the legs and who's got the skills on that last ski.
Connor Maggs has gone up into second place there. That's him on the purple in the centre. Benny Highfield on the orange from Allura on the left-hand side, starting to go to work. Bevel Aqua, Steiner there as well. Adam Palmer there, don't count him out. TJ Hendy gets a nice little run around the outside. Jake Morris in the green in the centre. Corey Taylor, he's got the red board there as well. Casamento, Verco, they're coming. Highfield as well. A few others starting to work in on it. Ile, he's a long way out the back. He's going to need something, but there's a big lump here. It's go time. This race is going to be decided in this board leg, I think, because they will get waves. A couple will get down runners. The back markers will get a few as well. If you can get get one on your own, Riley Harlan, that would be very helpful. Mags trying to go over the top. Mags gets down it. He's got skills, that's for sure. Look at him cut across there, up alongside his long-time junior sparring partner. Pat Ele's got one on the outside. There's a set that's going to pick up the rest of the field. Oh, the man from Sorrento. He's dropped off the back. We'll have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 on the next wave. It's coming down to a ski race. I don't know if this one's decided it, but it's certainly made it more interesting. Harland, Mags, they look around and go, oh no, there's 12 on the next one. You've got to get going. It's now or never.
And just on that wave, we saw Matt Bevilacqua and Benny Highfield. They missed that wide by 1 stroke, and that's some of the heartbreaking things that can happen when you're racing. And Connor Mags, on the other side of things, he'd be thinking, thank goodness I just get that little bit of breathing space. But this is where it's all going to happen. It's all about the way you pick up your ski and get moving.
Spot on. Ty Dowker on the beach. There's 12, 13, chasing sort of 6 spots. You could see the urgency from a couple of the boys as they picked up their skis.
Yeah, let's make that 15 now because Pat Ely is now picked up on the ski. Obviously, he took out the World Championship yesterday. He will be coming. Now, taking nothing away from Connor and out in front of Harlan as well. They played their strengths with the swim, but now they're being chased by some serious ski paddling fraternity right behind them as well. It is red hot. That transition, I can tell you what, that's an Aussie final transition. They know what it means to make this World Championship final.
Spot on. Braden Casamento, he's in 3rd place, centre of our screen there. TJ Hendy not far behind. Benny Highfield on the blue on the right-hand side. Bevilacqua on the red. Charlie Verco on the orange as well. Fighting. All those men at this point. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 there. Back on the edge. Corey Taylor at the moment is out. That's him. The red nose there just going past the red and yellow now. So that's the point. Jake Morris is out as well. A few of the other big guns sitting on the edge and not look like getting through to the final. This one is going to be an absolute cracker. The man on the front, Braden Casamento, he's lightning quick across the sand. So if they were to get a wave with 10, 12 on it, Casamento, he's the favourite for mine. He is super quick across the sand. But what about some of the names in trouble at this point? Corey Taylor, Jake Morris, we've seen them almost dominate all morning long. And at this point of the semi-final, we stop it now. They're going home.
Yeah, it's some big names. As we saw Corey Fletcher, he was out in the, when we saw the quarterfinal. So we've lost a lot of names in this one, but if this is anything, we're having a little sneaky look of what the final's going to be. It is going to be flying fast.
Right now, Corey Taylor works into 8, so that means we say goodbye to Adam Palmer. We say goodbye to Jake Morris. We say goodbye to Noah Steiner. We say goodbye to Hamish Miller and Patrick Ele as well. So a lot of drama in this one, and the boys turn and go for home. You can see the rating really goes up. They're our leaders out in front. That's Connor Mags there. And Riley Harlan just out of shot as well. There's a wave out the back. This might shake things up. If you're not on this one, you might be going home. There's another lump behind. You've got to be able to run it the entire way through this, and the boys are starting to push.
Yeah, they certainly are. We'll have to get the numbers for a moment there, but we just see Connor Mags, Riley Harlan, they have been fantastic, but Riley's got to make sure he gets down this one. He doesn't want to put himself in that danger zone. We just see Benny Highfield, he's on the south side. He's got to get down that one, as well as Matt Bevilacqua as well. He'll be having a big breath because that was a scary moment for a lot of our athletes just then.
Waves coming out the back, a couple more push down it. So 2 on the beach, 2, 4, 6 on the next wave. That's 8, 9, 10, 11 out there. We're just getting word through that it might be 12 going through. I have no idea why it's 12. The 24 final, we haven't seen that before. So we'll wait and see tie down on the beach, and we'll get some clarification around that. Normally it's 16, but these gentlemen looking very, very comfortable. Connor Mags, super strong. Riley Harlan, confidence there as well. Charlie Verco, TJ Hendy, Matt Bevilacqua, Corey Taylor, Benny Highfield, Braden Casamento, Jake Morris. I do not know. They look comfortable. They look happy. And high fives all around. And maybe Archie Vernon, the last one through. So when we get to tie, we might have a chat with him, see if it's 12. I've never seen 12 go through before. Normally 20 is a maximum, but it's the World Championships. We don't do it all that often. It's a little bit different here, and we had some drama there, and maybe we didn't need to because it's going to be very interesting. Matt Palmer looks like he is devastated. Noah Steiner, exactly the same. And, well, it all came down to that sort of middle section of this race. The back half of the swim, the board, the start of the ski. That's where it's one and done, isn't it?
Yeah, that board wave where you had 11 athletes on the same wave and you already had 2 athletes out in front. That's where it was a moment where you have that time where you think, okay, am I going to get off first and get going and really set myself on the ski? And then also knowing position on the line, are you number 1 or number 16 as well? So those men having to work a little bit harder to go to side by side. But I know for me, they would have obviously had the conversations before the start of this semi-final. How many go through?
They would have known.
I'd feel
100%.
better being in top 8, but that's us looking up
100%.
here at the moment. But they're the man on screen, Riley Harland. He was phenomenal. And we've actually got Ty Dowker down the beach with Riley Harland.
Yeah, we get an update. So it only happened mid-race as well for myself to have an update. It was 12 going through. So obviously being an M-shaped open man, ocean man later on today, and to align with other national teams, will be 24 in the final. So the update on that, 12 will go through. But it was the young boys of the ocean out there at the moment, Riley Harlan and that of Connor Maggs. And if it's just come in here, boys, you don't mind. Really said that in particular in the swim, all about playing to your strengths out there today, Riley.
Yeah, exactly. I know I'm swimming well at the moment, so I just want to use that as a swim race pretty well and get out in front, especially when it's 12 through. You just want to stay out in front, and that's what I did there.
One thing I love about both these boys is about they come from a strong swimming background as well. And Connor, we back last 12 months, you've had a bit of illness, you're studying, IT uni as well. It's about a balanced life at the moment, but once again, your swimming's your strength and playing to that.
Yeah, it's a balanced life at the moment. A bit of sickness last year, but had a good bit of training going this off season, so I don't really have the speed off the front end because I'm doing a lot of long stuff, but just trying to work through the race, and my skis improved a lot, so hopefully that can be a bit of a weapon this year. But I'm still pretty young and Riley's pretty young, so looking forward to this M-shape this afternoon.
Let me tell you, mate, you are a weapon. Obviously, a great calibre. Where you come from as well, Newport, and not only the males but also the females, the coaching crew there. It's a great club, isn't it, Newport?
Yeah, we've got a great squad going at the moment. We're all training well. We rock up to swimming every morning, every afternoon at the beach. So, yeah, there's a pretty good culture going at the moment and some solid results this year. But, it's a good hit out to start the season.
Mate, certainly come back to Riley just to finish off as well, mate. You are now in the World Ocean Man M-Shape final this afternoon. Ready to rip in?
Yeah, ready to go. See what I can do, Put a game plan in for me and, see if I can stay up there and see what I can do. It'll be good.
What about for the Nobbies Cup, mate? My father-in-law is a life member there, mate. I know they'll be doing cartwheels out, the old boys of the club.
Yeah, a few of them came down yesterday to watch us in that Taplin, and yeah, that second was special for us. Mum went to Nobbies as well. She was there and she was a nipper, and a few of them came down to watch and get on the podium with a team like that. It was good.
They're young, they're fast, and they're furious for this afternoon. Back to you guys up there.
Thank you for that, Ty. You're spot on. So interesting to see 24 through to the final this afternoon. ILS rules here, so a little different to what we're used to doing in the Australian side of things, and I think New Zealand as well. They're pretty similar to us. So 24, it takes the pressure off, and you can sort of understand now why those athletes look very, very comfortable as they work through. Semi-final number 2, it doesn't make it any more difficult because in that last one we said goodbye to Adam Palmer, Noah Steiner, Nick Green and Pat Elay there. So it is tough to get through. Big final this afternoon. That will cause absolute chaos. Here we go. Semi number 2, swim, board, ski is the order. Jackson Borg, Zach Morris, Tex Dixon of Half Moon Bay, Kai Kinsella of Tugun, watch for him in the swim, Joel Piper, Charlie Brooks, Finn Askew, Mitch Morris, Zach King, Sean Riley, Odin Parrish, Jaden Murphy, Ben Carberry, Dan Collins, Cooper Williams and Joe Collins. And if there was none of the swimmers in the last one, it's all of the swimmers in this one. So boys off and away. That's Cooper Williams out in the lead, absolutely flying at the moment. No dramas at all. He is off to an absolute cracker of a start. This is sort of that right-hand edge. On his tail, Joe Collins. On his feet, that's Dan Collins there. So these boys know when there is a ticket to ride, and Cooper Williams' early speed is a ticket to ride. He's off to that far right-hand side with a little bit of work to do there, but you can see the boys, the far left-hand side with a little bit of work to do, but you can see the boys absolutely going to work. The man in the middle there, it looks like Zachy Morris out in front, and there is nobody who's got more speed on the front end than Zach Morris, and he can deliver when it matters most. And it's such a weapon, Courtney Hancock, isn't it? Zach Morris out in front, his speed off the line.
Yeah, Zach Morris, I think he's been possibly the fastest starter I have ever seen in our sport, in the male side of things. And it's becoming an iconic, I guess, part of his racing. He's very well known for it. And there's almost a bit of expectation to see Zach Morris. You kind of, if you don't see him up the front there, as he is right now on screen, you're kind of like, oh, what happened?
What are you doing? Yeah,
what happened to him? Did he go down a pothole or something like that? So it's a great weapon to have. He's using it at the moment. He's in fantastic form, and he saw the other semi-final. You want to be out in front. You want to secure your spot. You don't want to get yourself in that zone of, we're going to say, 7th or 8th, but it's actually 11th or 12th. You want to make sure you're and he's out in front. And also, like Lily O'Sullivan, he's setting himself up to be like, hey, guys, I'm here to win. I'm here to beat you all, and that's what I'm doing right now at the moment. So it's a confidence booster as well.
Cooper Williams swimming up alongside him there, sitting pretty in second. We spoke about Cooper in the off-season that he has had so far. His best, I would say best ever in terms of the work he's done, that is for sure. The boys behind, they turn. That's Mitchy Morris, Joey Collins in there as well. Big Ben Carberry, Finn Askew not too far away. Odin Parrish in the mix. Maybe Fletcher Riley and Sean Riley and Zach King from the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Club. Dan Collins there, we can see him, the blue cap with the yellow stripe down the centre of Redhead. And then Jolie Piper from Maroochydore. A little bit further back, plenty of the big names are there, that is for sure. Jaden Murphy from Mount Maunganui. Jackson Borg, where is him? He's just starting to come into shot at the top of the screen as well, alongside Charlie Brooks and a few others. And this is going to be really, really interesting. Tex Dixon off the back with Kai Kinsella as well. So I'd expect probably more from certainly Kai Kinsella in this one. Jackson Borg as well, to be completely honest. And Tex Dixon. But the pace is hot on the front without a shadow of a doubt. Cooper Williams going to the lead as a couple of little lumps start coming through.
Yeah, you want to be on those little lumps. You want to try to get on each of them and try and connect them up to potentially if they turn into a wave. But the two men out in front, they have a little look around. We see a little set coming through at the moment. It looks like there's about 1, 2, 3 of this set. Not a big set, but enough as we see right now, Josh, on screen.
A little double up in the back there. Tex Dixon, he didn't quite get over the top of it there. So we got 5 on the wave. This is a nice little ride. 6 on the wave, maybe. There was one that's just come into screen as well. So tough to see them in there in the white water, and another little lump behind. This will pick up basically the rest of the field. A reward for effort on the front. It was actually, 6 on that wave there. So you can see Morris, Finn Askew, Carberry, they'll go up and around. And Zachy there, well, that's a reward for his work. And great transition down on the sand. A big 6, Ty Dowker. They look pretty comfortable, but there's plenty in this chase pack. No, we don't have Ty down on the beach. So there goes Joel Piper in and around. Kai Kinsella, Mitch Morris as well. Plenty of work to do for these boys, but they're sitting on the edge. It seems a lot easier when it's 12. And Joey Collins, after sitting in second around the cans, he goes in on the back end there. And maybe we're back and we might have Ty down on the beach. A very, very tight top 12, and the entire field, maybe 4 or 5 board lengths separating them.
Yeah, and this shore break's starting to pick up as well, and all of a sudden that lead pack, if they get through this one, it'll be fine, but they may get held up a little bit. They've just become a little bit more congested as well. So there's nothing apart from that of the open surf race that we saw yesterday with those guys coming in. Williams obviously had Morris there as well. Ben Carberry looks comfortable. When he looks comfortable, he's a dangerous man.
Yeah, you're spot on, especially when he can set him. This order's good for Ben Carberry. He can set himself up in the swim, get to the front. He'll just, to be honest, hide in that board. It's not his strongest leg, and he'll just get round. You can see him tucked in right in the centre, take it as easy as possible, and then he will get on that final ski leg and absolutely go. So I like the order for Ben Carberry. Just like Zach Morris, Cooper Williams, when you've got a big swim leg and you're nice and strong and you can ski paddle, swimboard ski, that'll suit you down to the ground.
I totally agree with you, Josh. Yeah, it's a great order for those couple of athletes that you just said there, because having a nice, good, solid swim, getting out there in front and setting yourself up to be on that first wave. Board, a little bit slower than what it would be if it was first, and also even a little bit slower than when it's last. So when you see board last in an ocean man, ocean woman, it's all about the legs, the leg strength, how you're feeling, really connecting together. Matt Bevilacqua, he's an example of, board last, very, very strong, very tough to beat as soon as he starts getting on runners. He's off and away. So the athletes that you said, I think they'd be very happy. The board's tucked in a little bit. Not that it's a rest in any moment like that, but it's just an opportunity pace a little bit slower, and an opportunity to wash ride.
What about this? At this point, if we stop the race now at bang on the halfway mark, we say goodbye to Charlie Brooks, we say goodbye to Jackson Borg, we say goodbye to Dan Collins, and we say goodbye to Joe Collins. Those four men, there wouldn't be a world if they could finish in the top four in the final. So Joe Collins was a red-hot favourite coming into today, and right now he is out. Jacko Borg has done everything. Dan Collins, the Australian champion, and Charlie Brooks is an absolute flyer on the board, but they're sitting outside the top 12 at the moment. It's pretty generous with 12, and if you can't get in, then, well, I don't know. It's going to be very difficult for those lads, and Joe Collins worked his way a long way down to that right-hand side, chased a few runners, and he's gone past a few. But Dan Collins and Charlie Brooks in the background, they've got some work to do, because with 1.25 legs to go, we've got a big 4 on the wave out in front, and they're going to need to find something special if they want to get into this one.
They certainly do, and Joe Collins did the opposite to what he actually did in the quarterfinal. He was really coming in and making sure he didn't have to run as far. This one, I guess he felt a little bit desperate to be like, okay, I've really got to take whatever I can get. So he really connect those runners up to go south, so he will have to come across. But for Joe Collins, he's going to have to put an effort in at the moment.
Odin Parrish goes through in one for the first time today. We haven't spoken much about him. Great competitor, great young Ironman, enthusiastic. We love to see it. Zachy Morris round in 2, Finn Askew in 3. Then the absolute charge of the Light Brigade, Ty Dowker. It's all coming down to this.
Yeah, 14 does not go into 12, and I tell you what, it is up and about. Look at this, national teams champion, Joe Collins go through. We've also got the New Zealand champion there going through as well. Bevilacqua there as mix. Number of Burley Caps in the red zone. Dan Collins back there in what's his 15, 16 at the moment. The tempo up, the pressure is on at the moment, and Odin Parrish was all smiles coming round in 1.
Yeah, he's sitting pretty, and this is him out in front. He'll go up and over one that'll just lap him ever so slightly. It'll clean up the rest. Finn Askew is built into this weekend very well. He said the focus for him is the Coolangatta Gold. He said he's had 2 days off to recover, no real sprint work. It's all the gold, so he'll get better every single round that goes on. That's him on the left there in the lead. Cooper Williams in 3rd, Zach Morris in 4, Ben Carberry in 5. Maybe one of the boys from the New Zealand club out there, maybe from Mount Maunganui, Jaden Murphy's just working into the mix in the centre there. It looks like a little bit further back, Charlie Brooks has just got himself back in. Jackson Borg's got himself back into this one, and well and truly out the back. Dan Collins has got plenty if he wants to get in on the act. And Mitch Morris is there. Joel Piper, you can see him in the Maroochydore cap at the bottom of the screen. Sean Riley as well, alongside a couple of the other boys fighting it out, and Zachy King there. And well, this has been interesting because there was 4 guys that I wouldn't have expected to go out, but you start to list the names, and I probably wouldn't have expected any of these guys to miss out in the semi-final. So that's how tough semis can be. Piper, Zach King just there, Tex Dixon and Joe Collins sitting right on the edge. You don't want to be in that red zone at the moment. As Finney Askew flies along the back there, he'll turn for home and start to light it up.
Yeah, it's really interesting. All the athletes, they're all at really different times in their training. Obviously spoke about Finn Askew. He's doing purely gold training at the moment, so he'll like the M-shaped course when you get to the final. And then you've got Joe Collins. You know, we saw him out in the flags. He's done beach sprinting. He's been part of the New Zealand team, should I say. So a little bit of fatigue we also saw with Corey Fletcher. So Dan Collins also spoke about he's not really, into his proper training at the moment. So you can see everyone, obviously Zach Morris, he's in good form at the moment. So I think every athlete's a little bit different where they're at.
Yeah, at that final Kai Kinsella was in the red zone. So was Tex Dixon. So was Dan Collins. So not what you want to see from a couple of the big guns out in front. These two look great. That's Collins coming around. That far Charlie Brooks and Tex Dixon working in on it. They can see him on the right-hand side there. Zachy King just cuts across. He's got that right. But at the moment, Zachy King right in the red zone on that purple ski on the far right-hand side out the back. Tex Dixon from Half Moon Bay finds a little runner there in the orange and white. He's coming across, and that's the real battle there. Out the back, Dan Collins, Charlie Brooks, Tex Dixon, Kai Kinsella, Zach King, they are all in the red zone. Joe Collins, he is living as dangerously as any man ever has because he is 1 or 2 inside qualification. But with waves coming out the back, this one's going to come down to a sprint finish. Dan Collins is gone. Write him off. Joe Collins right on the edge there. He's missed that one. Here comes Charlie Brooks. Tex Dixon as well. Finn Askew's up and in. Don't worry about him. So is Cooper Williams as well. Out the back, here we go. The sprint is on. We're chasing 12. 1, 2, 3 there. Jackson Borg in 4. Zach Morris in 5. Around Joel Piper in 6 there. A couple of the Burley boys, 7, 8, 9, 10. Joe Collins, 11. Oh, Mount Maunganui gets themselves through there. Oh, maybe Charlie Brooks in. Tex Dixon out. Zach King out as well. And Dan Collins is gone with Kai Kinsella. So Tex Dixon, Zach King, Kai Kinsella, Dan Collins all going home in the semi-final.
Wow, that was... both semi-finals have really... It came down to that last ski leg. As we just look at the replay, we go right back to the start here. And we, as you said, you made that point, there was a lot of phenomenal swimmers in this second semi-final. We had Zach Morris leading the way out. And Joe Collins, we usually see in the position of out in front, side by side with Zach Morris there, but we didn't see him up the front at all. So he was really battling from the start there, and we saw a few of these little waves come in. I tell you what, they're only small, but they can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, you're spot on there, and that's it. They just make such a difference. Let's get down to the beach with one man who did it reasonably comfortably. I want to hear about his off-season because I think it is probably the best he's ever had. Ty Dowkers with Cooper Williams.
Yeah, down here with one of the big game players, Cooper Williams, always up for the Aussie titles as well. You look pretty relaxed, mate, but obviously a lot more intense than what the body language is showing.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to get out here and put in a good weekend sort of thing, start the season off right for me. If I can start well in the season, then hopefully everything will just flow on from that. So, yeah, here to put in a good race and, yeah, see what happens.
We always know you end the season well, obviously being a podium finish, and obviously that of our Aussie Surf race champion as well. You're stable, Jack Hansen, but not only that, mate, Steve Pullen, your boss at work. It's great to have them there. And also, obviously, they've been through the game. They know what it's about to get up the right.
Our stable back at Alex is going really well. Like, for what kind of a small club we are, we punch above our weight. So, yeah, everyone's tracking really nicely and work's going really well. Everyone sort of lets me train, lets me rock up a little bit late and have extra time off for carnival. So they're super supportive from the blokes to Steve at the top. So, yeah, I'm just really appreciative.
Where do you find coaches like that where you can turn up late? Hey, don't tell Kingy there at Burley. More importantly, mate, what about your brother Barley? It must be inspirational as well to see, Barley boy up and about and keep you honest.
Yeah, for sure. It's probably, I guess, helped me through the pre-season, just rocking up knowing that he's going to be there. And if I'm not, I'm getting a message saying, where the hell are you? But, no, he's done really well. He's, an inspiration. From what he's been able to do this pre-season to... Yeah, what he's going to be able to do at the Gold in a couple of weeks. I think he'll surprise himself, but, yeah, I won't be surprised with how he goes.
As mentioned, you've been at the pointing end of the Aussie Irons and obviously the surf race. What would it mean to take out that of the World Ocean Man Championship this afternoon?
Special. I guess I'm not really known for these longer M-shaped courses. It's short, sharp, hang on for as long as you can, but I guess I'm trying to turn that around this pre-season and be more of a stayer instead of a sprinter, but... Yeah, it's such a big carnival, and to be a part of it, to have everyone here from around the world is really special. So I'm just looking forward to this afternoon.
Being a star comes with experience. Keeping an eye for this boy this afternoon. Cooper Williams up and about for the Alex Cup. Mate, best of luck and rip in.
Awesome, thank you. Go Alex.
There you go. Back to you guys.
Yeah, they're a proud club. They do a great job up there. A couple of guys I know very, very well. In Jack Hansen leads them up there, and it's quite a club. They really, really care about what they do, and it's not like some of the super clubs down here. They're a little different up there. And it's a bit of a family affair, so we love to see it. And a great job from Cooper Williams there, and his brother Bailey. Wish him all the best. He's doing great things for the charity, men's mental health as well. So we love to see that. That wraps up the Ocean Men semi-finals. A fantastic performance from all those gentlemen in there. We're not too far away. The Ocean Women's semi-finals as well. They'll be coming up in just a few moments' time, and they are two absolute crackers as well. A reminder, 24 going through those ones there. Let's take a look at that semi-final. Askew, Cooper Williams, Odin Parrish, Jackson Borg, Zach Morris, Joel Piper, Benny Carberry, Mitch Morris, Sean Riley. It is a lot when you've got 12 going through there. We'll head over the page with 3 from BMD Northcliffe. Jaden Murphy and Charlie Brooks. And then have a look at the boys that missed out. Tex Dixon, Zachy King there as well. And Dan Collins, the Australian champion. he is not going to be in the World Championship final. Semi-final number 1, the Ocean Woman here down. I'll run you through the start list quickly. Gemma Smith, Tiani Massey, Lana Rogers, Olivia Corrin, Georgia Miller, Carla Papak, Lucy Derbyshire. Wow, that could be your top 6. Michaela Whitney, Caitlin Irwin, Grace Giblett, Naomi Scott, Bella Williams, Claudia Rose Slavin, Charlotte Cross, Brie McCowett, Chelsea Jentz, Annalise Kibble and Sarah Tazaki closest to us on the screen. That is quite the semi-final. But just like the men's, there's no mugs in semi-finals. Everybody here is a quality Ocean Woman. They are as good as it gets at the top of their game. 12 spots going through to the final gives them a little bit less pressure. But Courtney Hancock, this one's a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. As we just saw the girls going out there, just saw Tiani Massey. She's on the north side with that white and blue cap, swimming very well. It looked like she had to go right to the bottom of the sand there, and she did it the best of anyone out there. So she's leading the way, and it's nice to see Tiani out there in front. She's been doing the Coolangatta Gold training, so she's a bit more longer distance at the moment. So the board and the ski, it's a little bit trickier when you're doing that training to do a 2-3 minute effort. So for her to come out here and get into the Ocean Woman, do the M shape later, I feel it's really going to suit her. But you made the point of, we usually take 8, we're taking 12. When you go into racing like this, you have to not think about, you got to think about how many's going through, but don't put the brakes on just because 12 is in, because we saw a lot of really great competitors just miss out in the men. So if you think, I can maybe just chill out a little bit, that's when you get undone by the Ocean.
That's exactly right. You let the guard down, you just take it easy, and you're spot on. It's not always the other athletes, it's the Ocean that'll really trip you up. You can't predict it. You can sort of see what the other athletes are going to do. You understand the way it plays out. You'd know better than anyone. When you've raced these ladies enough times, you start to get a feel about what they're going to do. Zach Morris will go out hard. Naomi Scott, Georgia Miller, they'll lead this one nice and early. Tiani Massey, fantastic start no matter what the leg is. You understand it, but it's Mother Nature that trips you up because you can't expect those waves. You don't know when they're going to come. You don't know what they're going to do. And it's all Northcliffe 1 and 2 in the front at the moment. It looks like Naomi Scott from Georgia Miller. Scott's looked the best swimmer. Obviously, didn't win that surf race yesterday, but she's the one that put it to Lani Pallister. She was the one who sat on her feet, was the closest to her the whole way around. She forced the issue in that Ocean Woman relay as well. I think Scott's swimming, I don't know if it can go to another level from being one of the best in the business, but it's a class above here at the moment.
Yeah, she's been fantastic, and there's almost an expectation, almost like Zach Morris at the moment, to see Naomi Scott out in front because she's got those nice long legs that she gets into her weight, and she's exceptionally fast across the sand. So she's really your perfect surf swimmer. She can wade, she can run fast, and body surf as well. So really, you'd expect to see Naomi Scott out the front in that Ocean Woman. She's obviously got to get through here today, and we saw Georgia Miller. She's just up the front at the moment. We haven't seen her up the front as we usually do. You usually see Georgia board, swim, ski. Doesn't matter what it is. She's always up the front, so it's nice to see her back there, back up the front and really working into her race at the moment.
Let's be honest, it's probably been a disrupted couple of months, if we're going to be completely honest about her performance, because you talk about the likes of her partner Riley being in Paris. They're getting married in a couple of weeks as well. It hasn't been the most perfect preparation for Georgia Miller, and she's not using it as an excuse. She's come here to be competitive. She wants to be successful, and at the moment it's a big 4 from Northcliffe out in front, and Claudia Rose Slavin, the only one sort of providing any resistance to it. It's Rogers, Corrin, Miller and Scott, and what a big 4. Imagine training with that. Well, you're someone who's experienced that, training with the likes of them every day. Claudia Rose Slavin from Burleigh, Lucy Derbyshire from Surfers Paradise, Tiani Massey from Maroochydore, and Carla Papak from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. That is your top sort of 6 at the moment, and the best 6 Iron Woman in the country. As a little wave comes through, this will shake it up. Who's going to pick it up? I do not know, and it hasn't worked too much for the front markers, but for the back markers, very, very good. You like that one. Claudia Rose Slavin, Charlotte Cross probably got the most out of that. Cross came flying into the mix, and it's Northcliffe, Burleigh, Surfers Paradise and Maroochydore at the moment, and Gemma Smith from Newport. I'm interested to see how Gemma Smith goes here. did the kayaking thing for the last couple of months, mostly focusing on that ski paddling when she came to surf carnivals. Now she's back doing a little bit of Ironwoman racing. She was really, really good back when she focused on it. How much can she get it done here? Kibble comes up there as well, so it really is a big top 8 at the moment.
I love when Gemma Smith comes back and lines up for the Ocean Woman, should I say. She's fantastic. And I watched her yesterday in the team events. She was running very well.
Yeah.
So I don't discount her at all. And also she has her big leg up last, the ski paddling. She's absolutely flying. And Ty Dowker, he's moved down north to be down there with the girls.
Yeah, how good is this? Just quietly, skills pay the bills. And we'll also see this afternoon, this M-shaped course. Be super critical. Annalise Kibble looked really good for the Newport Club. And I'm driving the bus for Sara Tazaki. Obviously represented the Japanese national team last weekend. Now she's representing, as you mentioned, Sussex, their county in the USA. So top 12, try and get there, Sara. But I tell you what, it's a great semi-final, and the girls are flying.
Yeah, they are flying, that is for sure. Tiani Massey has gone to the front straight past that group. So there's 8 in that front group. Another little, gap of 4 there. And we had a couple that were sitting pretty that have just been left out. This is our lead group at the moment. The far side, white cap, blue and black stripes, Tiani Massey. Then on the front there, the Northcliffe girls sitting pretty. Lucy Derbyshire, we haven't spoken about her much so far. Always fit, always firing, ready to go. Had some injury concerns and illness last season and started like an absolute superstar, but just couldn't hold on in the middle there with that injury and illness. Had to sit out for a couple of rounds, came back in quality form as well. So if she's on the line, she'll be good to go without a shadow of a doubt. Annalise Kibble there as well. Claudia Rose Slavin, I think she'll be the big improver last year. She had a massive step up, was sort of known as more of a swimmer, but has turned herself into quite the ocean woman over the last couple of years, and I think she'll be the one to watch in terms of the best trajectory this summer. And then that second group, that's where it's at. Charlotte Cross in there, Carla Papak, Gemma Smith as well. They'll be really fighting it out for this final.
There's so many, there's so many wonderful things you could say to each and every one of these athletes out here. Olivia Corrin is one for me that's really been shining bright. She's had a bit of race practice as well, representing her New Zealand team. Racing fitness is different to training fitness, so I feel like she looked better and better as she was racing. You had some of the other athletes that looked more fatigued. She's looked better and better. Tiani Massey, Coolangatta gold. Lucy Derbyshire, Coolangatta gold as well, and Lana Rogers. So let's just take that into consideration that they are going to get better and better as the race goes on. They may lack a little bit of speed than what they usually do just because they've purely been focusing on that. But don't count them out because Coolangatta gold athletes, we spoke about it before, endurance, M-shape, their bodies are going to be loving the time that they're out there. So wait and see for that. So at the moment, the girls are stretching out. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It would be scary for the girls who are 9th and back at the moment if there was only top 8 because top 8 are really stretching out at the moment.
Yeah, you're spot on there. A couple of girls right on the edge. I think I saw Caitlin Irwin there, Michaela Whitney from Kurrawa as well. These two out in front. I actually picked Corrin at the start of the week. I don't know as much about the M-shape, whether it'll suit her, but I know she starts the season really well, and that's what we've seen so far. She always starts strong. She's always fit and fired up and ready to go, and last year was a spectacular one for her. Out in front now, Corrin and Tiani Massey there. We've got 3 on the next wave as well. So I just think you'd rather have form than be looking for form, and Corrin always produces. She's been very good at the series trial the last couple of years. She starts the summer well. She had her best results early in the summer and at the very end as well. So I'd expect her to do very well here, and she's kind of flown under the radar. I know she is the world ski champion, so that's not really flying under the radar, but didn't get the board race she wanted quite in the early rounds of this Ocean Woman as well. So expect big things from her this afternoon, and like you said, it'll be a different race this afternoon with that M shape. Double M's on these legs. It's going to make it longer. The Coolangatta Gold work's going to come into it. Have you done the work? We're about to find out. Bella Williams has been there. She is up and flying as well. And a tough one for a couple of these girls, but they're sitting right on the edge. Sara Tazaki, Bella Williams, they are sitting in at the moment. 2 girls on the back, they are sitting out with plenty of work to do. And Charlotte Cross, and it looks like maybe a training partner as well, Carla Papak, are trying to fight out. Ty Dowker, there is some sets coming through. What are you seeing from the sand?
Yeah, the pocket rocket of Tiani Massey's just snuck through. Oh, Olivia Corrin has gone up and managed to stay in her craft as well. That is probably the biggest set we've seen come through. Corrin again up and over. The big question is, all of a sudden, positions 3 to 10 are held up. The likes, you spoke about that. I can see Naomi Scott in there as well. Thought it might have been Lana Rogers in the mix as well. But Tiani Massey, to me, looked really good. And if you go back a matter of only 6 months ago, down the road, she took out the biggest prize stage of the Shannon Eckstein Classic as well. And these conditions are very similar to what she trains in and day out. An open beach, bit of a shore break, bit of a wind swell as well. Could be a big danger later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I think you are spot on there, Ty. And as a coach, you coach there at Tally, Courtney Hancock. Tiani Massey, she's come so close so many times. What advice would you be giving her in those off seasons? What does she need to do to make the jump? There's probably a group of, let's say, the top 2 or 3 girls, your Lana Rogers, your Georgia Millers, Lizzie Wellborn there as well. And then you've got the second tier, 1A, 1B, of your Olivia Corrin, your Tiani Masseys. What do you say to Tiani Massey to make that jump and really solidify herself at the top of the sport?
Look, Tiani does everything right behind the scenes of her being as an athlete. I know that. I know her very well, and we're good friends, and she does everything correct. So she's, she had that great win, as Ty just mentioned, the Shannon Eckstein Classic just down the road. She cracked a win. She got the feeling of what it's like to be out in front and win. So for her, it's challenging herself, bettering herself every single day in training, doing all the little things correctly, and she does. She does everything right. She works very hard. She's mentally focused. So it's just Tiani challenging herself and kind of questioning herself, okay, where can I be better? Every single day, every single training session.
And do you think that one win, that might be opens the floodgates for her? Do you think the first one's the hardest one?
Yeah, absolutely. The first one's the hardest because we saw Tiani before that, seconds, thirds, 5th in the series, 4th in the series. She's definitely on the flow at the moment, and yeah, look out for Tiani. I think we're going to see a lot of wins over this season, absolutely, because she's opened the gates now as well. She's opened the gates to that massive win, and once you do that, that is your moment of opportunity to get on that roll and to get firing. So she's on a very good roll at the moment.
Well, you heard it here first. The juggernaut that is Tiani Massey has begun, and jump on, because I think you are spot on, Courtney Hancock. I think we're going to see a lot of her on the top step of the podium. This is 2 and 3. Here comes Gemma Smith into 3rd place. Wow. She's gone away from the rest of the field here. A great ski leg. Georgia Miller in 4. Annalise Kibble in 5. But this is the lady we were talking about. Small in stature, but giant ability, huge heart, a hell of a lot of hard work's gone into it. A famous name in surf sports, the Massey family. Dad, uncle, mum's always around as well. And Massey's, they're synonymous with Maroochydore, they're synonymous with success in surf sports, and Tiani Massey, she might just be the best of all of them if she can continue on this. And there's not much of her, but, well, I wouldn't want to race her, that is for sure, because she absolutely flies. A few mistakes on the way home. A couple of the girls out there have gone sideways. Oh, Kibble backwards. No, who's that going backwards there? Derbyshire, she spun it around. Not what you want. Dump it and go, girl. Dump it and go. You got to get to the beach. It looks like Claudia Rose Slavin up there. So we got 4 across. We're chasing 8 more. So it's not exactly panic stations. If it was a top 8, those girls would be out. So 4 in there. Claudia Rose Slavin in 5. Come up and around. Lana Rogers, Carla Papak, 5 and 6. Caitlin Irwin in 7. Naomi Scott in 8. Annalise Kibble in 9. Lucy Derbyshire 10. 11th from Charlotte Cross there. And we'll have one more. Is that Giblett? Gracie Giblett? No, it's not there. One of the other girls up and across. We'll just take a look at maybe Bree McCowett. So we say goodbye to a couple of the big names. Oh, sorry, Chelsea Gents there. I should have known that. Comes up and across, and we say goodbye to a couple of the big names in that one. Bella Williams, she will go out like that, and a few others as well. So not what you like to see. That's Bree McCowett from Murringy Bay across, but all the big names survived, but a couple, Courtney Hancock, only just.
Yeah, that was we just see the replay on screen here. You've really got to set yourself up. And Lucy Derbyshire, we saw she was backwards, had a little bit of trouble with the skills happening in the whitewash there, and she was facing out the opposite way, facing out to sea, and jumped off her ski and had to panically swim in. So for a couple of those girls, if that was top 8, we would have lost the likes of Annalise Kibble there and Naomi Scott, Lucy Derbyshire. So
yeah.
We've got in our number 12. They only had to be number 12. They've done that. So Charlotte Cross with 12. So she's just got in as well. The last one in. So that second semi-final, Nerves will be definitely high at the moment, but we've got our little pocket rocket down there, Tiani Massey with Tai Dowka.
Thanks, guys. Here with the pocket rocket from the Black Swans of Maroochydore. And good to get through, obviously, to the world title final. Obviously, looked very good going out in that performance as well.
Yeah, look, that's the job done for this morning, and now I can wait till this afternoon to go and be in that final. And yeah, it's been a really big campaign the last few days with Maroochydore. We've been killing it and just trying to get in as many.
Well, we're just struggling for a bit of audio there.
Now I'm in the iron, so very exciting.
Let's talk about it as well. Obviously, world titles, it's in September. You know, obviously, you look towards the season, obviously, Aussie as well. You've got to peak at a different time of the year, but you've done the work in the off-season there with Bugsy and the crew.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's been putting in the work really well, and I'm doing the gold this season, so I may not really have the speed right now, but it's a really great, to have a good hit out and have a good race before the gold. So yeah, I'm really happy to be in that final today.
Loves the goal. Look out for that, the danger there. Loves the conditions. Obviously, about it's probably similar to what you might get there at Maroochydore as well, with an open beach and a bit of wind chop as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kurrawa is one of the trickiest beaches in Australia, and to be racing here, and you have to have so much skill, and I'm loving this northerly, and anytime there's a chance to get bumps and runners, I'm a very happy girl. So hopefully the wind will be up for this afternoon, and yeah, I can get some skills going.
Yeah, it's an M-shaped course. Number one winner, and look out this afternoon. Good luck.
Thanks.
Yeah, she's having a blast down there, that is for sure. And, well, a happy athlete is a fast athlete without a shadow of a doubt. And Tiani Massey seems like she's having a hell of a lot of fun out there. And that's what you want, don't you? As a coach, you'd know that better than anyone, that if your athletes are bubbly and excited, they're in good form.
Yeah, I think she's really happy with, at the moment, where her training's going for the Coolangatta Gold. It's only 5 weeks to go, so for the athletes doing that, it's only 4 weeks of hard work to go, probably more like 3, because you do taper a little bit further out for that race. So she looks really healthy. The colour on her face is really nice and light and bright. That's when you see an athlete that's looking really healthy. You always look for those dark eyes, the rings around. So she's looking really strong and fit and happy at the moment. She spoke about, maybe not having the speed, but coming off and doing so many ocean women this morning, and then also coming into the M shape. I think Tiani Massey, she knows that she's going to get better as the day goes on, and certainly she'll be one to watch in that final.
Well, I've learned something there, because I thought those dark rings around my eyes when I look in the mirror were permanent. I didn't realise you couldn't have them. Semi-final number 2, off and away. Not as tough, I would say, without a shadow of a doubt. Plenty of quality, though. Eve Warren out of Maroochydore, Lizzie Wellborn of Newport, Morgan Trinker of Southport in Queensland, Lily Finardi, Sussex County in Delaware of USA, by way of North Bondi and BMD Northcliffe. Dom Stitt of Mooloolaba, watch for her, a good young up-and-coming talent. Grace Harris from Alexandra Headland, Claire Van Campen of Surfers Paradise. Gemma Smith-Welsh of Sunshine Beach, 3 Sunshine Beach competitors in this one. Freya Wilson and Electra Outram as well. Lily O'Sullivan, April O'Gorman from Sussex County, a true American, races over there, lives over there, spends a bit of time out over here every now and again, but watch for her. Ella Garrett and Georgia Singleton of Manly, Holly Holmesby of Half Moon Bay, Brodie Trinker, so we've got both the Trinker sisters, Piper Harrison, the biggest improver in the sport last summer without a shadow of a doubt, Zoe Longhurst, and we spoke about the 3 Sunshine girls, but out in front at the moment, I don't know if that's Piper Harrison or it is Lizzie Wellborn, but I think maybe Wellborn. Both swim very, very well, but if this is Lizzie Wellborn producing here, we are in all sorts. She swam very well in her quarterfinal, set that one up, and she is a full body length in front of the World Surf Race champion, Lily O'Sullivan, Gemma Smith-Welsh, not too far away, Dom Stitt not too far back, so those 3 girls, same age group, working their way out and across, and that's the quality there. Lizzie Wellborn, she can set herself up. If she's in the top 5 heading onto that board, she'll lead on the way home.
Absolutely. The one thing I love what Lizzie, I've noticed she's done over the last 2 years, she's put herself and lined up for surf races. So She was in the surf race for the World Championships, and she said to me, I'm going not necessarily necessarily backing herself to win, but she does it for experience and also to better herself. Yeah, for the Ocean Woman. So very, very smart. She's only started doing that over the last few years, and I think that's incredible. If you feel you've got a weakness out of the three, start going the individual, and you'll certainly improve. So Lizzie Wellborn, I really like the way she starts. She milked her dolphin diving a lot longer than anyone else, and we've got Gemma Welsh. She seems to really work her swim kind of in that back half of the swim, as we've seen. And
very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lily O'Sullivan, who we've been watching her so closely this whole morning, she's backing off and she's only going half pace at the moment.
Gemma Smith-Welsh, a good athlete, and Mum's a great athlete as well. And just quiet, confidence work. That's all she does. And I love what you said about Lizzie Wellborn and going in surf races, because as a coach, you pull your hair out with kids that say, my swim's no good, my board's no good, I'm not doing the surf race, I'm not doing the board race, whatever it is. You got to do the opposite. Do the thing that's uncomfortable. Do the thing that you don't like. If you want to be good at this sport as an ocean man or an ocean woman, you got to work on those weaknesses. So if you aren't a swimmer, the only way to do it is to go to swimming training and do surf races. It's the only way. And it's uncomfortable. It can be embarrassing. It's just not what you enjoy and you don't like doing it, but you got to pay a price to get better, and that price is to do uncomfortable things. And Lizzie Wellborn has done uncomfortable things. She is not a bad swimmer, but she's not the best swimmer in the sport, and she's found a way to get better and better and better every single year. Her ski's been the same. Her board's always been unbelievable, and you don't see the fruits of your labour straight away, do you? You don't become a great swimmer overnight, but Lizzie Wellborn has quietly gone about her work and now leads the semi-final of the World Championships swim first.
Yeah, everything you said was, that's advice there, right there.
Got it from you, mate.
Yeah,
no.
We'll take it from Lizzie Wellborn. We got it from Lizzie Wellborn. So she's doing incredible. I love the way she's swimming at the moment. And Lizzie Wellborn can body surf.
Yeah.
I would actually put her to be the best body surfer out there of all the girls. So her skills are going to be on show at the moment. So there she is, nice and easy out in front there. Lily O'Sullivan found herself on that wave as well. So that's what's happening at the moment. You're seeing these two girls, Gemma Welsh as well, Lizzie and Lily O'Sullivan, finding themselves in front, and that's when you're racing well. We spoke about the flow. You find yourself up the front no matter how you do it.
Set your race up in the swim, that is for sure. The World Surf Race and Board Race Champion, Lily O'Sullivan from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park leads. Lizzie Wellborn, the heir apparent for women's board paddling for a long, long time, well over a decade, in second place. So watch her go to the front. Gemma Smith-Welsh, I cannot say enough good things about her. I know I continually bang on, but she was one of those girls that wasn't at the top end of her age group. We talk about Lily O'Sullivan. That's the top end when you've got her to chase every single week. And the likes of Charlotte Cross, Lily Finardi, Grace Otto, Abby Tolano, Lily Finardi in there racing every single week. And then depending on what year it was, your Dom Stitt, your Taylor Hallidays, your Sarah Perkins, you name it, you're chasing those girls. Gemma Smith-Welsh might have finished 7th in her age group and then finished 9th or 10th in the open competition. That's how good they were, and she's just quietly gone about her business. I think Wes Berger's been great for her, and she'll continue to improve without a shadow of a doubt. She's such a hard worker, and that hard work's starting to pay off now. This is the race for the top 12 here. Dom Stitt there. It looks like maybe Lily Finardi working her way in. This is the back end at the moment. April O'Gorman got some work to do if she wants to get into the mix on this one. Watch for the likes of Brodie Trinker start to go to work here, the Australian board race champion. She's right in the centre of the screen with a little bit of work to do, but she's close enough if she's good enough.
Yeah, we've seen Brodie Trinker. She makes up a lot of distance. She's got a wonderful technique and just really a natural athlete on that board. Pierce Leonard there coaching down at Southport. So they've done some great things. You've seen she just got pipped by her sister to get that bronze medal for the open board. So I'm sure they're going to go a bit back and forth. I know Bonnie and I used to do that with our racing as well. So a lot of love there happening. But Lizzie Wellborn on screen at the moment. Lily O'Sullivan and then Gemma Welsh-Smith right in there. And Gemma Welsh-Smith, her being up the front there, it giving her a lot of experience. And that's what's so great about the quarterfinals and the semifinals for these younger athletes. Putting themselves up the front and getting that feeling of leading the way and making those decisions is really good for them. Yeah, big experience points there, that is for sure. Claire Van Kampen, I think, from Surfers Paradise, not too far away either. This is one of the chase packs. We're back on our leaders. All three girls down on the stomach. Safety first, especially in semi-finals. Maybe you take a bit more risk in those finals, but you're just looking for a spot there. It's not about anything else but getting through. The girls
in the race, chasing very, very hard there. It looks like that will be Piper Harrison who comes around working very well in fourth place there. Dom Stitt, she's in fifth, starting to go to work here. There's Electra Outram. We haven't spoken much about Electra Outram, but she had a breakout year as well. Moved back from Noosa to Sunshine Beach, where she started her Nippers career with Wes Berg, and she's gone on to get bigger and better things there. Ella Garrett, Georgia Singleton, they're not too far away with Freya Wilson from Sunshine Beach. That's in the background. They're the chasers, but our leaders out in front. And it's the technique of Lizzie Wellborn on the board that makes her so good. If anyone's watching at home and you think, oh, what do you want to look like when you're a board paddler? Lizzie Wellborn, bang on it. I don't think I've ever seen better technique on the board. High hips, really low chest and chin there. Big, deep catch, high rating, and can run a board better than anyone else. You could probably explain it better than I could, but that's almost pure perfection.
Oh, it was spot on. I say a lot of my kids, make sure you go and watch Lizzie. Go to this YouTube link and watch her there. Slow it down and watch how this is a beautiful shot right now of seeing Lizzie. She's absolutely nailed it, and that's why we see her up the front. That yellow board so many times, but our three leaders out here in front doing it very comfortably, and the pace looks a little bit slower than what we saw the semi-final number one. They're a bit more clustered together, but these girls, they don't need to push too hard. They need to just get into their rhythm, get on the ski, make sure they get out nice and comfortably. I think with the ski paddling, you don't want to muck around. We saw a few sets coming before. And once they get out, they can probably tap it back a little bit because they do have a nice distance at the moment.
Hard to the back of the break and then ease off. I think that is spot on. Ty Dowker is in the sand. These three ladies look super comfortable. But after that, it starts to get a little bit more stressful for the rest of the girls. Ty, what are you seeing?
Yeah, couldn't agree more. The three girls in front look comfortable, but they look super fit as well coming around. Obviously, our Lily O'Sullivan, love Gemma Smith-Welsh. We've just been trying to find Wes Berg on the beach as well. Just have a chat about that of the off-season because I know he loves the swim side of it and also the leg fitness. And Gemma Smith-Welsh looking good. Lizzie Wellborn, we saw the form of her in the last 2 days as well. Super comfortable. And the experience of Lizzie as well. Never been on the top of the podium on the big stage of World Champs. Is this going to be the day for Lizzie Wellborn? Then we go back and it probably shows, taking nothing away from this semi-final, the pace to me was a lot faster and firing more in semi-final number one. You can tell by how much this semi-final number two spread out. However, it is the World Championships, positions, top, you're through to a World Champ final.
I don't know if you and I know the same Wes Berg because I've never met a bloke who's trying to shorten up a swim more than the big fella. He was a board paddler and a ski paddler, but he does a very, very good job up there at Sunshine. Fantastic performance. And I think you're spot on in what Ty said. The top three girls, they would have been sitting pretty in that first semi-final. The rest, I think, would have been under a little bit more pressure if they'd been in that first semi. And there is a real big distinction between these three. Maybe Electra Outram and a couple others in that one would have been okay, but yeah, these three would have sat in there very nicely there. So good form from semi number one and plenty of work to do from semi number two.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a nice opportunity for our three leaders in front to back it off a little bit. They've worked really hard to set themselves up. So if I guess, say there's easier semis and everything. I mean, when you get to a big competition,
nothing's easy.
Nothing's easy. Semi-finals are never easy, but these three girls have really looked good the whole time. Look, they worked really hard and set themselves up, so they deserve to have this lead and tap it back a little bit. But I think, Ty Dowker, I think you actually did find Wes Berg.
Yeah, down the beach, I tell you what, we talk about having toes in the sand. He's got his toes in the water. 3 athletes in this one. It'll be pretty special to get 1, 2 or 3 in the world final.
Yeah, it's very fortunate. The calibre here is second to none, obviously being the world titles, and it's just beautiful to see good, contestable little fun swell here at Curra Beach.
Talk me through the 3 girls, the type of personalities and also the way they go about their business training.
Yeah, look, all the girls get along great. That's the nucleus we have up at Sunshine. We're trying to build that culture where everyone helps each other, works together. Obviously having Electra Outram there from the series last year did such an amazing job. And then Gemma Wilson also then jumping in to the end of the series and becoming to her own towards the end of the year. And then we've got Freya Wilson, who has come back to the sport from a couple of years off, and she's just going strength to strength. So we're very privileged and very lucky to have such beautiful girls guide the pathway of Sunshine.
Let's talk quickly about the growth of Gemma. Obviously, that experience in the professional series, leaps and bounds coming this season ahead.
Yeah, I think it's just a confidence thing, and it's great to have Electra there also being a more craft-orientated athlete. Gemma's background of swimming is beautiful. We saw her yesterday in the surf race, finished 5th. And it's just, that confidence, those skills that you and I always go on about. You need the skills, but you also need the motor.
How's the nerves as coach?
Oh, it's fine. You can't do it for them. You just want to see them all do well. And I mean, just to get your foot on the line's amazing in the semi-finals, and to get the final will be a beautiful gift.
Skills pay the bills. A true ocean man himself doing wonderful things on Sunshine. Back to you. That's Wesberg. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's fantastic at what he does there and spot on. It is a gift to be in that final, that's for sure. Dom Stitt, Piper Harrison trying to push over the top. If they get down this one, which they do, this will solidify their spot in the finals. Lizzie Wellborn looked very, very good in this semi-final. So did Lily O'Sullivan. So did Gemma Smith-Welsh. So fantastic performance from all three of these ladies. Confidence builder amongst them. A top 12 is what we're chasing. Wellborn in 1, Smith-Welsh in 2, Lily O'Sullivan, after an absolute blowout of a quarterfinal, was pushed a little harder here in the semi, but still looks like she's got plenty more gears and plenty more to give. Piper Harrison will finish in 4th place. All smiles for Piper the Viper. Dom Stitt out of Mooloolaba under coach Reece Drury there, and Maddie Dunn as well. So great performance from those guys. This is where we start to get going. 5 across now. 6 is Electra Outram. So Sunshine have got 2 into the World Championship final. What a performance from them. She'll come in and around. Behind her, Grace Harris of Alexandra Headland. They've got a couple in there as well. Lily Finardi from Sussex County. She will go through there. And then a couple of the Manly girls as well. Great performance there for the Manly girls. And what a performance. Looks like Brodie Trinker will get through there as well. Right on the edge. We're chasing a top 12. Claire Van Kampen, I think, will get home and get into the final.
Yeah, these are the girls I just see. There's Tilla Garrett. She's doing that sprinty coming through. She might just miss one. We'll have official results. Grace Harris was number 7. So we just need a couple more names. Remember, it's top 12. Lily Finardi in 8th there. So 4 more on top of Lily Finardi. And then we will have our final 24 for the World Championships, Ocean Woman, later on this afternoon. So it's going to be a big lineup. 24.
Yeah,
So I don't think you or I have ever raced in a race of 24. So we see on screen that's only 16 competitors out there at the moment. So we've still got another 8 to add when we go to that final. But it was all Lizzie Wellborn. We spoke about her having more experience in the ocean surf swim, and it's definitely working at the moment. Coming in there with Lily O'Sullivan, both these girls certainly have the skills with that body surfing. So we're going to go down the beach with Ty and Lizzie Wellborn.
Yeah, I love having a chat with Lizzie Wellborn. Started as a nipper when she was 9 years old, around 25 years of age now. But the smile, you seem to be racing really relaxed. Is that just the experience you've had over the years there, Lizzie?
It's probably a combination of a lot of things, the experience over the years. I think it's we don't normally race in this time of the year, so it almost feels like there's a bit less pressure, but it is the world title, so there is pressure as well. But I'm just excited to be out here racing. For us in Sydney, it's like broken up the winter really nicely to be able to come up here, and yeah, it's been a good start to the day.
You most definitely obviously do a lot of training down there. What was winter like down there? Was it a bit chilly? Obviously, Port crew, got a great bunch of girls and guys in your corner as well. What's it like in the winter life of Newport?
It can be tough sometimes. We've actually had quite a good winter so far, which has been nice, like good enough conditions that we can get out there without our thermals or wetsuits on, and it does make it a bit harder training down in Sydney throughout the winter, but it makes us tougher as well.
What about going back a couple of years ago? I think you were ocean swimming in the bar, COVID as well. Strength for these years ahead?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, over the years there's definitely been some crazy seasons where we've had to battle some interesting things, but I guess every season is unique, and so far it's been a pretty good run for all of us down in Newport.
Love having a chat with this girl. We're approximately 2 hours away from the World Ocean Woman Final. Ready to go?
Oh, yeah, I'm excited. I actually haven't competed in Worlds since it was in Nordwick in 2016. I didn't compete when it was here in Adelaide, so I'm just really enjoying the atmosphere, meeting people from different countries and seeing how celebrated our sport is across the world.
Celebrating the sport, that's what it's all about. And women in sport in particular, one of the greats in our business of surf sports, Lizzie Wellborn, best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, and you talk about ambassadors and role models. They don't get any better than Lizzie Wellborn, and I don't think anyone would disagree with that conversation. She's a lovely lady, and she has high standards, morals. That's what it's all about. And she's a hell of an athlete as well. But there's so much more going on around her, and she's part of that club there at Newport, and I've had a little bit to do with them from an arm's distance, and the culture that they have is almost second to none. It is good people doing good things, and they care. They're competitive without a shadow of a doubt, and they're unapologetic about how competitive they are, but they're good people, and they care a lot about the person over the athlete. And Lizzie Wellborn has a lot to do with down there, as does a hell of a lot of the guys and girls out of Newport. There's probably too many to name down there. It's a great club, so if you are on the Northern Beaches, and this isn't an ad for the club, send your kids down there. You could do a whole lot worse, that's for sure. From the surf to the sand, it is beach flags time. We've been through a lot of the rounds already. We're down to, well, I think we've got maybe 30 or 40 athletes we're chasing. A top 8 for the final this afternoon. There'll be a B final as well. Courtney Hancock. We've seen some beach flags action. I think we've got, 60-odd athletes left, and we'll just continue through these rounds over the afternoon.
Yeah, the other day we spoke about the flags. Just they are explosive athletes, but has to be a bit of endurance and fitness in there, because the amount of rounds, and I think it was plus 35 runs they had to do, and that's not including the beach sprinting and the beach relays as well. They were going back to back to back, and that's not only are you doing rounds where you can kind of tap back into that aerobic pace, it's explosive, it's sprinting every single time. So Simon Harris mentioned, you got to relax in between and make sure you take every run as it comes, and little things, and you can have a little bit fall a bit unlucky with the flags, because we've seen a few competitors go down some potholes. We saw some of the best competitors also break as well, which is devastating moment to happen.
Yeah, we saw that with Brianna Irving for New Zealand. She won the beach sprint yesterday, but when she was racing for the New Zealand team earlier in the competition, there's obviously two parts to this World Championships in terms of the sport. The Interclub competition, that's what we're seeing here, and the national teams, where they do all the events but just over a couple of days for their country. A lot of the athletes have done both. Brianna Irving, New Zealand looked like they were going to win the overall point score. Brianna Irving was sitting pretty along with Maddie Kidd in there in that beach flags competition. Brianna Irving false starts, goes out early. They lose, I think they end up losing 16, 17, 18 points to the Australians, and in the end they only lost by 16, 17, 18 points. Not her fault, just that's the way it plays out. There was plenty of opportunities for the Kiwis to get back into it, but it didn't happen that way. We're racing up the top here, and we're going through rounds, and I was just looking at the athletes that are still there. The winner from that national competition and from the Australian Championships earlier in the year, Shogo Hori, is not competing. Had to go back to Japan. He's an absolute superstar of beach flags competition, so we don't have, I would say, the best beach flags competitor in the world at the moment. Just not possible for him to be here, but we've got a hell of a lot of good names still to go round. I'll run you through a few. Slamming Sami Zustovic from Mollymook, watch for him. Jake Lynch from South Maroubra, Jason Goff as well. He will be very, very good. Kai Thompson. Ripon from New Zealand. The Ripon boys are very, very good. Piera from the Bombardeiros of Brazil. He's still alive. Boyson from Clifton in South Africa, still alive in the competition as I roll through this. Jet Milford Ferguson from Surfers Paradise, a very good competitor. Oscar Smith from Waikanae in New Zealand. A big shout out to all the Kiwis watching at home as well. We'll run you through a few more of these. Ashton Neal from Mollymook still alive. Daniel Ripon from GB. Vikram from India, very, very good as well. And yeah, it's just a big field here on the men's side of things. We're running through each of the rounds. Can't bring you too much. Mapu from Waikanae there, lining up, getting set and ready to go. But there's a couple, maybe Slam and Sami Zustovic out on the edge as well. So there's a couple of big names fired up. We're not too far from a top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Top 8, it's not too many, is it? And we've actually found the top 8 for the women. So as we see the men's rolling heat by heat at the moment. So top 8, run and done. So this is our top 8 finalists in the world. So we start off with Brianna Irving from the New Zealand Waikanae. Thank you so much. Thank goodness for Josh here, everyone. Emily Rampoli, North Cronulla Surf Lifesaving Club. We know that Rampoli name very, very well. Bailey Radford from Newport. We just spoke about the Newport Surf Lifesaving Club doing amazing things there with Coach Trent. Chloe Maddox-Power, we saw her yesterday, was in that ocean female relay there. She was the anchor to that. Alexandra Rampoli, so we know that. Just spoke about her sister there before from North Cronulla. So look out for the Rampoli girls, maybe working together a little bit when we get to that final. Chelsea Lane from Tweed Heads, well done. Coolangatta Surf Lifesaving Club. Peyton Williams, Mollymook, we spoke about Mollymook. Incredible. Mel Howard being one of the females that stood out from that club. And then Taylor Sutherland from Currumbin Vikings, also a very strong beach squad there. So that is our top 8 in the world, but we'll move back to the screen. We'll move back to the men's, and just getting through these heats, aren't we?
Yeah, a little push and shove there and bouncing around. The Noosa boys, they've been very, very good for the last couple of days, that's for sure. Close in the beach relays and a few other things. They've got a few there running back-to-back. So the men's beach flags competition, we're down to about 57 athletes left to go. So every single run. You can check out who's still alive. Sam Ross there, Kai Woods as well. You can check out who's still alive. Go to liveheats.com.au. The last few men to be eliminated there. We'll just take a quick look. Louis Valletta from South Brighton, Florian Hager, Will Adams from Ocean Beach, Harayas from Club Deportivo, Dan Miller from Sunshine Coast Grammar, Haas from Norderstedt, Arno from Bay Ridge, Jack McCoy from Pirates in Dubai, Fortmeyer from Nordstadt, Inoue from Nishiyama, Nagakawa from Wombrel, Shearer from Rheinborlen in Germany, Mackenzie from Warilla Barrack Point, go the Warilla Gorillas, Habla from Halisakres. They were the last sort of 10 or 15 who have been eliminated. We can see the gentleman just getting read the riot act there from the officials. A couple of the Indian athletes in this one getting set and ready to go round. Kai Thompson there in that Noosa cap, the white with the maroon stripe down the centre, so we're not too far away. Austin Guise as well, still alive in this one. So the boys not too far away. I've called a lot more beach flags in my time than you would have thought. I'm still not an expert. That is all without a shadow of a doubt. We'll do our best to bring you these heats, quarters and semi-finals. We're down to about 50 odd and we're going to go to quarter-finals. They'll run down to a top 16. That bottom half of the top 16, that will be essentially your B final. They'll collect all those points. They won't make them run again. And then your top 8, we'll save them up for the finals package this afternoon. If you are watching and you're interested in the finals package, somewhere around 1 o'clock, 1:30 this afternoon, we're expected to go 1 o'clock on SBS On Demand and, of course, here on YouTube as well. So tell your friends, tell your family to tune in for the final day of the Interclub World Championships here from Kurrawa Beach, one of the most iconic locations anywhere in the world. A huge shout out to Gold Coast City Council, Tourism and Events Queensland. It's live in Queensland. And, of course, the Queensland Government, along with Surf Lifesaving Queensland and the ILS, who have made this event possible. It's been 3 weeks of action here. We've absolutely loved it. We've got a lot of sponsors and supporting partners that have made this event possible. And let us know where you're watching from. Get on to Instagram, X, Facebook, whatever else is going on, TikTok, I don't know what the Snapchat, whatever it is there. But use the hashtag LWC24, Lifesaving World Championships 24. Leave a comment on the YouTube. Courtney, I hope you don't read the comments. I certainly don't, but we'll check them out now down there. We'll get in there and let us know where you're racing from. Let us know what you want to see. We're putting it all out here today. What a 3 weeks it's been. What's been your highlight over the last 3 weeks of racing?
Okay, usually with these questions, you've given me at least 5 minutes
lead
warning.
Yeah,
at
I do
least.
that.
Got my back with that. No, not
Let's
here.
Go.
Oh, it's been incredible. Oh, that's really, really tough. I mean, maybe I'll have a little think about it. I'm just going to give myself time. But I have to say the interviews have been, especially with the internationals.
Keeping it in-house,
I
yes.
have to say, I think, it was really, from Egypt, that was with you, that was absolutely beautiful when they won the beach relays. And then we moved back to, is it Patrick from Sorrento yesterday?
Yeah, Paddy, yep.
He just, incredible. I think the interviews, they've been so moving. So that's been a real highlight for me. So maybe race-wise, we'll look at the end of the day.
I won't rate our own work, but I'm going to sort of jump off the top of that and say it's probably been the vibe for me. Haven't been involved in many World Championships. I said this to Graham Ford yesterday. I said I wasn't a big fan. Like, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to go to a World Championships as an athlete, and certainly haven't in the last couple of years for obvious reasons. We've had 2 missed. I didn't understand how seriously the other nations took it. I didn't understand how good they were. It has been a real pleasure to come down here and see it. And if you're sitting on the edge like I was, I'm not afraid to admit it, come and get involved in the World Championships. I think we're headed to Morocco for 2026. Get yourself, start getting organised now. They provide a lot of opportunity to get craft across and travel arrangements and all those sorts of things that are built into it. They want to get as many there as they possibly can. If you're watching at home, if you're watching in the US, in GB, if you're watching for anywhere around the world and you think, oh, maybe I'll have a shot, I don't know. You've got 2 years to get yourself set and ready to go. And what a place to go to, Morocco. The surf's good, the people are good, the the food, the weather, you name it, what an adventure. Go to that side of the world, that part of Africa, race, surf, sports, and then Europe's at your doorstep. You're on a holiday there after that. So a little bit of a regret of mine not ever being part of it. Once I've been down here and part of the vibe, I truly have understood what the World Championships are all about.
Well, it's never too late, and you're here right now.
Oh, it's too late.
In the
It's
action.
too late for me, mate.
No, you're back
It's
in
too late
here,
for
and
me.
you've got a very special position.
Maybe that's the
being-
key. I'll go and get knocked out in the first round of the beach flags and then just holiday for the rest of it. Maybe that'll be the only way.
I'll make sure I'll be commentating with Ty.
God, it'll be disastrous. That is for sure. You can see the gentlemen lined up there. They're going to start to run down. It looks like sort of 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 in each of these quarterfinals there. We've still got, maybe it's more than quarterfinals. We're going to work our way down. We're trying to get to a top 16 essentially. We might have a couple of 16s to run as well. A couple of big lads there. There'll be a bit of body on body out there, that is for sure. And I can see a few of the boys starting to line up. The big fella in the middle there, I think that's Ripon. He is very, very good at what he does. I used to see him race and called him a bit back in the day when Beach Flags was included in the Summer of Surf. He's a big lad, very quick on the turn, absolutely fly, so watch for him. And a couple of these other lads will fire up, that is for sure. And we wait, we watch, we see. We're going to get ourselves set for a run as well. And we might, if we get the opportunity, go down to the beach. Ty Dowker. There's been a lot of rounds run so far. We've said goodbye to, I'm going to say, 59 athletes already. We've still got about that many left to go. We're halfway there, and it starts to get very serious.
Yeah, the sand pit's starting to come alive. Good crowd building as well. So obviously we're down to, they call this, I think, leading into the quarterfinals, we've got 56 left. They'll go down to 8. And some big names here. Obviously, Shogo Hori, who we witnessed last week. What a performance. I tell you what. He epitomises our flag performance to a T, the Japanese man. But looking here, I can see Blake Drysdale is in the mix. He's representing South Maroubra as well. He's up and about. Zulstovic, I love that name, one of the best names in surf sports in Australia, Sam Zulstovic. Unfortunately, couldn't compete at the Aussie flags. He got, after his beach sprint, he had a bit of an illness and had to go to hospital, so couldn't turn up the next day for that flag. So he's, I think, coming out to make amends for that as well, Zulstovic. Jason Goff just had a chat to his coach as well. He's in good form coming this. It's all about survival at the moment. 56, eventually get down to 8, then it'll be showtime.
Yeah, you're spot on there. The boys are in the starters' hands. South Brighton on that far side from NZ. Big turn. Oh, very, very quick on the edges. That is for sure. South Brighton, no dramas at all. Rip on as well. Good performance all around for those gentlemen. We say goodbye to one more. And, yeah, dramatic scenes down here. We're going to have a lot of runs as we start to work our way through the internationals there. So, Giaccona from Italy there. From GS VVF Torino, Gisalza Ona from Italy. And the Italian competitor did a good job. Fantastic performance to get this far. With 56, I think, is that what Ty Dowker said we had left? 56 men. And you can see just slow off the turn. If you slow off the turn, you're going to have a really tough time getting there in beach flags competition. Oh, that last little dive there. And if you're not quick, if your couple start to go in front of you, head on a swivel. That's the key. You've got to start looking around for maybe that empty flag. Watch for the speed on the right-hand side here. That's slamming Sami Zulstovic. He's not the biggest, he's not the fastest, but nobody turns quicker. And he has been an absolute beach flags phenomenon for the last couple of years.
Well, we saw from last week, if you get the turn correctly up nice and strong like we saw Johori, he's fantastic at that. And here they offer at the moment. Just see, if you get that turn up and ready, you have the opportunity to be in front, shoulders in front, body in front. So you almost have, it's almost like the surfing priority.
Yeah.
You're up first, you've got that priority to get the flag first. And if you're behind, you've really got to work hard and kind of, not a bit of luck, but really muscle your way through. So turn, I think that's where it all starts and what it's all about.
You are spot on with that one there. We can see one of the boys in that run really struggle. We're going over to the other pit over here. A couple of Clifton boys, they were very, very good. Boyson, watch for him. They got Lint. They got 3 or 4 in this stage of competition. Furtado from Clifton as well. We're going to wait till this one starts, and then we'll head down to Ty Dowker. He's going to have a chat with someone off and away. Very, very quick. A little stumble from one of the Clifton lads. Head on a swivel. Oh, it's Clifton on Clifton crime there. Not what you want. They'll send one of their teammates home, and that is when it can all go wrong for the boys from South Africa there. Still high fives and smiles all around. You've got to get the job done, boys. Ty Dowker, who you got with us on the sand?
I'm walking back to the start line with, as I said, the best name in the business, Sam Zustovic. And we've got three of the Mollymook boys actually in the same wave of flags lining up. But Sambo, you look good, mate, and you've got your teammates there as well.
Yeah, it's a blow. We've got all three of the boys in the same heat, so hopefully just keep getting through together and we can go all the way to the end.
What's training like? UFC in the sand, mate, down in Mollymook?
Yeah, it's been pretty hectic the last few weeks. I had a shocker at Aussies last year, so hopefully a bit of redemption now. Lucky that it's close world, so yeah, pretty happy to be here.
Love how you go about your business. What about this bloke I'm about to chat with as well? Coach Sam, mate, plenty of good positive comments for him.
Oh, mate, he's the best. that's all I can.
Go on, line up. You're next in line. Quick, get over there. Quick one down over before we run here, mate. Three of the boys in the same wave, all about survival at the moment.
Definitely. Sometimes people think that's a bad thing, but for us, I think it's a pretty good thing. They can work together and help each other out, and obviously Sam's the leader of that pack, and he's in charge of exactly what they do.
The Mollymook Wolf Pack, look out.
Definitely.
Back to you guys.
Oh, they are good at what they do. That is for sure. Big fan of Slam and Sammy Zustovic there. He is one to watch. A couple of boys from South Maroubra in this one. I know Blakey Drysdale and Jake Lynch both racing for South Maroubra. They've got a few others as well, but watch for those two. They haven't been in here competing for a couple of years. They've been doing a bit of coaching. I think Blakey has down there. He's been doing a bit of coaching with the club, and they said they're in a good move. Have a look at the middle. Jake Lynch go bang, bang, bang. What about that one? The big fella there. Former Australian champion. I don't know if he has a world title. Not 100% sure, but he's very, very good at what he does, and he will be one to watch getting late in the game here. So, yeah, very, very strong. The last time this competition was held, it was Sam Zustovic in 2022 racing for Australia, Riley Demorne from South Africa, Rami Shalabi from Egypt in third, Toyisha Shizamu from Japan, Rob Hendricks in fifth, Chevin Clark and Michael Hanna. That was your top seven as they went through. The last time Interclub was held, Blake Drysdale, the man we were just talking about, he's coaching there at South Maroubra, involved there at South Maroubra now. He's coming up in a few moments' time. He hasn't raced for a couple of years, but he'll be back, Courtney Hancock. He's a giant lad. He looks like he should play front row for South Maroubra and not do the beach flags.
So that's where you need to have that nice quick turn to get your shoulders in front, absolutely. Yep. But it has been a while since we've crowned a world title for any of this competition, these events. So it's very exciting. It's huge, and it's it's something you get to hold on not only for 12 months but for 2 years. So you are world champion, reigning world champion for 2 years, world champion forever.
Yeah, that is exactly right. Nobody can take that crown away from you, that's for sure. On the women's side of things, it was Liz Forsyth who was the champion in 2022. She was also the last Interclub champion in 2018 at Adelaide. Hala Sedki from Egypt, Laura Gonzalez Lopez from Spain, Ana, who won the beach flags earlier in the competition, did not hang around for this one. She finished in fourth place. Lara Gomez Garcia of Spain and Amanda Calabresi from the US of A. Amanda's someone we're used to seeing out here, did a lot of racing over the years, and she'll be watching on for sure. We've just had a false start from one of the lads there, so unfortunately we say goodbye to one of the Indian competitors. Not what you wanted to see there. The boys have been doing a fantastic job here. We'll head down, tag out like that. And the last few we've said goodbye to Alexander Rippon. That was Vinoraj there from Italy. The Bulgarian goes out as well. Borislavov Bakvarov. So a big shout out to Borislav there. A great performance from the Bulgarians. Big contingent out here this week. They did a lot in the pool actually, and it sounds wild, but they were really good in the pool. They made a few finals in there. They could swim. Obviously, they've got a big history in kayaking as well, so I don't know why they don't come out and sort of do the surf ski event. Obviously, Bulgaria, not your best surf destination at all, but kayaking history, great swimming, great runners. Obviously out here, the Bulgarians really building. The boys in and away. Oh, in the middle there, you saw a little stumble, grabs that flag, and just like that, survival for a few. We say goodbye to a couple of the Europeans as well.
Yeah, it is. It's devastating, isn't it? You just see their faces. oh, okay, we got through another one. It is about survival of the fittest, absolutely, at the moment. And one goes out in each heat. And it's really just going through your process through every single round. Get your blocks ready, get your sandcastle ready. Good start.
Off and away. This is the one with the boys from Mollymook, and they did it in second gear. I think everybody knew you had to cut and get across. Those three on the edge, you don't want to be near them because it's a very, very easy way to go out. Aline from Bribey there as well. So this one's fairly stacked. I don't know much about beach flags, but I know those boys can fire. And when you start to get down to the edge and it starts to get super competitive, this is going to be interesting. The defending champion, 2 in from the left-hand side, lane number 6, Blake Drysdale. Watch for the big lad go in the centre, Jason Goff. This one's tight as well. This one's got some quality about it. A couple of the Currawa boys in it as well.
The draw's interesting. It's all random draw, but when you have 3 from Mollymook in the same heat,
how does it happen?
Is a little bit tactical as well because they can protect each other and kind of push towards one side. So Currawa, as you said, there's a draw where there's a couple of them in the same one. So, but it can also as well be hard, I think, too. We saw it was also Clifton. They had 3 as well. We just knocked one of those out about a couple of minutes ago. So and sometimes one of them has to go, don't they? So
eventually they'll all have to go. That is for sure. We take a look now. South Brighton there as well. Oh, there's a jump. There's a jump. We're going to say goodbye to someone without getting a flag. Oh, is it Blake Drysdale? Is it Blake Drysdale? Oh, it is. That is absolute drama stations. The defending champion from 2018. He's a little older, probably not as quick, but would have been one of the favourites. Oh, you got to feel for Blake Drysdale. That's no good. A good Wollongong lad as well, formerly out of Helensburgh Stanwell Park, now at South Maroubra, spent a bit of time at Newport, but big fella, that is an upset like I've never seen it before. He just went quick. Blake Drysdale's gone.
Oh, that's devastating, and it's the worst way to go out. It's not even a trip over halfway or just trying to or losing your flag in the sand. It's the break is, you don't know what could have been.
Yeah, it's all your own fault there. And Alan McVicker from Maroochydore went out as well just after him, so 45th place. He'll be heartbroken. Ty Dowker with one of my favourite beach flaggers of all time. He's a fan favourite and a wonderful gentleman. You're with Blake Drysdale.
Yeah, Josh, he's one of your favourites, one of mine too, mate. He represents South Maroubra Club as well. But a little bit edgy there, mate, and unfortunately eliminated.
Yeah, mate, you got to wait for that whistle, and I didn't do it today. So, a bit unfortunate. I felt okay, but, that's what happens.
You've been top of the game for many, many years, obviously Aussie titles and on the big stage as well. It's a tough competition, the flags, isn't it? Obviously backing up round for round with over 100 competitors.
Yeah, it is. I've been fortunate enough to be a part of this high standard for a long time, and, I've enjoyed it, and I've had a couple of kids since... couple of years ago when my last Aussie titles was, and I originally just come back to do a relay with the Maroubra boys. They kind of dragged me back in, which is good, and I got a little bit of training under my belt, but injuries and old age has kind of held me back a bit, but I was just happy to be here, to be honest. So
too good a talent to stay away, mate, and obviously Jake is still in there as well from the same club, and obviously you'll be cheering for him.
Yeah, mate, Jake, he's been putting in a lot of effort, so he's looking quite good. He'll be there for sure in the final.
Mate, commiserations, but you're a great man. You're a gentleman of our sport, and best of luck for the rest of the season.
Oh, thank you so much. Cheers.
Back to you guys.
Thanks for that. Yeah, Jake Lynch here. He'll go in 5. He was Blake Drysdale's old sparring partner, to be completely honest. They were 1 and 2 in the world for, I would say, 5 years, and I called a lot of that for a long, long time. They were good, quick, and they come together. They're both big lads. Jake, not tall in stature, but he's strong, powerful. That's him just setting himself. Watch for Kai Thompson out on the edge as well. He's a good young lad. Had some success at the Australian Championships as a junior. He's coming through. He's found it a little tougher in the open competition, as all athletes do. That's how tough it can be. But here we go. In the centre. Super tough for all these gentlemen now. There's no mistakes. You can see they just stop, reset themselves. We've said goodbye to McVicker, Dennis Xiao, Chen Jat from Singapore, Carlos Tadea from Club Deportivo. They're the last 3 men to go out. Blake Drysdale just before them in 45th place. So we've still got 41 athletes. We're about to go down to 40. The speed will come on the left-hand side of the screen here. They're in the starters' hands. As Drysdale said, it sounds silly, but You got to wait for the whistle. Off and away. Oh, quick in the middle. Japanese competitor absolutely flying. Drysdale, no dramas as well. Kai Thompson gets there, but the Japanese, they're the best in the world at beach flags. For a long time, it was the Australians, but the Japanese, they've gone to the front. They've gone past. That might have been Sakamoto from Nishiyama in Japan. So Masatoku Sakamoto, he looks very, very good.
Oh, they're just so sharp across the turn, aren't they? And that's what we were talking about. If you get up and going, you have that priority to get your body in front, get your shoulders in front, and you get out of the mess as well. You get a nice little clean run, and if it gets a bit messy, that's where you can find grabbing someone else's heel, foot, falling over, get a bit distracted by other people. But if you're out there in front, as we saw in the ocean events as well, it's very similar to trying to get that start and off and away. And they're certainly doing something very smart in Japan there, because they've all got a beautiful turn.
Yeah, they love it at the moment. They're the best in the world, and the power to weight ratio, the speed, the strength of the Japanese beach flags competitors. They had 2 in the final 5 at the national teams competition. The Australians trying to get it done. The Kiwis in there as well, but we'll see how they go. The boys set and ready here. We said goodbye to Morgan Foster, Elshane Edwards from Clifton in South Africa as well. So South Brighton lose one. The Kiwis, I think they might have one more left going in the competition. Good contingent from around the world. Still alive. They're set. The Germans in here, Indians as well. All very, very quick in the centre, off and away. There's going to be some trouble out on the left there. Yeah, the Germans, we say goodbye there to the athlete from Magdeburg in Germany. Great cap as well, black with a pink stripe down the centre. They've still got 2 alive in this one, so great performance from that club. And that was, as he tags in, Maximilian Kuhn there from Magdeburg. We lost Memphis Shield from Maroochydore as well. The runs keep coming. We will not stop until we have a top 8. Another one of the Noosa competitors down on that far right-hand side. And a big shout-out to everybody and everybody doing their thing. Down on the beach, Ty, I think you got Max. He's just gone out.
Yeah, Max Millen here, the man from Germany, from Magdeburg, mate. Unfortunately, he's been eliminated, but he must be very proud on the world stage to perform like he did.
Yeah, these are pretty good athletes, and it's fun racing with them, and we are not that close.
Now, you've been here for 2 weeks, obviously representing your nation as well. You love the Gold Coast, the golden sands and the blue skies?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's paradise here for us.
Give us an insight to the training back home. What sort of flags training do you do back in Germany?
A little bit of sprinting and starting, but I'm also doing the ocean events, so I'm not that specified in these events, but yeah, always fun.
And what about the difference in sand? The sand, it's quite a fine sand here on the Gold Coast compared to what type of beaches you have over there in Germany in the sand there?
Sometimes we have much more finer sand, so this is pretty good and it feels good. Yeah.
Well, we love having you here. We love the Germans here on the Gold Coast as well. Commiserations, but hold your head high. You've done very, very well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, the Germans are on fire there. The boys from Magdeburg have been in the thick of all the action. They're the South African boys from Clifton. They lost one a little while ago because they had 3 in the same round as well. We'll just wait and see what they're waiting for there. Yeah, the Clifton boys very, very good. We've said goodbye to Jack O'Day from Altona in Oz as well. So plenty of action, plenty going on. We're just waiting to get a judgment there. Still 3 left alive, I think, from Clifton. We head over. Another one of the Noosa boys. Plenty of racing, plenty of action.
I can't believe we're getting down to 8. It's not many, is it?
No, and you've got to fight a hell of a lot of rounds to get it done. Altona very quick in the centre there. Wakanai as well. No dramas at all. Oh, head on a swivel for Noosa. Oh, they've gone together. Shoulder injury there. It jumps in there, not for the flag, just to look after him. You could see them come together, and that's how beach flags can get super brutal. I think that's maybe Halasakris there just on the ground. The poor fella. Shoulder to shoulder, full power, and there's no holding back. And well, dislocated shoulders, broken collarbones are a regular occurrence down here in the sandpit.
He was in a lot of pain. I'm not too sure. We didn't get to see his face. It was either Samuel Ross or Kai Woods from Noosa Headlands. The sportsmanship that he did, he ran. He didn't even
straight away.
He knew. He didn't even wait for a second. He came in there. So to one of those boys from Noosa there, that was really beautiful because he did obviously miss out on the flag.
Yeah.
Was ready to walk off. He thought, no, okay, bang, I'm straight in there. And he was in a lot of pain. So hopefully he is okay. But beach flags, it can be brutal out there.
Yeah, it was Kai Woods there who got himself back into the mix. And before that, we were looking at the two Clifton boys trying to figure out who got in, who got out. And it was Yuseni Furtado there of Clifton. And, well, that was probably more Clifton on Clifton drama there. We saw them sort of knock each other out a couple of times. And those Mollymook boys will have to be very, very careful. We can see the up and down. Jake Lynch, Kai Thompson from Noosa in 3, Jake Lynch in 5, and then our Japanese friend Sakamoto. He's looked very, very good so far. Sakamoto probably the favourite, Jake Lynch, and you know what, wouldn't surprise me if Kai Thompson was in that final sort of 5 or 6 either. So 3 of the absolute big guns have somehow drawn themselves in this quarter-final right now. We're about to find out, and panic stations, I think, for Thompson. Next to Sakamoto, he's going to have to be very, very good. Chooses the pinks togs often. I do not know why, but he's a good-looking cat. Turns, goes. Oh, so quick from the Japanese competitor. No dramas at all. They cut across, and it is out on the edge. We'll say goodbye to him. Kai Thompson, he might need some sunscreen as well. He looks very, very pink. I don't know if he's slapping himself on the chest or it's just a few days out in the sun, but he needs a bit of action there.
He's got the pink tog, so he'll be right.
It matches. It all matches. And, it's an all black and white one here.
Oh, this is tough, isn't it?
3 from... No, we got someone else jumping in as well. So 3 from Mollymook. 1 from Bribie Island in there as well. Out on the edge, Lachlan Aline. He's been up there as well. I think he's had maybe a couple of years out. But he's been a very good beach flags competitor for a long, long time as well. So don't count him out in this one. And just because there's the 3 boys from Mollymook, he is not out of it for any money at all. So plenty of speed in here, and somehow we've got a couple of heats with all the big guns and a couple of heats that are a little bit light on out there. So this is going to be interesting to see how these play out. They'll probably race down to about 4 and then sort of jump them into the next round and go again. So if you can survive this one, you might get a little bit of a break and the ability to go again.
Definitely. I was just thinking that. I was like, if you just get... It's always one more. Let's just go one more. But, yeah, certainly being in the middle of all the Mollymook boys, it's a tough one to be because you know they're going to sandwich in. You know they're not going to take each other out. So, obviously, the competitors will be aware of that. But just got a message from Ty Dowker. We weren't doing a competition of the best togs on the beach, but his is Kai Thompson at the moment, those pink togs. So, he's got Ty Dowker's vote at the moment. So, well done, Kai.
Yeah, he's doing a good job there. Young fella, lovely lad, lovely family up there from Noosa Heads on the beautiful Sunshine Coast, somewhere I am very familiar with. Don't you love to see it? And we're just waiting over in that area. It looks like maybe a dislocation of a shoulder or an injury that won't allow him to continue on. And unfortunately, we're going to say goodbye. We've lost Gabrielle Lee Blackesley as well from Pirates Surf Rescue Academy in Dubai. Good to see the Middle East really getting involved in this surf sports arena. We saw obviously the Egyptians over in the beach arena in terms of the relays, but there's a couple, the Vikings from Dubai and the Pirates Surf Rescue Academy. A lot of expats from Australia, New Zealand, around the world, off and away, a lot of speed to burn, and you can see they tried to make life hard for the man from Bribie Island. They knew what they were doing there, the boys from Mollymook, and unfortunately it is not the man who goes. It's from Tannum Sands up in Gladstone, Mitch Hay up there. Shout out to Tannum Sands as well. Some great athletes from up there. Michael King, the Gladstone surfer, now the coach of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park from up there. There's been a couple great footballers out of Gladstone as well. So Tannum Sands, a great club, great part of the world up there. And yeah, regional Queensland, get up there and get involved if you can. It is absolutely spectacular when you get up past there and Cairns, Townsville, wonderful parts of the world.
Absolutely, yes. It's a long way from where you were brought up in Wollongong there, so it's on the other side. Very different.
Taj Andridge, I just got told as well from Ty Dowker on the beach, Taj Andridge, Youth World Board Champion. He's out of Gladstone as well, so what about that? the Gladstone surfers live on.
There's something in that area, isn't there? Absolutely. A lot of talent. And it's funny how you've got certain spots where a lot of talent just comes from that one area.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, but
No.
it works, that's for sure. Great club up there. We love to see it. And Ty's got all the facts down on the beach. He loves it down there. We'll probably try and jump in and have a chat with him after this one. I'm sure he'll have found someone to talk to on the beach. 5 a set. Only 4 flags. Very quick on the turn from South Brighton. They're absolutely flying. No issues at all. Sam Ross on the other side as well. Absolutely flying. South Brighton, they were good in that beach relay the other day. Brought a bit of a contingent out here. And that might be Barnheedy up there. So we're loving it. I don't know if Ty is down on the beach with anyone, but you're loving regional Queensland, and a man you know very well did well, the man from Tannum Sands in that youth board race. Not quite the result they were looking for here in the beach flags. How are they looking?
Yeah, Joshy down the beach here with Munners for the Mighty Vikings, the AEU. And what about this, mate, the big stage? And what about the team, the Mighty Vikings over here as well, doing a tremendous job?
Oh, mate, they're having an absolute ball, getting amongst it. They're doing flags, they're in the ski, we're in the big Taplin this afternoon as well, so we're looking forward to that.
You're not running, are you?
Mate, my days are gone. It's all about the kids these days, and yeah, we've got the team sorted. They're looking good.
I love your initiative over there as well. Obviously, you get Lifesaving up and running. Give us a quick little background history of the involvement you had over there as a PE teacher to get, obviously vigilance and service following that of Surf Lifesaving Australia as well over there.
Okay, how long have I got? Quick little...
I'll give you 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. Nah, mate, I was COVID as a PE teacher, no fixtures, no training, so plenty of energy. Just saw an opportunity to give kids a chance to recreate what we had. So all the Aussies that were locked out of home during... Then it just grew and grew, and we've got people from all over the world. A lot of expats there in Dubai, so obviously it's open to everybody. We've got loads. It's brilliant.
Mate, it's great. And the team culture as well, coming to World Championships is something special, isn't it, on the Gold Coast?
Oh, to see my kids, my club, my crew come and enjoy it as much as I did, it's pretty special. So yeah, it's been amazing.
Passion's a wonderful thing. Keep up the great work.
Oh, thanks a bunch. Cheers, Todd.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, we love it. We're into the thick of the action now, and just like that, the Germans, Magdeburg, they have had a rough run in the last 15 minutes. Lucas Vogler, he goes out there, so tough for him. Magdeburg, in the space of 5 minutes, lost both their beach flags competitors there. Munners, a great guy and super enthusiastic. You need those people in your club, but he's really started something over there in Dubai with that Vikings group, and spoke to him a couple of times in the last couple of days. There's a great clip. Go on to Instagram, LWC 2024 there. Check out the clip down there. The girls on the beach absolutely loving it, but it sort of explains what's happened. Adam from Salt Diaries put it together. Fantastic work from him. Unbelievable. But check out, it's a different world over there. It's surf sports is not something they're used to, but they were getting drownings and that sort of thing in the water because people weren't going in. And this big expat community, and it's more than just a surf club. It's a lot of different sports as well. You add a bunch of different things on top of it, and they've done a great job out here. I saw a couple of them getting through a few rounds of the competition. The crowd is building, and that's what makes this World Championships truly great. Athletes from all over the world coming out here, and Dubai is no different. The Middle East, they're getting involved, and you know what happens when the Middle East gets involved in something. A lot of money over there and a lot of support, and they're doing a fantastic job.
And they made it happen. They saw what was lacking, and people's lives were at risk. So they came in and did something about it, and yeah, that's, as you said, that we spoke about our favourite being the vibe and the interviews. That's all a part of it, listening to these stories. So it's incredible what they're doing. They're making it happen. And speaking about incredible athletes, we've actually got Ty's actually found Simon Harris down on the beach.
Yeah, talk about cream of the crop down here. 11 times Aussie champ, 4 times world champ. He's been on the big stage. What makes a great beach flagger?
Mate, the ability to switch off. Like it's hot out here and it's boggy, and getting through the rounds is tough. It's just run after run after run, and the conditions are pretty tough. So if you can just sort of mentally switch off, let the body take over, because that's as a result of good training, obviously. The chances of being able to be mentally fresh later on are a lot better.
We're going to be down to 28 now, obviously going down to 8, and like I said, repeat heat wave as well. You've got a couple of competitors here, but also going back, a matter of 7 days ago to go 1-2 in the national team with Britt Anna as well. Pretty special as a coach.
Mate, it's phenomenal, we do a lot of work, especially Anna, correspondence. We spent a lot of time on the lounge going through videos, giving her feedback and stuff like that. And then also with our guys on a Saturday. They're all such good friends, so it was such a great result for them too. Really.
As a coach, you size up the opposition. Obviously, the males here, some quality performers here, right across the international flavour from Japan, right across. Pereira there from Brazil's alive as well. Jetty boys lining up, quality field. How's he looking?
Mate, he's going good. He's just got to keep him controlled. Obviously, he's still another year in non-19s in Australia.
We might have just lost Ty down on the beach there.
Thanks, mate. Back to you guys.
Oh, thanks, Ty. We just lost you for the end there. But the great man, Simon Harris, and it's funny, we talk about places you come from. Helensburgh Stanwell Park, the richest history in beach flags of any club. Maybe Mollymook would give them a run for their money. Simon Harris, Blake Drysdale, there's been 100 others over the years that have come out of there that have been absolutely fantastic out of Helensburgh Stanwell Park. And it's a great part of the world down there in Wollongong, and I am as biased as it comes when it comes to that. But the guys from the Berg and Stanwell Park do a fantastic job, and not so much anymore. They're out at sort of different clubs. They drift, life changes. Simon Harris, obviously here at Kurrawa, like he spoke about. They do a fantastic job. But, yeah, it's funny where you come from. Sometimes you have a culture of an event, and you just get in and get behind it, and the beaches are very, very good at the Berg. That is for sure. So we're just waiting now for the next round of the men's beach flags to get underway. Courtney Hancock, we are up to 28 athletes left, 29 athletes left. So Laurie Hughes from Crawley Town in Great Britain was the last man to go out. Jack Wolf, we said goodbye to him as well. And Lucas Vogler from the German Magdeburg down there. What are your thoughts been so far? Looks hot, looks tough, looks very, very tight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hot and tough it certainly is. We saw all the athletes actually under the tent there. They were just getting some shade because they know once they are out of that tent, they are on and trying to make that top 8. So they were having a little bit of food. When I say food, that energy food, might be banana or some lollies or just something that's kind of going to give them a little bit of sugar and that little bit of a lift, a little bit of Coke, something like that.
Yeah.
Hydration, shade, relax, try and switch off for a little bit as much as they can because, as I said, as soon as they come out of that tent, they're going to be really out on and happening. So trying to rest those legs. And it's, you can see a few eskies just in the right-hand corner of that drone shot panning out at the moment. Because it is a hot day, even though there is a lot of wind out there at the moment. So we're looking like about 23 knots at the moment, maybe just a little bit more than that, because by the time we get around 3 o'clock, it's going to be up to 33 knots and northerly. So there's a little bit of wind. So I guess the officials, they've really been kind and got all the beach athletes to actually be running with the wind. Yeah,
it's just a little bit easier. It sounds silly, but it's just the small things that make a massive difference in the end. Your ability to just, okay, I'm not going into a headwind, I'm coming back, and that's great. You can see a couple of the boys there. Oscar Smith from Waikanae, Aline from Bribie Island, Japanese competitor there as well. We've got a couple of the Japanese left alive in this one. Good to see. We'll run you through the final 28 while we go through here. From South Brighton, Jamie Banhidi, Jack Bridges from Mollymook, Ian Pedro Mendez Pereira from Corpo di Bombarderos Mitalia di Santa Catarina. Shout out to the Brazilian crew there. Brandon McMahon from Kurrawa, that's a little easier. Carlos Jimenez from Kurrawa, Lachlan Aline from Bribie Island, Kai Thompson from Noosa, Darryl Lint from Clifton in South Africa, Bassat Ivan from Biarritz, Oliver Bergman from Pirates in Dubai, Justin Huneth there from Markham in Canada. So the Canadians staying alive. Jason Goff from BMD Northcliffe, Jake Lynch from South Maroubra, James Robertson from South Brighton, Masa Toku Sakamoto from Nishiyama. We've seen him race. That's him in the centre there. Very, very good. Watch for him. Seven Mapu from Waikanae in New Zealand, Slam and Sammy Zustovic from Mollymook, Alejandro Montes Lale from Club Salvamento Sada in España, Sam Ross from Noosa, Jet Milford Ferguson from Surfers Paradise, good young up-and-comer. Watch for him, the big fella. Plenty of work to do, but he's very good. Kenichi Wada from Awishijima from Japan, Oscar Smith from Waikanae, Marlon Van Velt from Dordrecht Reddings Brigade, Saxon Beale from Anglesey, Jack Evans from Penwa Bont, Surf Lifesaving in Great Britain. I'm pretty sure I got that one wrong, but a big shout out to the GB team. Ashton Neal from Mollymook, Dan Rippon from Broadstairs in GB as well, Vikram SL from India, and Sandesh from India as well. So a couple of the guys from around the world in this one. Lynch on the far side, boys from Bribey in there as well. Surface Paradise, Jet, Milford, Ferguson in there. He's very, very good. Watch for him. Junior champion. He'll be tough to beat. But this is the top level of beach flags competition. Down to the semi-finals. Off and away. Oh, quick out on the edges there. You've got to be good. If not, you'll be left behind. Oh, the big run across. Looks like we'll say goodbye to one of the Indian lads there. Unfortunately, we'll send him home. And you got to have a head on a swivel. And the big run from the far side. Very, very tough.
Absolutely. We're looking for that top 8 in the world. As we just look over, we've got another heat, and now we start we start losing, don't we, Josh? Losing numbers, because we can only get to that 8. So it's going to be very cutthroat from now. We'll see the pace really get, I guess, a lot quicker, a lot tighter as well. We might even see a couple of runoffs. So yeah, this is where it all starts to really, everyone's crunching the numbers.
Yeah, SL Vikram from India goes out, and James Robertson from South Brighton, he goes home as well. So not what you wanted from either of those gentlemen. And as we say goodbye to the Indian athlete, Vikram there, I think ties down on the beach with one of the team managers from the Indian team.
Yeah, got the Indian team. That's Jaya here as well. Unfortunately, your competitor just eliminated, but a very, very good performance.
Yeah, this is a very good experience, but athletes need to learn. Coming here only, we have got some few practice from quite a good experienced coaches. So hopefully next time we'll do better.
You are on the improve in terms of, I think 25 years Surf Club's been going. How many members do you have in, obviously you do a lot of pool lifesaving, but also the beach. How many members are there in India?
Since the times of conception in pool lifesaving, we have been there and doing well. So this is the first time we have been in the ocean racing. So this has been very good exposure for us. We are able to complete the race. First time we are entering on the surfboard as well as surf ski, board racing, and we're doing well. Thank you.
That is excellent. What about that first time in the ocean? They're renowned for the sand, that they're up and about as well. And a big thank you for coming to Australia and performing very well.
Thank you. It's been, we'll be always looking forward to come here again and participate better in the coming World Championship.
All the very best.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, we love that, Ty, and they have big, big numbers out there, that is for sure. The Indians doing a fantastic job there, and what a place. I've been there, lucky enough to have been there in the past. They're wonderful people. It is an assault on the senses is the best way to describe it. The colours, the people, the traffic, the smells, you name it, you can get it there. And if you're ever going through that part of the world, go and have a look down there. I went down to a couple of beaches on the west coast of India. The surf was surprisingly good. And it was awesome. I'd stopped through Goa, which is a bit of a party town through there, and it's beautiful. They love to get down to the beach. Big crowds. There's a lot of people there. I think 1.2, 1.3 billion people there, but a lot like to go to the beach. Not that many in the water, a lot just on the sand. So big shout out to the Indian team getting over here and getting it done, because they've been fantastic all week long, and we've loved having them involved. Sandesh from Sri Lanka, he was gone in that last one, and we saw big moves from Alejandro from Club Salvamento. That was him doing the flips before. You love to see it. Jack Evans from Great Britain, he goes home as well. So unfortunately we lose another one of our men. We're down to 24 left. We're not too far away from our top 16. That will be our B final and our A final here. The boys have got to go. This one's tough. Thompson out on the side. Jake Lynch in there as well. Not Jake Lynch. Jason Goff in the centre. Plenty of work to do. That Altona cap in there, off and away. Very, very quick on this far right-hand side. 1, 2, 3, bang. No dramas at all. And we say goodbye to another one of our international competitors, maybe one of the Japanese lads there. Unfortunately, he goes home. And just like that, we say goodbye to, our Canadian competitor there, Justin Huynh from Canada there, from Markham Lifesaving over there. So didn't recognise the cap there. The Canadians normally wear the black cap with the maple leaf on it. Big shout out to all the Canadian fans watching back there very early in the morning, that is for sure. And we're down to 24, 23 competitors. And this is going to be a fast one as well.
Not many spots left. It's a break. And a
jump.
And this time we're so close to the finals now to getting that top 8. To do a break right now, it's really heartbreaking.
Oh, unfortunately, South Brighton, we say goodbye to the big fella there, Jamie Bunhidi. He's a lump of a lad, and he'll be devastated with that one. The New Zealander from South Brighton there. They came out in the relay, did a fantastic job, and what's good for the other competitors, one less run, but for him, heartbreak. Not what you wanted to be. Unfortunately for Jamie, we say goodbye to him.
Yeah, you definitely want to get your shoulders in front of him, I think. Have a nice quick turn.
He could pick me up and throw me if he wanted to, without a shadow of a doubt.
Carry you around the beach.
Yeah, easily. Very, very easily. That is for sure. Oscar Smith. There, it looks like him from Waikanae. Oh, we just flip over to the other pit there. Off and away. Big turn in the centre. Somebody stops. He's already done for it. I don't know what happened there, whether he heard 2 whistles or what happened. Smith in the middle. And one of the Mollymook boys says, nah, not for me. I was done for pace. He might have heard another whistle there, that noise. They react, they go, and just like that, we say goodbye to those boys. And the runs just continue either side of the pit. Oh, left, right, centre, everywhere, all over the place there. One of the boys from Clifton in South Africa goes home. So Ashton Neal was the man who went out from Mollymook the last time. It's not what we wanted to see. And Clifton, I think that's the last of the Clifton boys. I don't know if they have any more left in this competition. Yeah, it might be Darryl Lint there. Unfortunately for Darryl, he is gone. And a couple of big names going out. Ashton Neal, I would have thought he'd be in the final.
Yeah, absolutely. When you only make it 8, you really got to cutting back, and a lot of great athletes are going to miss out. It's just the way it is. We can't, we might have about 15 or so athletes left, and we can't squish that into 8. So so everything has to be perfection right from the start here, where they sit there, as Ty likes to say, their little sand castles there, make sure it's perfectly. They practice this in training, and that's to get a nice, strong start. So they're trying to make the sand as hard as they can so they can push off, because you can imagine trying to push off as fast as you can. I guess putting your hands into soft sand, you want to have it nice and strong and powerful. So all these little things are going to help you get your perfect start. And as you can see, the official just checking to make sure it's all nice and fair. No one, and that's also where we've seen some athletes get disqualified, when they're wriggling about and not still. So you got to be still.
Yeah, you're spot on there. Saxon Beale on the right-hand side from Anglesea. Kai Thompson inside him. We haven't spoken about Marin all that much from Dordrecht Reddings Brigade. That is the red cap with a white stripe down the centre. Jason Goff out on the edge. Was devastated with his beach sprint yesterday. Won the B final. It wasn't enough for him. The speed's going to come from the outside here. Can the men in the middle get it done? Here we go. Push, shove, push, shove. Oh, plenty coming across. Oh, Kai Thompson. He is gone, and just like that, he didn't get a flag, didn't look around, and the man from Dordrecht Reddings Brigade in the Netherlands survives. And just like that, he might have the best togs on the beach, but he will not be in the final. Kai Thompson of Noosa, you could see him. He just went to grab that flag, didn't realise there was one still sitting there, and the push and the shove in the centre, that's what got him.
Got to be so aware in beach flags, don't you? Because you just never, it's never over till it's over. So you've got to really have a look around. If you miss one, make sure you're nice and alert as well, because we just saw one of the competitors come over from the top side of the beach right down to the bottom. So he was very quick, he was aware, and he got himself a place into the next round.
Sam Ross, the only of the Noosa competitors left about, I'd say 5 minutes ago. We still had 3 running, but that's Ross on the right in 1. A couple other boys here fired up, ready to go. We've still got a few from different countries. Dan Rippon there. That cap looks like Surfers Paradise.
A couple of the local Currow boys as well. Brendan and Carlos. They'll have a lot of cheer support there.
2 from Waikanae. That's that cap in the middle. There's our starter. He's going to give them the instructions. A few final little adjustments there. It's a game of inches in the beach flags competition, and if you don't have it right, they'll send you flying.
Two from Mollymook as well.
Yeah, Noosa, Waikanae, still in that. Broadstairs, Mollymook in there as well. Set and ready to go.
It's the pointy end, the business end of the beach flags at the moment.
Bridges on the edge has got to be good. He's got to be good.
And you just need to get to that. That sounds so simple. It's very difficult to get to that top 8. There was a break. I think it could have been lane number 4.
Yeah.
Just take a look at that.
Spot on. And it's always the same answer. Who, me? No.
Are you sure?
Not me. I'd never do that. And heartbreak. And you can see what it means to the guys. Absolute heartbreak there. Yeah. Dan Rip on there. Not what he wanted from Great Britain. Tag that. Heartbreak for the big fella.
It's just a hard way to go out, isn't it?
Yeah.
You prefer to miss a flag.
100%.
Yeah.
At least get a shot. But, you know, it's always what could have been. We've also said goodbye to Ian Pedro Mendez Pereira in the other pit in the last couple of moments. So we're down to just 17. Got 1 or 2 more runs, and then that's going to be your A and B finals. We don't actually run A and B finals. They'll run a 16 down to 8, and then that will be it. For all those results, you can catch those on live heats later today. So we're down to our 16. We're going to take a long break now. Back at 1 o'clock for the finals package. You'll see the top 8. If you want to check out all the action down here of this semi-final, you can come down to the beach. We're going to do the switch over because we're going to be live on SBS On Demand later this afternoon, 1 o'clock. It's been a huge morning of action so far. On behalf of myself, Courtney Hancock, Ty Dowker on the beach, everybody involved here at the World Lifesaving Championships. A huge thank you for tuning in this morning. 1 o'clock, YouTube, SBS On Demand, the full finals package, men's and women's beach flags finals, men's and women's Ocean Man and Woman finals, and the mixed Lifesaver Ocean M relay as well. That we will bring you all that action live. Thank you for tuning in this morning, and see you at 1 o'clock for the finals package.